Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.
1. Dying strangely. In a certain place in a divine kingdom, there were 4 figures seated on a large table. They had solemn faces and they felt fatigued as it could be seen in each one's eyes. Divine Entity 1, ****, no matter how much we try, it still gives the same result. Divine Entity 2, I see. What are we doing wrong? Divine Entity 3, I do not know, we have tried to solve this a million times, but everything is the same. You could feel the fatigue in his voice. Divine Entity 1, should we try again? The first entity asked its companions, who were rubbing their foreheads trying to think, and this had happened many times trying to save the universes of the world, but they were trapped in this problem where a world keeps repeating an infinite cycle without advancing. They have been trying to change the story, but the gears are always integrated again and again causing disasters. Divine Entity 4, I think. The fourth member who always remained silent raised his hand as he amended his words and everyone turned their eyes. We must send a soul to change history. His friends were confused. To send a soul? If they even sent a spirit, the world would be eliminated only by the massive power or the twisting of space. They did not understand his words, but even so, Entity number 1 asked the doubts of the others. Divine Entity 1, what do you mean by sending a soul? Divine Entity 4, I am talking about sending a mortal soul from another dimension to try to change the story. The entities around frowned before answering. Divine Entity 2, are you saying you want to bring a soul that is about to die? Is that not the game that the God of Life always plays? Divine Entity 4, exactly, although we are all against the methods of that God, even so we must admit that his worlds are kept in peace and without problems because of those who reincarnate. His companions first contemplated the plan. Although the divine entities were against the God of Life because of playing with human lives, which is silly, they have always been somewhat jealous of the way in which his worlds resolve themselves due to the souls. Also, they were thankful because some of the souls that managed to ascend to the divine were removing a little of their work. Divine Entity 3, it makes sense. But who will do it? Know that when we leave the divine area we will lose a bit of our power, something that can be dangerous outside. Although all the worlds are governed by the area of divinity, there are things in the darkness like those who failed in their ascent becoming evil creatures that roam the realms. Divine Entity 4, I was the one with the idea, so I'll be the one to complete the task. When they heard it, the others looked at each other and then nodded. They began to plan what kind of soul to reincarnate and in what form they will give the gifts. They soon came to an agreement, which was that there is a world where the stories of the other universes are like novels and manga. Even the gods did not know how that world got the knowledge of those universes. When they went to investigate they never found anything, therefore, they opted to let it pass because in that place there was no magic or anything like it. Besides, the God of Life always chose its souls from there. Thus the fourth divine entity left the divine area to seek a powerful soul. Somewhere else. On a busy street in Japan, what could be seen was a large crowd in the middle of the road with phones in hand, sending messages, others talking on the phone, while some taking pictures of a silhouette in a pool of blood. The person who was there was our protagonist, who looked towards the sky, while the lights in his eyes were slowly extinguished. The ambulance had not even arrived and he no longer felt his body. I did not think my life would end like this. He began to remember everything that happened before the accident. Previous scenes. This morning, Yukio got up like every other day, always up at 5 to prepare his breakfast and go jogging, then watch some shows or animes until noon and then he had to work. It was like every morning a simple breakfast while watching the news. There have been sightings of strange circumstances in the city center. Citizens are informed to be cautious, said a reporter as he walked through the center of the city. They have been increasing recently. Thought Yukio. The last time something strange happened was in a nearby downtown area where a cafeteria collapsed suddenly, or in the subway where the floor suddenly collapsed. Soon he finished his breakfast and dressed in sports clothes while going out for a run. He always went around the area a few times while buying some goodies for when he returned home. Ring ring ring. Soon his phone rang. It seemed strange that someone called him so early, but when he saw the communicator he felt happy. Hello sister. Oh, little Yukio, where are you? You know, I'm downstairs in your apartment. Downstairs, are not you supposed to come tomorrow? It seemed strange to him because she was supposed to arrive tomorrow afternoon. Why so many questions? Did you not miss me? I feel hurt. He, it's not that. I thought it was strange because your train should arrive tomorrow. I know, I wanted to surprise you, but who would have thought you would not be here? When he heard it, he had a headache because he wanted to prepare to welcome her, but she happened to deceive him by telling him that she would arrive tomorrow. Asterisk sigh asterisk good. Look, you gave me a big surprise, wait a little bit, I'm close to home. Okay, in that case, I'll wait. Is the key still in the same place? Yes, it won't take me long. For now, do not touch anything. Good. When he heard her say that, he already knew that she would go through his things, but he did not care because he had nothing to hide. As he walked home, he had to cross the city center again to reach his sister quickly. He quickened his pace, and when he stopped at a traffic light, out of the corner of his eye he noticed that a little girl was at the entrance of what looked like a restaurant playing with a bouncing ball. But that was not what he was seeing. He noticed something strange over the little girl's head. It seemed like black smoke, which made him feel dazed, but then he heard a noise when he looked up and could see a poster that seemed to fall towards her. Get away from there. Shouting as loud as he could towards her, this made the crowd look at him. Yukio ran with all his strength as if the world was placed in slow motion for him. The people nearby had also noticed what was happening and had the same thought. Some of those who were closer to the girl wanted to save her, but to his surprise, Yukio was like a lightning bolt. When he reached her he felt something was wrong. He still took her and threw her towards a person who was behind him because it was too late for him. Still, the poster would not kill him, but what happened next did. Asterisk boom asterisk. You could hear a loud explosion when suddenly, the restaurant exploded and fragments of stones and glass flew everywhere. It goes without saying that our protagonist was sent to fly like a comet with several fragments of glass trapped in his chest, abdomen, and arms falling back just to land in a position to see the sky. Editor, Mauve. 2. I have been reborn. Soon his eyes closed while his life disappeared, and then he felt nothing, neither the surroundings nor his body. The funny thing was that he felt peaceful, but in his heart, there was guilt for leaving his sister, although he could not change things. But after a few minutes, he could feel his body again, but there was some heat coming from his heart. This made him feel strange when he opened his eyes just to notice the darkness everywhere. The whole area was dark, there was no sign of life, not even sound was there. What happened? Did not I die? He had many questions, but soon it was as if an inspiration hit him. This cannot be true. His only thoughts would be the novels or the manga he always read. He was trying to look in all directions, but there was no one there, only endless darkness that made him feel disappointed. Hello, young man. Yukio was so focused on his thoughts that when he heard the sudden voice, he was afraid that his heart would stop, which in hindsight seemed stupid because he was already dead. Turning his head, his gaze made contact with the person who spoke. It could be said that he seemed to be a man of about 30 years with a short dark hair with red eyes, but he felt strange around him as if his age was not what his appearance showed. Where am I? He asked, but he already had an idea from the beginning. Boy, you died and I decided to give you the opportunity to reincarnate in a world. You can reject my offer and just go to heaven if you want. He pointed to a white door that suddenly appeared. I have a question. Go ahead, young man. Why did you give me a chance? After all, I do not think I have good karma. Yukio, although he never did anything illegal or discriminated against someone, his karma would not be so high as to have such opportunities, and he knows it. Haha, you are very careful, but you must not fear. The reason to give you this opportunity is that I plan to send you to a world you know and you will have to save it. Regarding your karma, don't think so much because you have a positive number. This confused Yukio. Good karma. Do I have a good number? Save the world? I barely cook for myself now he tells me to save a world. I do not understand. What do you mean by saving the world? That's easy, young man, let me explain. The world I want to send you to is having problems and you would have to change the story because it is in an irreversible cycle. For example, you would be born, live, die, and the same story always repeats. Now do you understand? I understand. What world will it be? It's a world where there are angels, fallen angels, demons and dragons. Several races roam the world. In your world, it's called High School DxD. High School DxD. Yukio looked at the man in front of him as if he was a savior. Although he was not always watching anime, animes always caught his attention. He used to watch DxD every time he could, and now he was told he could go there. That's the dream of all the fans. Exactly, young man. Due to your karma and when counting the circumstances, I can only give you 4 wishes, but I must tell you that you must think them through. Once you have chosen them there will be no turning back. Yukio had his brain processed at maximum speed to know what he wants. He thought of innumerable abilities or weapons that could help him in that world. Well, he doubted it a moment. Did you decide, young man? Oh yes, first I want to have a dragon's bloodline stronger than Alphys and the Great Dragon. I want my own dimensional pocket, in which you can create a world in it. It would be very good for when I create a faction. Anyway, I have to change the story. What a good thought. When he heard him say the second wish, he almost choked on his saliva. 1,000 times trying to change the story, they never thought about trying to make another faction. He almost felt stupid. My third wish. I want a system that facilitates things as much as in the novels, and could the store have some things from other worlds? I can only give you some things from other worlds, but they will not be many. Is that okay? That's enough. The fourth wish I'll ask for is something like the evil pieces, but I want them to be better than those things. Alright boy, now I'll send you the year that the cycle begins so you can change it. Do you have any preferences regarding your family? If that's the case, it's better to be born as Issei's brother. I don't want to have a lot of age disparity, it should only be a year that would be enough. It is possible, I will send you before the birth of Issei, have a good trip and I hope you can solve the problem. Thank you. Then he became particles of light that disappeared. He's a good boy, it's a pity I killed him without wanting to. The one who had spoken all this time was Divine Entity 4, whose name is Altair. When trying to enter the world it was difficult to control parts of his energy, therefore, it was dangerous and caused accidents, but when he entered without expelling more than what he should he caused the explosion accident. At first, he wanted to choose a strong soul, but he could not give anything in exchange for his death. Later he will just tell his companions that he chose a strong soul, he will try to solve it later. Yukio. At this time Yukio was in the arms of a woman while there was a man hugging her with a face of stupid happiness. He could recognize them as Mr. Hayato and Ms. Hayato. Dear, what will his name be? Mr. Hayato said in an emotional voice after all this was his first child. His name will be Yukio Hayato, answered Ms. Hayato as she looked at her son with affection. They both looked at each other and smiled as they were happy to have their first child who was sleeping, or at least that's what they thought. Yukio was talking to the system. Is it already integrated? Host 98%, 99%, 100%. When all of his consciousness was completely integrated, he was dragged into what seemed to be a dimension, but it was only a few seconds and then he was able to return to normal where he heard the system. System, ****, the user is welcome, at this moment he has 6 openings unlocked. Status, inventory, skills, lottery, missions, and store. Yukio was excited, this was the dream of all the world's fans. Status, he roared in his head. Name, Yukio Hayato. Bloodline, Dragon of the Abyss, 0%. Sealed. Species, human, temporary. Title, /. Level, 0. System currency, token, 0. Statistics. Strength, 1. Resistance, 1. Agility, 1. Intelligence, 25. Good luck, 15. Energy, //. Reading this made him have a smile on his face, which his parents saw and thought he was sleeping well. System, ****, the user has not opened the welcome package, do you want to open it? Oh yes. System, ****, the user has received 1000 chips and 2 lottery tickets. As soon as I arrive and I already have excellent coins, system use the 2 lottery tickets. System, ****, the user has received, Magical Perception, Advanced Learning. Magical Perception, 1/20th LV. It helps you to perceive everything that surrounds you, be it magic or enemies. Advanced Learning. It helps you learn any study or technique faster. Yukio only had one word for this. Scam, 2 lottery tickets to get skills that are useless for now. Editor, Mauve. 3, Category. Level 15, Demons Low Class, First Phase. Level 25, Demons Low Class, Second Phase. Level 30, Demons Low Class, Third Phase. Level 31, Demons of Middle Class, First Phase. Level 45, Demons of Middle Class, Second Phase. Level 60, Demons of Middle Class, Third Phase. Level 61, High Class Demons, First Phase. Level 70, High Class Demons, Second Phase. Level 80, High Class Demons, Third Phase. Level 81, Demons of the Supreme Class, First Phase. Level 100, Demons of the Supreme Class, Second Phase. Level 200, Demons of the Supreme Class, Third Phase. Level 201, Level of Soul Dragon, Soul. Level 210 Spirit Dragon Level, Body. Level 220 Soul Dragon Level, Blood. Level 250 Dragon of the Abyss, Divinity. Ascend. Rank God/examples/Loki, Odin. Classify God. Keep in mind that only by being called gods are they not as such, only their title can be high or low. True gods are Ascend that have several ranges that are spoken later. God pieces, similar to the devil's pieces used in the anime but improved, keep in mind that it was a desire asked of a divine entity by the MC. Range of objects. C. Common. B. Rare, able to hurt intermediate enemies. A. Super weird, a weapon below the sacred gear. S. Myths, sacred gear. SS. Legendary, able to kill a true god. X. Dimensional, on par with an entity. Entity 4, Altar, Ascend Sacred Rank, Yukio's best friend. 4. Over the years. After a couple of days, Ms. Hayato was finally discharged, giving her the opportunity to return home. Yukio was lying in his crib right now, and for days he had tried to collect mana, but it was impossible, so he told the system to give him a satisfactory answer. He discovered that he actually could not collect mana, so the system suggested spending a bit of token on a technique, but for now, he could not because his body was very weak. Therefore, every day he kept asking the system if his body was ready. System, can I integrate the technique to my body? Yukio asked. System, the user has already perfectly synchronized with his new body, it is possible to integrate the technique. Well, buy it and integrate it. System, purchased magic absorption. System, the user has used 300 token. Magic absorption, 1/90th LV max. A technique that collects large quantities of mana and introduces them to the body. Keep in mind that the higher your level the better your efficiency. Yukio felt comfortable seeing this, he had already had a way to win, and as soon as the technique appeared in his head, he started training. The days and months went by very quickly. His routine was simple. He was just a newborn and he only used magical absorption when his parents left him alone, but he could only use it for about 5 minutes. After all, he was very small and his body was not resistant enough to withstand so much mana. Although he could not complain, what newborn could stand mana for 5 minutes? To his surprise, each day he felt as if his little baby body was getting stronger, and not only that, but as time went on things were different. One day he could last 5 minutes, but the next day was 6 minutes. His parents were very happy when Yukio turned a year old, and they were thrilled when at such a young age he could walk and say a few different words. His mother had become pregnant again. Yukio was happy and sad at the same time. He had asked the system too many questions to find a way to see his sister again. In the end, he got a good response. System: for the user to bring to being from another universe, it is necessary to be at level 200. System: level 200, the user will receive a reward. Universal Trip 1/1, one-time use. It is possible to bring to being from another universe. It is suggested to the user to save a celestial piece. Just wait, those were Yukio's only words when he found a way to get back to his sister. With the passage of time, he continued to absorb the mana in his body. He was already 1 year old, and for his parents, it seemed that he had matured quite fast. So they concentrated a little more on Issei. 1 more year now and Yukio was around 2 years old. During this year he was able to learn some new things and spend his chips. Which bothered him is that during that time he did not activate a single mission and much less received more lottery tickets. Not everything can go as I want, Yukio said reluctantly while watching cartoons in the room, and Issei was at his side. Yukio during this time had noticed that his younger brother was always stuck on his side like chewing gum. It seemed funny, and also because in the anime this guy has gone overboard, he wanted to correct him a bit at least. He did not want to lose his face when they will associate him with a global pervert. Status: Yukio whispered in his mind. Name: Yukio Hayada. Bloodline: Dragon of the Abyss, 0%. Sealed. Species: Human, temporary. Title: / Level 5. The currency of the system: token, 300. Strength, 7. Resistance, 15. Agility, 9. Intelligence, 25. Good luck, 15. Mana, 987. / He had to say that he felt quite sad because the only thing that had gone up all this time was his resistance. He felt like a masochist, because every time he tried to absorb mana and overcome it, he had to endure exhausting damage. As for his level, he had believed that to level up he had to kill or do missions. He was a bit wrong because there were also other ways to use his magical absorption to break the limits or train, although they were slow but sure. Skills: Magical Perception, Advanced Learning, Magic Absorption, Light Steps, Martial Arts. Magical Perception 5/20 max. You perceive everything that surrounds you. Keep in mind the higher the level the better your efficiency. Advanced Learning 3/20 max. Every skill has the opportunity to have a quick improvement: study, combat skills or compression in the mana. Magic Absorption, 1/90 LV max. A technique that collects large quantities of mana and introduces them to the body. Keep in mind that the higher your level the better your efficiency. Light Steps, 3/35 max. It allows the user to teleport from one point to another. 10 kilometers. Martial Arts, 5/50. A technique of hand-to-hand combat. Actually, his abilities were scarce. Light Steps was achieved with 400 chips in the system, and Martial Arts, because he was in a karate club in his previous world. When he tested it in this world, he immediately got this skill. In addition, the higher the level of skill, the more knowledge you will have. From there, he learned that he can acquire skills through use and practice, but he must have the knowledge or it is like using a sword, but not knowing how to handle it. The skills increased in level through use, and he always practices, although sometimes Issei looked at him strangely when he practiced martial arts. It was difficult to practice his light steps because it would be very strange to disappear in front of his little brother. When he had finished seeing his condition, he touched his forehead with the palm of his hand while frowning. Reaching level 200 will be a great challenge. Even so, I will not surrender. He looked back at the window from where he could see the clear sky and stared for a long time. TSK. No matter what obstacle gets in my way, I will eliminate it. Soon I will look for you. And so 5 years went by. Editor, Mauve. 5. Let my story begin. Time passed in the twinkling of an eye. Now Yukio was 7 years old. During all these years he tried in several ways to raise his level and gain new skills. In some occasions they worked, while in others they were failures. There was a time when he tried to use magic absorption to break his limits, but ended up causing serious injuries to the body due to the strong pressure. It was fortunate that the system could heal the wounds by spending only 100 chips. Since then he did not try it again and began to train his body with several manual exercises. It seemed strange to his parents that his son from such a small age was interested in training. Sometimes they tried to stop him because it could affect his growth, but he was very stubborn. Therefore, they left him. At least they felt somewhat happy because they thought that maybe he wanted to be an athlete. Since he was born, he was never like a child. He was very mature and responsible, so they were happy with him. Yukio not only did exercises during these years, but he was also training his skills every time his parents went to sleep. He escaped at midnight to train his skills. Sometimes he tried to get new skills, but it was difficult because he had to understand them even if it was a little. Almost always, when he trained, he felt the presence of demons around him with his magical perception. Sometimes he retired when he noticed that they had strong auras or approached them if he noticed that they were weak, at least to satisfy his curiosity. When they were devils of high rank or he thought his aura was too weak, he only watched them. He continued until one day he saw that they were attacking a civilian, so he got angry and fought against them. At first, he thought that at least he would be hurt, but it turned out that he was wrong. These guys were too weak. So weak that with only his martial arts of rank 7 he was able to challenge them. Although he had to escape immediately because it was the first time he killed someone, he felt very bad and had to stay at home for a few days, at least until he accepted that to achieve his goal he would have to do it many more times. Much more. To his surprise, when he killed them, they ended up giving him a good amount of experience, in addition to receiving a mysterious bag for having murdered a low rank. As soon as he learned about this, he quickly opened his inventory and asked the system to use the mysterious bag. He received 2 silver gauntlets that reached his elbows. They were called Emperor Gauntlets, that had a rank of B. Since then he started to fight against some low-range demons. Name: Yukio Hayudo. Bloodline: Dragon of the Abyss, 7%. Sealed. Species: Human, possible. Range: Middle range, Beginner. Title: Demon Slayer. Level 31. The currency of the system: Token, 4.560. Strength, 37. Resistance, 46. Agility, 30. Intelligence, 30. Good luck, 16. Mana, 4685. / Special. Presence: he got it from the store. Evaluation: he tried to decipher a scroll that he stole from a demon and the system gave it as a skill. Pressure: obtained upon awakening 5% bloodline. Skills: Advanced Learning, max 20/20ths, passive. Magical Absorption 36/90ths, active. Light Steps, 14/35ths, active. Martial Arts, 21/50ths, passive. Fencing, 3/50ths, passive. Lightning Verses, 15/100, active, obtained upon awakening a 6% bloodline. Lightning Bolt, 25/50ths, active, obtained upon awakening a 4% bloodline. Magical Perception, 15/20ths, passive. Lightning Verses, LVL, 15, max LVL, 100. Art of Writing invokes the rays and uses them at will. Lightning Bolt, LVL, 25, max LVL, 50. From the tip of your fingers comes a beam that crosses the target. Presence, special. You have erased all your presence in the world, only cash against weaker targets than the user. Evaluation, special. Can see the information of people or objects, cannot access the information of beings by higher ranges than you. Pressure, special. Use your magical power to press your enemies, it will not work on those with a similar or superior magical power. Emperor's Gauntlets. Rank, B. They are silver gauntlets made of the best metal, able to withstand attacks of magical means. They have the capacity to absorb 2 attacks and use them in an explosive force towards a target. Yukio, are you awake? It's your first day of school, get up. From outside the door was the voice of Mrs. Hayuda. Actually, Yukio was awake early because he was training his body as he routinely does. Yes, mother, give me a moment, he responded quickly with some emotion. During all these years he could not make friends because all the little children were afraid of him. Yukio quickly took a shower and went down to breakfast. When he entered the kitchen, he could see his father with his brother by his side while they ate. Good morning Yukio, are you ready? Said Mr. Hayudo, who was always worried about his son's loneliness, but what could he do? More than enough, he said with a smile. After all, he was somewhat excited, although it was funny because if you counted his previous age with this life, he would be 27 years old. Yukio Oniai, what is that hanging from your neck? Issei asked as he looked at his older brother. This. He pointed with his finger. It's a necklace, I bought it with the pocket money that dad gives us. He lied, but not really, because his parents gave them vacation money, but this necklace that he received from the system store, had a dark chain with a golden dragon that hugged a black diamond. It was quite attractive and he really liked it, also it offered the option to suppress his aura. Everyone present told them it was a nice pendant, so they talked a little until they finished breakfast. Their father would take them to their new school. Yukio was remembering some things about the events. If he does not remember badly, the school they will attend to will be the place when Issei meets Irina Shido for the first time. I guess if I establish a friendship between the 3 of us, will the future change? His plan was to change the story. After all, that's why he was reincarnated in this world. Yukio Oniai, are you nervous? Issei asked his brother who was at his side watching through the car window. Not really, you should not be either. It's not like you have not made close friends at home, here you will do many more. Really? Yukio Oniai, do you plan to make friends too? Issei knew that his older brother was bad at making friends. Besides, he did not understand why everyone said they were afraid of him. Why yes, I guess, it's not easy, I think. His father who was listening chuckled as he listened to them in their conversation. Yukio, I hope you can make friends, make your father proud. Winking at Yukio, which was terrifying to him when he saw an older man wink at him, he forced a smile as he lifted his thumb. Sure father. You could see many students say goodbye to their parents, siblings or grandparents. It was really normal because it was the first day of class for all the children. It is very normal to be accompanied. At this moment at the entrance there was a young man with short black hair, having 3 fringes on his forehead and impressive golden eyes that wandered to see the whole place. Are you not coming, Yukio Aniai? Ah, yes. This young man was our protagonist. He was thinking about the best way to change history. They walked to the building when he could see all the students in the same direction. He looked up at the sky and clenched his fists. Here begins my story. Editor, Mauve. 6. The missions have been activated. In a small classroom, there were around 30 students who were sitting at various desks while they wrote down each sentence that was on a blackboard in front of the whole class. In front of everyone was a 25-year-old woman, who was quickly writing down several words on the blackboard. She was explaining to the children mathematics, although it was only addition and subtraction, something easy enough for everyone, but this is still her first day in classes, so it was better to accustom them a bit. The only thing Yukio did was to look forward while his head hurt. It was not that he was stupid, it's that he felt very strange because he had already graduated from the university. Besides having the intelligence stats around 30, these additions or subtractions were something silly. Then, he stopped paying attention to the class, retired and began to remember everything about the DxD world he had to change the story of. Although it seemed easy, he knew that it was not like that, because the man had said that the gears were always returning to their normal state, starting a cycle anew. He also has to prepare himself. At this moment he is 7 years old, and if he does not remember it wrong, everything starts when Issei reaches 17 years old, so he entered the store to check what could be useful now or in the future. System, show me the store. Asterisk ding asterisk. Store. Skills 1/5. Techniques 1/3. Weapons 1/3. Spells sealed. Armor/suits 2/3. Pills 1/3. etc. sealed. He had not really checked the store in all these years, only the skills, the rest did not even pay attention to, but now that he had to prepare, at least he should know what he had at his disposal. For now, weapons. Wooden sword/100 token. Notiki/300 token. Magic gun/4.700 token. Magic staff/2060 token. Magic sword/1250 token. Fire spear/786 token. etc. He kept checking, but everything was too expensive. During these years, the most he could gather was only 4,560 chips. In addition to weapons, like swords, spears, or knives, there were also bows or pistols, but they really did not work for him. After it was better to use his body in the end, nothing could get his attention, so he immediately turned to something else. Pills. Demonic refining/400. Blood venom/1500. Restation/500. etc. There were endless pills. At least the most interesting thing was that the demonic refinement could be useful when you travel to the demonic world, maybe absorb some of that demonic energy, but I still do not know if it is possible, because if that does not work, at least I use them as exchange products with some demon. In the end, I ended up buying a bracelet at the gun shop and 2 mana refining pills, spending 2,400. Demonic bracelet/rank C. A bracelet created by a newbie. Increase the user's strength in 5 statistics, release an evil aura capable of frightening mortals. Yukio was seeing that the bracelet on his wrist was really beautiful. They were like black pearls when he was thinking of opening the store to check the armor/suits. Suddenly, he heard a sound at his side. He moved his eyes and could see his female teacher who was looking directly at him. Yukio, student, does my class bother you? Yukio could see how this female teacher frowned. This is not good, I guess. No, not at all, teacher, it's actually quite nice, he said with a smile. After all, he did not want problems, much less on the first day. Nice. Oh, I see. In that case, write down quickly what is on the board. Yukio watched the female teachers retreat and sighed when she was about to write. Then he felt a pat on the back, turned his head and saw a blonde-haired boy who looked like a porcupine. Why is everyone afraid of you? The boy asked as he looked at Yukio. Fear? What are you talking about? Yukio looked to the sides and could see how some people looked away from him. He immediately frowned. He did not know why some people were afraid of him. Afterward he looked at the boy at the back. It was the first time he or anyone spoke to him. Did you not realize it? Since you entered the class, some feel afraid of you, but I can't see why. Actually, it always happens to me. So, what do you want? What do I want? What did I want? Yukio soon felt like hitting him when he saw that stupid face that this boy made. Oh yes, what's the name? Although he was behind Yukio, the teacher spoke in a low voice, so he could not hear his name. Yukio Hayado. I am Ryota Uchida. How about becoming friends? Oh. Yukio did not understand this child just talked to him out of nowhere and asked him to be friends. Don't look at me like that, so we're the biggest here, don't you think? He said as he looked at the others, and it was truly true. It was not that they were big of age but in size. Well, then let's be friends. Ryota smiled at Yukio and began to copy what was written on the board. Yukio did the same, so between classes, they still talked sometimes between the two. Yukio at least enjoyed talking to this boy because he really did not behave as such, it was as if he was talking to someone his age, he almost believed he was a reincarnated person as well. When it was time to go home they both said goodbye when Yukio got into the car with Issei just to see his father smiling. Yukio, did you make a friend? Yukio Unii, did you make a friend? This is epic. Yukio felt as if a vein appeared on his forehead. When he heard such a comment, he ignored them both. He entered his room and began using the mana refining pills while sitting on his bed. He knew no one would enter his room. When he opened his eyes he could see that it was night, it should be midnight. He took a shower, put on some shorts and a simple shirt, went out the window, crossing the nearby ceilings. It did not take him long to reach his goal. He had used presence so they could not notice him. He saw two demons coming out of an alley, quickly using evaluation on them. Demon, middle range, demon, low range. Since he began to take care of these demons, there have been no more civilian victims. Because this area had been hidden for a few days, now appeared mid-level presences. He supposed that someone wanted to get rid of him. Demon low rank, are you sure we should be here? Demon middle rank, oh come on, what are you so afraid of? Demon low rank, you know what I fear. Recently there has been news that every demon entering this area does not even come out. Middle rank, don't worry, the high ranks were commissioned a long time ago. Did you not want to have fun with some humans? Demon low rank, yes. But I prefer my life at least with her P-. When he was about to finish his sentence he was sent out like a comet by a blow to his back. Not even the mid-range demon could react to that. But he immediately jumped back just in time to dodge something silvery that moistened his face. Middle rank, who are you? He stood guard while trying to find the enemy. Quickly he crossed his arms in an X on his chest where then appeared a fist covered by a silver glove. Tisk snapping his tongue, Yukio jumped back as he looked at the demon in front of him. He already knew that his presence did not work on this guy meant he was stronger than him. Middle rank, you. Demon Slayer. He frowned when he saw that the boy could not be underestimated. He had a power that rivaled him. Yukio, on the other hand, Demon Slayer? Great, even the title of the system agreed him. Yukio ran to the enemy, immediately raised his right fist with the intention of hitting in the face. The demon did not stay still because he raised his right fist and wanted to measure his strength. Boom. They heard a strong blow when both fists collided with each other. The two could not help but retreat due to the force, but the demon was more experienced in battles. He quickly returned to his position and then he threw a heavy blow at Yukio, who could not even dodge. Receiving a blow in the stomach, it goes without saying that he was sent to fly a few meters. He quickly took a turn in the air and stabilized, but suddenly saw that a fist was going to his face. He immediately used light steps, teleporting a few meters back. What? The devil could not help but get confused. He was sure he had the boy right in front of him and suddenly he disappeared. What kind of technique is that? System heal me. Yukio felt like vomiting due to the punch. He believed that with his resistance so high he could at least stand, but it was not like that. The system took away 100 token for healing but it was effective. He soon returned to normal. He got up staring at his enemy and wiped the blood from his mouth, looking for a way to attack. Ding asterisk, martial arts went up 1 level. This is good, the more battles you have with your advanced learning, the faster he learned. That was his advantage. Demon POV. He was seeing the child in front of him, his wounds healed really fast and also that speed technique is exceptional. He thought that if he took him to his teacher, he could forgive him, but then the boy disappeared. This made his heart be scared and instinctively he threw himself aside. It was perfect because a silhouette appeared just above the spot where he was standing, pulling his fist down. Boom asterisk. It was not even possible to say that the floor could have withstood the blow when a small crater was created in the shape of his fist and cracks began to appear in the form of a spider's web. Better to kill him was the only thought he had before launching himself towards the boy. Yukio. He knew that this demon would dodge him, after all he should be a veteran in battles. He instantly saw how he was heading towards him, so he also launched himself. They both began to hit each other. If Yukio gave him 2, the demon would return 4. It was obvious he was losing. Yukio watched as a fist went towards his chest, so he quickly placed his X-shaped arms in front of him, but it was a mistake. The demon quickly crouched down when his hand went to his legs holding one, and with his strength he raised him. Yukio felt the breeze on his face when he was lifted like a doll, and soon the pain of being thrown towards the floor created a crater. He felt as if everything started again, seeing the sky and in a pool of blood. At least there are no phones, was what he thought. It was foolish to think this way, but in the same way that he died in his previous world, he would do it here. He was really frustrated to also die to a character that does not even appear at any point in the series. I could see the demon that was away. Apparently, he does not want to get close, at least until I stop breathing. What a bastard. Maybe, it's better that way. He was already dead. No, not yet. The system began to cure him by 100. His recovery was slow after all. He broke several bones and it is not necessary to mention the loss of blood. I still have something to do. I already promised. The demon was approaching, noticed that the vital force of this child was decreasing and wanted to give the last blow quickly, but stopped when he noticed that it was stable, frowned and put on his guard this child. Yukio raised his hand to the air and began to make strokes as if his finger was a pencil and the air a leaf. I am the formless being. I live among many universes and I never die. I have lived since the beginning of the years. And I'm not unknown by anyone. Those with life fear me. Many died for me. Even so, no god offends me. So anyone who sees my form dies. Lightning verses. The whole area began to tremble, and the sky, once surrounded by clouds in the night, was immediately cleared when several thunderings made their roars. You could see thousands of rays swimming in the sky like snakes that the demon saw, and immediately, he turned pale. He turned to run, but before he could take a step, a strong pressure made him remain motionless. Boom. Soon, the whole area had a tremendous explosion, and a blue glow that illuminated the whole area was a bolt of lightning that descended and hit the earth, creating a huge crater where once the demon was. Anyone that heard the impact would be momentarily deaf. Ping ding dong ding dong. The only sounds Yukio could hear were the system notifications in his head, and he had healed, but his fatigue was even greater after using that spell. He knew he could not stay there after all the demons came to discover what has happened here. Maybe humans and angels alike. He used light steps several times to get to his room and did not even bother to check notifications when he fell on the bed due to exhaustion. The system pulled out a semi-transparent window showing the notifications. You have killed a demon middle rank. You won up to 4 levels. First time X rank medium, mystery bag / random skill ticket. A mission has been activated. Mission, save Akeno Hinjima within 4 years before her meeting with Rias Gremory / the mission will give you a clue to its location in 4 years. It is recommended that the user be strengthened. Reward, 12,500 chips / pieces of God. Editor, Mav. 7, surprises and one more step forward. It was early in the morning, all the students were in classes at this time. They were doing math work between 2 classmates. Each of them was immersed in this task because when the children finished they could have a recreational hour. Did something happen to you? Partner Ryota asked while noticing that Yukio was somewhat off. My head just hurts a little. Should you not tell the teacher? Don't exaggerate, let's finish this. I want a free hour. Ryota nodded and concentrated on the task ahead. Actually, Yukio was thinking about what happened yesterday. That battle was the most exciting that he had, and he almost died because of his imprudence. He thought that with his current strength he could at least face a middle rank, but it turned out he was wrong. Therefore, he has been thinking about the best way to protect himself and came to the conclusion that it is necessary to buy an armor, but he only had 2,000 tokens. Therefore, he fixed his gaze on the missions. He thought that maybe as one of them will be activated, at least other missions will follow. Although the current mission is obviously too difficult because he has 4 years to strengthen himself. If he does not remember badly that Akeno would be 11 years old at that moment. It will be serious when her grandfather tries to assassinate her and he has to reach that place so that he can save her. At least he has to go on stage long before Rias and his father's subordinate. But he knows that it is totally dangerous because at least they should be in the middle rank, and in 4 years he at most would reach the advanced middle rank. That's why he planned other things, a sure way to rescue her, but at the moment he did not pay attention to that. He had other things to do and safety first. Besides that, his training intensity is very low, he needs to increase it, but with his parents at home it is impossible. Therefore, he had to find a way out of the house, but he was too young for something like that to happen. At first, he thought about escaping, but it gave him a bad taste when he imagined it, so he decided to wait a little longer. They finished their work quickly and gave it to the teacher. Actually, she was looking at his group. Although they did not know it, they were isolated from the other students. The black-haired child was feared even by the teachers, while the other was the son of Yakuza. Therefore, she always observed them, at least to take care of them. They were not bad, she was sure of it. They left the classroom quickly and went to the playground. Some students who were in the middle suddenly opened the way for them. It was as if he was Moses parting the sea. Am I a monster? Yukio did not really understand why they were so afraid of him. They sat near the sports field while eating the sandwiches they bought before entering. Ryota soon started talking. Have you played Shock Wall? What is that? What? You don't know what it is. Partner, are you sure you have no problems? Cut it. Will you tell me what it is or not? Good. It's a new game that was taken from computers, although it's very classic. Would you like to play it at home? When? Actually, Yukio wanted to go, although he should practically be 27 years old. He was alone without friends and this child was very friendly. Besides, he was quite intelligent, without mentioning that he did not seem to have the thoughts of a child. How about Saturday? My father will give a party that day and we can have fun. Was he not traveling? He had already heard from this child that his father was traveling yesterday. The trip is cancelled. Are you coming or not? Yukio thought for a moment, but it was not necessary because, in reality, he had nothing to do. Besides, he spent boring days and could only train correctly at midnight. Good, but you go through me. Understood, mate. Something that was remarkable about this child is that he was quite reliable. Also, that way of saying partner all the time seemed funny to Yukio. While eating suddenly, Yukio could see 4 silhouettes from afar. 3 children and a girl were a rather strange combination. He recognized one of the people as Issei. The little girl with them should be Irina Shita. Is that not your younger brother? It surprises me how many friends he has already found. But what surprised Yukio most was that Ryota could see Issei because they were at a long distance. With eyes that good, he could indeed be a future journalist. Surprise? I would say that if it were not for some reason, you terrorized the others, you would be very popular among the girls, Ryota said, shrugging. Hey, I do not swing that way. Yukio answered as he got up and headed back to classes. Ryota did not process his words at the beginning but soon understood them. Be bastard. It's not like that. He got up while following Yukio, who was laughing at this child who was his good friend. When Yukio arrived home, he told his mother about Ryota's invitation, and she immediately accepted. After all, her son had no friends. It was a sad thing. He went to his room, lay back on the bed while checking his inventory. He knew he had a random skill ticket and also a mysterious bag. He felt good because he might get something useful. System open the mystery bag. System, **ding**, mysterious bag open. System, **ding**, congratulations, the user has received demonic ties, parchment. Yukio remained mute. He thought he would get some skill or maybe some accessory or part of armor. Even with a sword would be satisfied, but he received a piece of paper and what appeared to be a rusty dagger. But he anyway checked the parchment information. Demonic ties, parchment. An intermediate spell, the parchment is placed on the ground and the dagger is stuck in the middle. An intermediate range spell capable of tying anyone in a range of 10 meters by 10 seconds, demon rank high. Soon it was as if there had been an explosion in his head because this spell is practically a trap. So that's why the spells in the store are sealed. At first, he thought it was garbage, but this could be useful when he tries to save Akeno. At least he felt a little bit more sure of being able to help her. This random skills ticket, would you give me a description? System, random skills ticket is as its name defines, it is used to obtain some ability either related to this world or another universe, can be a much higher range than the user, even divine. The user has to take into account that if a divine ability is integrated into your body, you cannot use it until it reaches its respective range. Open it. He could not avoid being emotional. System, **ding**, random skills ticket. Soon in his head, the sound of repeated blows as if they were spinning small balls in a machine could be heard. **ping**, pong**. System, **ding**, congratulations, the user has obtained the skill detention of time. Detention of time, special. You stop the time for a second dash. Usable once a month. Yukio opened his eyes wide as he read this and could not help saying the only words he had at this moment. I definitely won the grandest prize. Editor, Mauve. 8 points of view. Underworld. I am Surtsk's Lucifer, the current demon king, who is called Super Demon. It is assumed that with my current strength, not many things could scare me. Besides that, I have been facing battles for years, but at this moment I felt too much discomfort. I have only told some of my loyal subordinates. For 7 years I have been able to feel 3 chilling auras. I doubt I'm the only one to realize this. At first, I did not pay attention because they were quite weak, but then 2 of the auras suddenly disappeared, and even with all my power I could not locate them. I have thought that maybe they died. The third aura in question was much weaker than the other 2, but it has been increasing more and more, so it has made me feel quite uncomfortable. In the end, I think I should send someone to investigate what exactly happens. Human world. My name is Altair. Do you ask why I am not gone from this world yet? Simple, I never managed to leave. I did not have the opportunity after sending the boy named Yukio to reincarnate. I left to return to the Divine Kingdom, but I did not get very far when a chaotic beast appeared before me. I knew what would happen when the beast stopped in front of me. After all, I am the weakest of all my friends, but I still struggled with my everything with the intention of at least saving myself, because even if I was injured, the injuries could be cured over time. But it happened so fast that I was losing, and that was something I could not change. Actually, I am ashamed to say that I could not take 10 blows. At least to my satisfaction I managed to hurt the beast badly. We were in a deadlock between the 2 of us that even our powers were filtered from us, but even so, that beast wanted to kill me. What the hell did I do to upset this beast? They were my only thoughts, since it did not even allow me to retire. It was as if it was determined to take me to my death. I did not want to die. I still wanted to live because I lacked things to see. I had just reached the divinity. I did not want to give up, at least not like this. So I took a risk. If I could not live, at least my soul could be reincarnated, so I used the last drop of my powers as a divine entity to make my soul fly to the world. I had just arrived without my divinity, so I was just like any mortal because I already lost so much of my strength. The chaotic beast was very dissatisfied not to finish me. In fact, he was an obsessive bastard to the point that he even followed me. What the fuck is wrong with this beast? I mentally screamed that this beast came out of nowhere and attacked me as if his life depended on it. Even if it is his territory, no one is stupid enough to lose his divinity. Much less to kill another person. He could simply have left and healed over time, but he preferred to follow me. Am I cursed? I was flying for a long time, at least it seemed like weeks or even months. In fact, I had no sense of time. My soul was too damaged, so I could not feel anything around me when I came to think that maybe my power was not enough and would soon disappear, but suddenly I felt a warmth in my chest but I lost consciousness. I really do not know how long I was absent, but when I came back to me, everything was bright to the point that my eyes hurt. I tried to scream, but I only heard the cry of a baby and was very confused. When I got used to my vision, I could see two people. One was a big man with several tattoos on his body, as for the other person she was a really beautiful woman. I was in her arms and seeing these events I understood what was happening. I was reincarnated. It's very nice, the woman spoke fondly while she had tears in her eyes. This baby was her first child and she was supposed to be sterile, but when 9 months ago she was suddenly pregnant, the doctor called it the miracle of God. His name? Anxiously asked the man who was very happy to have a child. He had a knot in his heart and it hurt to see his wife when she also wanted a child. Now that such a miracle had been fulfilled, he could only tell himself that he would not cry. The woman who saw her husband so happy was really delighted. With her beautiful smile, took the hands of her son while saying his name. Ryota Uchida were her words. Editor, Mauve. 9. Breaking the limits. It had been 2 weeks since that battle. Meanwhile, Yukio could not continue training his skills because, suddenly, many demons, fallen angels and angels appeared to investigate what happened. He was still too weak, so he chose to remain in the shades. He spent his days very quiet. At some point, he had the opportunity to meet Irina Shido. At first she was a little scared like all the other children, but after a while, they were very close. When she visited the Hayudo house, the three of them always met but she always spoke very energetically. Yukio compared her to a traveling machine gun. This girl was exactly as they described the anime, really happy and carefree, although sometimes she could be a simpleton. He still liked to talk to her, but not to the point of romance. After all, he was someone who was almost 27 years. So he passed the time. Sometimes he met everyone in his room, Ryota Irina Issei, and they talked together or, rather, they forced him to participate in their conversations. At this moment in Yukio's room, he is doing some push-ups. Since he fought that battle, he felt insecure and wanted to strengthen himself. Since he could not train his skills, he would at least train his body to be able to increase his magical absorption. He used it to break his limits because when he exercised his stats increased slightly, even if his level remained the same that made him still get excited. Because if his stats went up instead of his level, what would happen when his level reached the high rank? He would be a beginner level while his attributes would be in between. Yukio wiped the sweat off his entire body and headed to the bathroom. Today there was something important to do. It was time to start earning some money because he needed several things to fill the dimension because from birth he had never used it. When he saw the entrance to his dimension for the first time it was incredible. A world with a blue sky with trees and mountains everywhere. Although it only had 1,000 square meters, it was beautiful, so he intended to make a house in this place. He got out of the shower and dressed quickly in a simple black shirt with white shorts that he wore while wearing black shoes. He knew he could not spend a lot of time outside, his parents would worry. After all, he was only 7 years old. Walking to the bus stop on a quick way, it did not take long to reach his destination where there was a 6-story building with large letters in the center. World of the game. He already knew that novels, animes, and manga were too poor in this world. Although he knew several manga stories, he really did not know how to draw and make novels, which was very annoying for him, so he decided to recreate a game from his previous lifetime. He used to work as a programmer. It was quite natural that he already knew many good games. At first, he was worried about how he could do business practically being a child, but after so much checking in the system store, he finally found what he needed. He went to an alley when he pulled out an iron brooch which he used on his chest. Soon his appearance changed to his imagination and he appeared as a young man of about 20 years old, brown hair and black eyes, which was really different from his previous appearance. He also changed up his aura, even his clothes. He now wore a black suit. Illusionist brooch. A single-use item that allows changing the user's appearance, aura and suit for 2 hours. He walked quickly and entered the building. He noticed that there was a beautiful girl at the reception. He approached her. The employee raised her head to realize that there was someone in front of her and gave him a professional smile. Good afternoon, sir. How can I help you? I would like to present a game that I created. A game? Well, in that case, please wait there, the girl replied as she pointed to a seat further back. Yukio nodded and sat down and could see that the woman made a call. It was not long before a middle-aged man with black hair and brown eyes arrived. Hello, sir. Who do I have the honor to talk to? Yukio was used to these kinds of presentations. He had to do many times in his previous life. My name is Yukio. He did not name his last name. Anyway, it was not necessary to name him and the middle-aged man did not care, as long as a person has a good enough game. My name is Ichiro Watanabe. I'm in charge of inspecting the games that are delivered to our company. Could you show me your work? Yukio put his hand on the chest of his suit, took out a white disc and gave it to Ichiro quickly, who took it. While the previous girl handed him a laptop, he began to inspect the game. It was really impressive. It far exceeded everything Ichiro had seen. He considered Yukio as a savior of his company, although he was still optimistic on the surface, as several competitive companies robbed some of his programmers, leaving them with few collaborators. Mr. Yukio, do you want to launch this game in our company? Ichiro asked with expectation. From his point of view, if this game launched from his company, it would quickly attract attention, and that was the best at this time. That's why I'm here, do not you think? Yukio replied with a sincere smile, while Ichiro was a bit embarrassed. After all, if he was going to come here and had taught them the game meant he obviously wanted to publish it in this place. Please, in that case, follow me to sign a contract, I'm sure we can reach a good agreement. So they went to a room where they started talking about their collaboration. Yukio told him he had more games in mind, but for now, this one was enough, and when the time comes to launch one more, he would contact him. Ichiro was more than satisfied with this agreement. When they talked about the payment, they had a debate because of the number of profits they would receive, but Yukio did not want to exaggerate things. He just needed a little money, so he only asked for 15%. As for where to deposit it, he did not really have a bank account, so he talked to Ichiro, who quickly made some calls creating an account to his name. Yukio was left speechless, but soon learned that apparently, he has an old friend who is the head of the bank branch. They kept talking and Yukio said goodbye because it had been 4 hours since he left home. His parents would be nervous if he did not arrive soon, so he wrote down Ichiro's number before leaving. When he got home, he was able to see Issei with Irina in the living room while they were watching cartoons. Irina noticed him first, so she got up and ran to him, standing, talking as fast as the machine gun. She was Yukio Onisan. Where were you? Why did you come so late? I told you I was going to visit you. She pouted while Yukio's parents in the kitchen laughed at Irina's behavior. Hey, how do you expect me to answer so many questions if you make them so fast? Yukio placed his hand on Irina's head while rubbing it. Yukio Onisan, don't do that. She shouted, but she did not even show signs of stopping him. For her, every time he did that she felt very happy and spoiled. If yes, then why did you come? Oh, to play. She answered as innocent as the girl she was in the end. Yukio was dragged to play with Irina and Issei. It was not until later in the night he was free when the girl had to go home. Then he went to his room and began to really think about what he had to do now. If I calculate well, once they publish the game, I'll get some profits. The problem is, how the hell do I make a house? It was his biggest obstacle. It was not that someone can make a house overnight and he also cannot hire people. What will he tell the construction workers? Hey, come and create a house. Of course, why not? But I have to tell you that it is in a different dimension. Impossible. Something like that would be serious, but for now, he left it aside and was in no hurry to create his faction. He just wanted money to fill the dimension with some useful things, since he planned to leave for Akeno so that when he rescued her she would not get hurt if a battle started. Regarding this mission, if I don't save Akeno, I will not receive the pieces of God, although without the reward I would still save her, therefore now I have to make myself stronger. He went to his bed and sat cross-legged. Well, it's about time to break my limits. Editor, Mauve. 10. Confession and Visit. Underworld. It's a boy. Sertz was confused and had sent a subordinate to discover the cause of that strange aura that comes from the human world. My lord. He is also human. What? He was perplexed by the words of his subordinate. He turned to a nearby wall and said, go and find out if he is hostile to us. If so, take care of him. Understood. He received a quick response while Sertz was deep in thought. A human with such an aura, no matter where you look at it, something strange is happening. Meanwhile, Yukio did not know he was being watched. Human world, boom. Yukio had managed to break his limits and now he felt very different, as if he had energy in every cell of his body. It was incredible, but unfortunately, he cannot prove his new power with so many demons, angels and everywhere. It would be impossible not to alert them. So he left it for later, while he spent his days exercising. He had bought some gravity bracelets in the store, spending his last tab on them, but it was worth it since they were good equipment that he used every day. About the game, company. World of the Game published it immediately and it sold like hotcakes and gave him profits. Since he had no points to buy Illusionist Brooch, he sent messages to Ichiro Watanabe to buy materials. It was quite comfortable that he did not ask him questions like why he did not do it himself, so he continued to have him send everything to a house had bought. So sometimes he would pick them up and leave them in his dimensional pocket. His days were quite calm, there were no fights or problems, he only attended classes, although sometimes he picked up some materials or bought canned food to keep them inside. He never knew when they would be needed. At that time he was with Irina in his room. It was quite normal since they were always close. As for Issei, these days he has been chasing Cat Ace. Yukio Onisan, are you listening to me? Yes. What do you want? Look, you're not listening to me. She pouted while her two hands were on her hips. She seemed to have copied that position from her mother when she reproached her. Well, my bad, what did you say to me? HMMPF, I'm telling you to go out with me. Going out with you? Where? That's not what I meant. Her face was flushed after his words. Yukio looked at her strangely, but he was not an idiot, he knew what she meant, but they were just children. Is this girl not growing too fast? But decided to mess with her a little. Although they were just children, in the future that would be different and, although Yukio does not admit it, he was very fond of her. He began to feel happy when they were together. He made a confused expression as he spoke. Oh, and what do you mean? You what? Do you feel bad? That's not it. So, I want to be your girlfriend. She said it with a reddish face. It looked like a tomato, and Yukio could not help but laugh a little while listening to her confession. I'm sorry, Irina, but I must reject you. When Yukio's words reached her ears, she shivered a little, feeling ashamed and angry. At the same time she felt hurt. But with his next words, she could not help but burst a little happiness. But maybe if you ask me again in the future, my answer may change. He put his hand on her head as he stroked Irina's hair. She was happy at his gesture and nodded. She did not resist with her red face, but suddenly she ran towards the door, leaving some words behind with a funny expression. I'll see you later, no tomorrow. Yukio, when he noticed that she left the room, laughed a little for her behavior. She is very cute. The system: when can I receive new missions? System ***, depending on the user's situation. Situation? Could you explain? System ***, the missions are activated when the system re-evaluates your abilities and grants you missions with respective ranks. For now only has fulfilled 3 requirements. 3 requirements? Do you mean the 3 missions that you have given me? Also, what is that about ranks? Of the missions that you have given me, none have been classified. System ***, the 3 requirements fulfilled the 3 previous missions. As far as the ranks are not all classified. They are evaluated according to your abilities. If the user were commissioned to kill some demon king while his rank is medium, the mission would be a rank SSS. You will not give me that mission, right? System ***. Hey, why are you staying quiet? System ***, everything depends on the situation. To hell with that. Yukio was really frustrated by what he would do if that mission was launched. It would practically be suicide at the time. He also wanted to change the story, but he did not want to be persecuted all his life for killing a demon king. He also had a plan that needed the demon kings to be alive. When Yukio was having a chat with the system, he felt a sudden presence coming out of his back. He got up quickly with his guard up, really scared of not being able to feel it until it was so close. The worst thing was that he knew the person who appeared, and at this moment he was very afraid. Your senses are very good, Yukio-sama, she spoke in a calm and refined voice, but even so Yukio was still on guard. But as she called him Sama, she should not be an enemy. That's what he was really waiting. Who are you and how do you know me? He already knows her, but it would be stupid to tell her that he knows who she is. My apologies, my name is Grafia Lucifuge, and for the question of how I know you, I have been observing you by order of King Lucifer. Have you been watching me? Sweat began to cover him. He had not even realized they were watching him. In that case, I do not think you're here to kill me. If it was so, you would have already done it. Very smart on your part, but you should calm down. He just gave me the order to keep an eye on you, and see if you are hostile to us. Hostile? Are you asking that to a human? Yukio really felt strange because of her questions. I've seen you kill many demons, but they're just people on the street who have no relationship with us. And for your second question, are you human? Yukio did not understand why she said those words. What do you mean? You are releasing a bit of strange aura which feels quite dangerous. That's why I was sent. Aura? What does she mean? I've been suppressing my aura. System: is there a problem? System ***, the user suppressed his human aura, but should remember that he is not practically just a human but also a dragon. Because the user has not fully awakened his powers yet, he is not aware that he regularly expels a bit of his draconian aura. Wait, if what you're telling me is true, that's why everyone has moved away from me. System ***, yes, it is because of your aura. Although it is barely perceptible to humans, it is still enough to push them to the point of fear. Shit, why have you never told me about this? System ***. System ***, the user never asked. Yukio felt really angry to the point that he wanted to curse the heavens for this, but he calmed down. He had to solve this. While Yukio conversed with his system, Grafia Lucifuge looked at him strangely. She only asked if he was human, but suddenly he was silent, and it was as if he was immersed in thoughts that made her feel uncomfortable. Soon the aura that emerged from the child was suppressed. This surprised her a little. Yukio had found a way to suppress his aura. He looked towards Grafia. He was still alert, as this woman in front is a demon of supreme class. Are you really only here for that? My mission was to verify whether or not Yukio-sama was hostile to us. In that case, you should know the answer. After all, she has been watching him for a long time and should know that he has left demons from Gremory alone, except for the strangers who kill humans. I had already imagined it, but it is still gratifying to hear it from you. Do you want to send a message to King Lucifer? He quickly denied the offer. Grafia nodded and disappeared again. He laid back in his bed thinking about everything that happened. This took me by surprise. He could not help but complain, then sighed and decided to fall asleep. Editor, Mauve. 11. Unexpected gains. He felt really depressed since he woke up. He did not know if they had really stopped watching him or not. It was the trouble of being weak, so he promised to make himself strong so that no one would bother him again. He decided to believe a little in Graphia, so he went to classes. As usual, today he was totally different from the previous days. His aura was suppressed and many children looked at him differently. They were no longer afraid. He felt he was in a zoo, but at least it was better than when they fled. Although nobody came to talk, he did not worry much. He went to class and sat in his seat. As always, Ryota was here very early and sat next to him. "Hey, dude, have you changed your look? You look different." "Not at all. What's that on your hands?" "Oh, I found it lying on the street. Do you want to keep it?" He took it and looked at the book that was old and barely legible, but he still put it in his backpack and soon he would give it a read. "Are you ready for Saturday?" "What for?" he asked confusingly. "Oh, come on, did you forget? I invited you to my father's party." He had really forgotten it. He had so many things to worry about that he didn't remember agreeing to go. "Did you really forget?" "J-j-j-j-j. Calm down if I go. Friend or enemy?" "Seatmate, bastard." The following classes were, as usual, they were both very friendly and he took it equally. It was very mature also in regard to the academics. They both always fought for the first place, which was satisfactory for him, since these subjects were very easy, but Ryota completed them by winning 100 equal points. In sport, the two were always at the top of the class, which gave both of them the confidence of the teachers, in addition to the nickname, Combo Duo, which was embarrassing. When it was lunchtime, he sat down to eat with Ryota, but his magical perception could feel that Irina was watching from the door and seemed nervous. He knew why, so he walked towards her. "Do you want to go in or do you plan on staying like a tree, standing there?" "Who are you calling a tree?" "Of course, I was going to go in alone. I was looking at the pictures at the door." He laughed at her cheap excuse. He took her hand and brought her to his table. Irina had blushed. He rejected her and then told her that if they grew up, she would propose again and maybe accept. Wasn't that to say that they would undoubtedly be a couple? "Oh, Irina-san, would you like to eat with us?" Ryota asked with a smile as Yukio took the little girl's hand. Do you mind, Ryota?" "Comrade, nothing bothers me." As simple as ever, that was what Yukio liked most about him. So the three of them sat down to eat together and talked about games or series, that were common among the three of them because Ryota always brought a lot of series that we shared with each other. Sometimes Yukio looked at Irina. He was happy to have her by his side. At least for now, but he would start to feel a little empty once she moved to England, but it's necessary. Because when she returns, she would bring one of those Excalibur and he needed them for his future plan. It was late and everyone left school. Usually, parents came to pick up their children, but since he proved to be very mature, they stopped coming, which gave him confidence. As for Issei, he always went with Katace and his companions. After a while, Yukio started walking with Irina, who lived in the same direction. "Irina-chan." Irina shuddered at the way she was called and looked back to see a mocking smile from Yukio. "What? You really are a pretty girl. Why, you?" Her face warmed up and she thought of running, but someone took her hand and she saw who he was. "Is this guy making fun of me? Can we go holding hands?" With the best pleading look he could do, he spoke with her. She could not say no. Anyway, she wanted to take his hand. This meant that it was true, in the future they could be a couple. "Yes," she replied quietly, and they kept walking together. It's not that he was a pedophile, it was that he really had too much love and wanted to spend time with her. He was very sentimental with his loved ones. The one he loved the most was his older sister. He wanted to strengthen himself quickly to see her again. POV Irina. Irina, on the other hand, was very happy to be by his side, holding hands. "The first time we saw each other, I was very scared of him, but with the time we talked, I realized that he was very kind to me. I did not understand why I was afraid of him first. After a while, I started to see him as an affectionate older brother. But fate had a different plan for me because I ended up feeling greater affection for him and had not planned to tell him, but my father told me that we would soon leave and I did not know when I would be back. I had to do it now, and that's where my confession came from. I felt a little hurt when he did not accept my confession. I may just be a child, but my feelings are absolutely real. When I come back, I will be with him no matter what." We arrived where the road is divided. This was where we had to say goodbye. We both looked at each other and I could see his eyes fixed on our hands and had an expression of resignation. It made me feel happy, but we had to go back to our homes. "Yukio, ***, then I'll see you tomorrow, Irina-chan. Be careful." Yukio, "Yes, you too. Will we eat together again?" "No problem, hehe." Yukio, "See you tomorrow." I saw Yukio leave and decided to also leave, but not without hearing a sudden shout. "Yukio, Irina-chan, I love you." Then he escaped very quickly. It surprised me, and my face got hot. I could not help but smile when I turned around muttering, "There are too many people here. Idiot." POV Graphia. I had told him that I would not be watching him anymore, but it turned out that I told him a little lie. After all, we did not know if he was reliable and he wanted to assure me, but many events surprised me. This child was really human. His parents were normal workers and without magic. They also seemed to have no knowledge of what their child does. Also in school, he was a good student, having only one friend, and from the girl with whom he just said goodbye I could see that his relationship with her was not just friendship. In the end, I had been watching him find out how strong he was at such a young age, but he only exercised normally, which I found strange, also that he never fought against wandering demons again. Shall I pay him a visit? I couldn't avoid my curiosity at the end, and I looked for him again in his room. The scene was like the previous one. Was he afraid of me? I introduced myself again anyway. Yukio-sama, were you sent to keep an eye on me again? Graphia-san. I could tell that he was looking for my approval on how to name myself, which I didn't really care about, and just nodded. No, I actually wanted to ask you, why you didn't take care of the wanderers outside. Yukio, do you mean those who escaped from home? Graphia, you're right, these days they have been very active. After everyone found out that the supposed demon slayer disappeared, their numbers had increased. Yukio, I can't, it would really be impossible for me. Since that battle, there are many demons, angels and fallen angels at least in the middle ranks trying to investigate what happened. Actually what he was saying was true. I have been feeling the auras around me, and quite possibly with any fuss they will go like bees to honey, but I had an idea. Graphia, in this case, what about if I accompany you? I will not bother anyone in the battles, but I will keep anyone who tries to get close away. Immediately I could see how his eyes shone with my words. This child, is he a lover of battles? Well, Yukio, that's enough. When are we going? I could see that he was quite impatient. He reminded me of my little sister-in-law when she found a toy. Graphia, at midnight I'll come to look for you. Yukio, then I will wait for you. I could see a sincere smile. This guy was quite simple. Quickly I left. I actually had to report this to King Lucifer. It was already midnight when I was next to the child and we were on a roof. This little one seems quite cheerful and energetic. Was it because he could not fight all this time? Yukio, can I go? He anxiously asked me. Graphia, yes, I will hide in the shadows. Remember, I will not help you in your battle. Losing or winning, your life is in your hands. He simply nodded and ran. I followed him for a few minutes while jumping over the ceilings. I assured him that if someone approached, I would send my aura to get the approacher away. It was very easy with my rank. I soon realized that the boy met a demon. He was mid-rank and I thought he would only look for the lower ranks anyway. I watched him closely. Apparently, he loves the fight. I saw how his fight began. It was quite impressive. He dodged very well several fatal attacks, leaving only small cuts of the sword of the demon to touch him. I had noticed his healing before, but to see him now was ridiculous. In a matter of minutes his wounds were closed. His martial arts went very well with those 2 silver gloves that he had on his fists. Each blow was devastating and, along with his speed ability, made the demon have a difficult time. I could hear his voice from afar. Yukio, come on. Cannot you do more? Give me your best shot. I want to experience. Experience. Was he asking for experience? In that case, what he was talking about was that he wanted to learn to fight. Definitely, this boy loved battles. Then I could see how he was fighting several demons and they fell at his feet. This made me want to give him a nickname. At least I'll first talk to Lord Lucifer. So 4 hours passed, and during this time 30 demons and 10 fallen angels lost their lives. I really did not care. They were not my people and they were just fugitives. I saw him trying to look through the ceilings. I think he was looking for me, so I showed up and he approached me with a big smile. Yukio, thank you Graphia-san. He thanked me so honestly. I suppose he felt repressed, but his aura was stronger now. He also felt different. Graphia, you have nothing else to do now. Yukio, not really, I have plans. It's already 4 in the morning, I have to go to bed to attend classes. What about you? Graphia, I will return to the underworld. Would you like me to send a message to King Lucifer? I saw him think for a moment and he turned to me. Yukio, just tell him I don't really have any enmity with him, I just want to live freely. I was speechless. Any enemy would say that he would not have enmity and then stab him in the back, but seeing his sincere look, I knew it's true, so I really took it seriously. I was going to turn around to leave, but he talked to me. Yukio, Graphia-san, would you accept this? He takes out a small red sphere that looks like a candy, but I could feel some kind of energy inside. I looked at it with a confused look. He could see my expression of, and what the hell is that? Yukio, this is a demonic refining pill. It will help the one who eats it to absorb the mentioned energy. I recommend you to do it in the underworld where it is full of demonic energy. Once again I was speechless. For the first time since I was born, I never heard of a pill like that. I had doubts. Graphia, is it really like you say? Yukio, why would I deceive you? I saw him shrug his shoulders and letting go of an honest smile, so I didn't care about his words. I stretched my hand and received the pill. I felt some compressed energy inside. Graphia, is it safe? Yukio, 100% safe. I advise you to use it wisely. Graphia, may I know where you got such a pill? Yukio, can I keep my business secret? I saw him scratching his head with an awkward expression that I could not help but smile a little at his behavior that looked a bit like Surtsk's. Graphia, well, I'll trust you. I'll see you later Yukio-sama. Yukio, leave that. Sama is really hard to digest. Graphia, do you find it difficult? Yukio, very difficult, just call me Yukio at least. I smiled at his suggestion. He was a very funny child. Well, little Yukio, I'm leaving. I opened the portal to the underworld, then I saw him greeting me and I returned the gesture, the only thing I had in mind. Now I'll talk to Lord Lucifer to introduce him to the Grimoire. maybe I can make him her subordinate. Yukio POV. When I saw the departure of Graphia, I went immediately to my house. It was already 4 o'clock and the sun would come out soon, at least I wanted to rest a little. In fact, with my speed it did not take long to get there. Anyway, I was close and I went to bed while checking the system. I couldn't help but have a smile when I saw my great harvest. I really have Graphia to thank for her help. The achievement of getting 8,423 chips was really exciting because before I was in misery, but suddenly I earn enough. I'm tempted to tell her to help me again, hehe, if possible. Editor, Mauve. 12, Party 1. It was early in the morning after fighting, that he had a few hours ago. He now felt really full of energy. He didn't know if he had a change when he came to this world, but the battles were too exciting for him. So much so he couldn't stop wanting to fight even though his opponents were strong. He got out of bed and went to bathe. When he arrived at the academy, everything was as usual, except for the new looks they sent him. He was not very interested in talking to other people. He followed the way to his classroom and sat in his seat. At lunchtime, he wanted to have lunch alone with Irina. Ryota created an excuse to leave us. He was a good companion. Yukio, Irina-chan, would you like to go to a party with me? Irina, a party? From whom? She asked curiously. Yukio, the thing is that Ryota invited me to a party at his house and said he could invite someone. He lied a little, but it's not like Ryota cares if he invited someone else. Irina, really? Do you want to take me there? Irina felt sweet inside at the idea that he wanted to take her. Yukio, isn't that why I ask you? Hehe. Irina, it's okay. So they kept talking about several things between the two. He could see that Irina was not as nervous as the previous time. When it was time to leave, they went together like they used to, but this time they had their hands together and he was telling her some jokes from his past life, making her laugh a little. When he separated from Irina, he felt that he was forgetting something important, but he could not know what it really was. Soon some voices got him out of his thoughts. Girl, Yaiko-Nasan, why don't we go home? I'm tired. Yaiko, little girl, don't be like that. Mama will be back soon and we have to buy food for dinner. The girl put on a bad face but still followed her older sister along the way. Yukio thought they were good sisters, at least until something flashed in his head. Kurika and Chiron. Those two sisters, if his memory was not wrong, at this moment they should be in the Underworld, and he did not remember exactly when Kuriko killed their master. Yukio, I will ask Graphia to take me to the Underworld, or I can ask for help to find them. If I find them now, that would change the story and could save them. It would be to kill two birds with one stone. Just when I was thinking that. System ding, the user has activated a mission. Save the Nekomata sisters. Reward, beginner in forging. Yukio. Maybe he should have said 3 in one shot. As he got home, he saw Issei talking to his parents, so he approached. Mr. Hayata, how was the class, son? Yukio, it went well. Why are you all gathered here? He was actually curious to see everyone sitting at the table when it's not even dinner time. Mr. Hayata, oh, this is because your little brother got some celebration. Ms. Hayata, exactly, he has achieved the unthinkable, so we are deciding a good reward. Issei, don't say it like that. He didn't really understand his words, but for some reason, he felt curious. Yukio, what exactly did he accomplish? He saw his parents take a breath as they let go of the magic words. Mr. Hayata/Ms. Hayata, Katase agreed to be his girlfriend. Yukio. He was really speechless. Maybe he was wrong. In this world, were childhood courtships normal? Is it normal for a 7-year-old to have a girlfriend? He made a forced smile and raised his thumb towards Issei. Yukio, well done Issei. He could see how nervous he was, which gave me some laughter, and his perverted behavior from the series apparently wouldn't be here. After talking with his family for a while, he went back to his room and had some things to do, threw his backpack aside as he took a seat in a nearby chair to talk to the system. System, can you suggest to me what could help me to strengthen myself right now? System ding, it is possible to accept the user's request, but note that it will be based solely on the fighting style of the host. Well, it doesn't matter, show me everything that can help me now. System ding, user analysis. He felt like someone was looking through the thoughts in his head for a few moments. System ding, analysis completed. System ding, below will be shown the following items which can help the user. System, blood stimulating pill. A pill capable of stimulating the blood to have it awaken. Keep in mind that you can only absorb 2 per month, 2 pills mean 1% awakened. System, bleeding shield. A bracelet that can be transformed when you supply mana, will be transformed into a fully red blood shield capable of covering any attack, materialized during a 3-second note that can be used twice a day. System, sacred technique. A technique used by exorcists to fight against evil beings. The user can absorb sacred mana in level 6, also impregnates aura in his fists upon reaching the 10th level. System, holy clothing. A suit worn by ancient exorcists, increases resistance by 10 points, strength 10 points, agility 10 points, and mana by 1,000 points. The costume was the same as the black sleeveless Shinigami's. With a belt with the appearance of a white rope and a white cape on its back with the number 1, see Kensei Megurama of Bleach, you will understand what I mean. Seeing everything that was suggested to him, his lips contracted. They were useful but expensive, but he knew they would serve him and he would need them. The sacred technique was going to be very useful to him when he fought against any dark being, and he must admit that in this world he will fight without end against them. Besides, the clothing has incredible options. As for the shield and the pill, it was not necessary to think much. It was obvious that he needed them. Yukio, well, I'll buy all of them. System ding. The user has purchased the above items. The user's current balance is 3,540 token. Yukio, I hope that Graphia returns soon or I will run out of chips soon. Seeing the good side of things, now I can attend the inauguration of the new company in Kyoto. Ichiro Watanabe invited him to introduce himself, but because he had no way to buy illusionist brooch, he had left it aside. It will be Sunday also with my current speed along with light steps. To come and go will be a piece of cake, and I will invent an excuse for my parents. He looked out the window and could see the dark sky. He went a little closer, feeling something empty in his heart. 8 years ago since he came into this world, he wanted to know what she would be doing now. Yukio, are you doing well? Layla. The next morning, he woke up early on Saturday, the day he promised to go to Ryata's father's party. Then he bathed. HR had already informed his mother that it was a formal party, so she bought him a black suit. He had to say that it was weird to see a child in this type of suit, but he had to admit that he looked pretty good. He had breakfast quickly, and when he left he noticed Ryata standing next to a car. There was also a man by his side. Ryata, hey. Dude, what's taking you so long? Yukio, it's only 6 o'clock, what time have you been here? Ryata, actually I just got here, I just wanted to bother you, hehe. He felt a vein in his forehead but he put up with it. This kid was pretty funny. He noticed that he also had a suit, so my mother's choice was correct. He got in the car, they went to Irina's house, and as he had imagined, Ryata did not care that he invited her. They arrived at the front of Irina's house, and when Yukio got out of the car he saw her. He had to admit that she was too beautiful in a white dress. He lifted a thumb mentally and couldn't help remembering how beautiful it would be in the future when he approached her. Yukio, you look beautiful. He couldn't help but say it. In the end, she blushed strongly. Irina, thank you. She replied quietly. Soon he heard a voice from a woman and followed the direction of the voice just to see who it was. An adult version. Irina. Shit, it was her mother. Mrs. Shido, are you little Yukio? He was perplexed that she knew his name but introduced himself. Yukio, yes, nice to meet you, ma'am. He didn't know why, but her smile gave him chills. Mrs. Shido, I see, Irina has told us many things about you, will you take care of her for us? His gaze focused on Irina, who was tilting her head in a blush. He could not help but tremble a little at her words. He knew exactly what she meant, so he could not keep quiet. Yukio, I'll make sure to take care of her. Mrs. Shido, that's good, have fun in that case. He saw her close the door of the house. He really did not want to stay here any longer. He grabbed Irina's hand and got into the car. When they entered, the three of them sat down and we went to the party, but I felt the look of Irina the whole time. He decided to ignore her for now while taking her little hand. Yukio, does this count as parental acceptance? Editor, Mauve. 13, Party and Surprise. They arrived quickly to the residence of Ryata. It was quite spacious and had an incredible door. Actually it seemed more like a dojo than a mansion. Although it was surrounded by many guards, he imagined that they must be Yakuza. Yukio, hey Ryata, is it not really too much? Ryata, not at all. In reality, the security is quite low at this moment. Although he said that, this place looked like a fortress secured by several guards, at least in the sight of a simple human being, impenetrable. They entered the residence. As they were friends of Ryata, the guards did not ask them any questions. They went to the place where Ryata's father was. You finally arrived, son. Did you bring your companions? He was a big man and had several scars on his body, typical of Yakuzas. Ryata, yes, I present them to you. He pointed out, this is Yukio Hayudo. I already spoke with you before, my comrade, and the one next to him is Irina Shido. So this young man is Hayudo-chan. Then he heard a voice from his back. He could see a beautiful woman approaching them. He did not have to think long to realize that she was Ryata's mother. Yukio/Irina, nice to meet you, Mr. and Mrs. Uchida. Ms. Uchida, but you children are very polite. I thank you for taking care of my son. Yukio, not at all, after all, we're friends. Yukio noticed that the lady smiled a little. He could also feel Irina squeezing his hand. He guessed she was nervous. Ms. Uchida, is that so? Are you two together? Her words took him out of his thoughts and Irina blushed. Well, it was normal. He himself was also embarrassed a little, but he responded calmly. Yukio, no, at least until the future. His answer was brief but surprised the lady a bit. She smiled at us and guided them towards the father and son. They talked for a few minutes, but since they were the ones who prepared the occasion, they had to take care of the other guests, therefore they left. Since they were all adults, it was not a party where they could fit in, so they stole some snacks, going to Ryata's room. Ryata, this book was brought by my father. He offered him a book which was really normal among the two of them. In his case, he always read them. It was something that raised his intelligence statistics, which clarified his thoughts and ended up giving him advantages in battles. Yukio, her father will not scold you or anything. Ryata, you worry too much. I have too many on the shelf and he will never realize that one is missing. Since he took the book in his hands, he noticed that it was quite old, which reminded him that in the previous class he gave him a book that he kept in his backpack. Maybe when I get home I could check both books. Irina, Ryota-san, what's that? He followed her finger that pointed to a box in the corner of the room, while he also looked at Ryota waiting for his answer. Ryota, it's a gift from my father. Do you want to see it? They both looked at each other and nodded. A gift from a Yakuza to his son. What would it be? They walked to the corner and opened the box, like he thought it would not be a normal gift. Inside there was a katana. Is this considered a gift? Irina, whoa, it's very pretty. Yukio, do you consider this kind of thing a gift? He considered it strange. Maybe he should give her something similar. But Irina waved her head at my question. Actually my father keeps a sword at home, but he does not let me see it. It's very annoying. She inflated her cheeks while touching the handle of the katana. A sword at home? Right, how could I forget it? That was truly a sacred sword. I wanted to steal it but I better leave it like that. It could bring me big problems. Besides I love Irina. If her parents discovered that I stole such a treasure. But soon I found another problem. Evaluation. Melee-type weapon. Katana. Range. Attack. Ability. Your level does not meet the requirements to evaluate this object. His eyes fell on Ryota who was playing on the computer. What the hell is this? How can his evaluation not know anything about this object, which means that it was classified by higher levels? What did that mean? He tormented his brain for a few minutes but could not deduce anything. Was it really a coincidence? He tried to touch the handle of the sword but several notifications jumped on him. System **ding** object has been detected. System **ding** the user is too weak to use the object. System **ding** the user is advised not to touch the object. What? System, what happens if I touch it? System **ding** your soul will be transferred to the target to pass your test. At this moment the user is very weak and will die instantly. His lips twitched and sweat formed on his back. He almost died of just touching a sword. No, the most important thing was that this simple sword was in possession of Ryota, who had said it was a gift from his father. Irina, Yukio-kun, are you okay? You look pale. Her words took him out of his thoughts and he could see that she was worried, so he left this for another occasion, but still, he would have to find a way to discover something about this sword. Yukio, oh, do not worry, it's nothing. Would you like to play together? Irina, yes. He could see her smile, so he moved the problems away for another occasion, took her hand and went to play between the three the new game. It was his game. /POV Graphia /M. I returned to the Underworld and, as soon as I arrived, I went to King Lucifer. I had to inform him of everything that had happened, in addition to trying to present the heiress of Gremory and could establish good relations and also to turn that child into a piece. I was in front of a door and I knocked twice and very soon a voice came from within, therefore I entered. There were two men, one was King Lucifer and, at his side, a middle-class demon. She really did not know who he was, but in order to meet Sertz in that way, he must be someone important. Graphia, report. I specified my work. After all, I did not know if I could say it in front of this person. Sertz, go ahead, do not worry about my partner. Since he gave me his approval, I began to tell what had happened. I could see their faces of surprises and a little acceptance towards the child. Hajajaj, he's an awesome young man. The man next to the king started to laugh a little loud. Sertz, he's truly a jewel. Are you sure that the more he fought the stronger he was? Graphia, yes sir, I could see that his aura and strength rose between more battles he fought, even his speed and attacks were harder to follow for all his enemies. Sertz, I'm surprised. The important thing is he hostile or an ally? Graphia, in fact, I have a message to King Lucifer. I have no enmity with any of you, I just want to live my life freely without worries, were his words. I could feel a silence in the room, maybe because those words are used by anyone who wants to hurt in the shadows, but I trust that Yukio meant it. Sertz, what is your opinion of all this? He spoke to the man next to him as if he was looking for some advice. I say it's interesting. He could even be a good specimen. Sertz, no, I don't want him to be used as a specimen. I want to raise him to see how far his strength can go. Maybe he can be a good piece for the demonic side. I see, it's a pity in that case. I did not like the way this guy talked, but I could not do anything, but wait for the words of King Lucifer. Sertz, is he reliable? I thought about it a bit and in my mind, I saw everything that happened while I watched him. Besides, when we met, he was not a bad child, he was strong but not arrogant and he knew his limits, although he loved the battles too much, so I decided to answer sincerely. Graphia, yes, I think he is a reliable person and I would like to be able to present him to the heir of Gremory to form bonds so you can turn him into a piece. There was a silence in the room. I knew that King Lucifer was very overprotective with the heir of Gremory, but I heard a sigh. Sertz, you take care of her, do not let anything happen to her. I nodded quickly. Graphia, then if there is nothing else I will retire. I took a few steps to retire, but soon I remembered something that Yukio had given me and I did not really know if it was safe, but I was trusting his words. Graphia, actually sir, this was given to me by the child. I quickly took out that red sphere. Sertz, what is that? I feel compressed energy inside. Where did that child get that object? Graphia, he did not tell me, he just gave it to me as a gift for helping him. Sirtsks, what's wrong? Do you know what that is? I'm not completely sure, but it should be medicine to facilitate the destruction of mana in the body. I think I'm trying to do something similar. I could hear their conversation, but the information provided by Yukio was different, therefore, I raised my hand. It would be rude to do so, but it was necessary to say it now. Sirtsks, what's wrong? Graphia, actually the information that was given to me was different. Different? Explain please. Graphia, it is a refining pill. It will absorb the demonic energy of the air, introducing it in your body, increasing the mana. He said it was better to use it in the underworld since it is full of demonic mana. I noticed how the two became really serious. I also knew that if it turned out to be true, it would be a very important pill for our species, and it is something that we should definitely get. Sirtsks, quickly bring someone to do the test. I was surprised that he wanted to make the test so easy, but I quickly went to look for a prisoner. It did not take long to return to the room with a demon who was imprisoned. Sirtsks, please start. I put the pill in his mouth and nothing happened. I thought it was just a lie, but soon I felt that the mana of the air was forced into that demon's body. It was incredible. His mana levels increased in a matter of seconds and his previous injuries healed. I had to knock him out quickly so he would not cause problems. Lord Lucifer and that man by his side were deep in thought. Lucifer broke the silence. Sirtsks, I need you to take care of it properly, and when you take Rias, make sure you let her know that she has to form a friendship with that child. That's all, you can retire. I left the room. I knew that if the pill was real, that child would be hunted by several demons, but when King Lucifer told me to take care of him, that meant that he is now under the protection of the Grimoire, and I no longer felt any worries. The reason that I had approached this young man was that he was like my little son. I hope your future is wonderful, Yukio-kun. Editor, Mauve. 14. Meeting. After he left Ryata's house, he still had that sword in mind and how his father could get it. He did not feel any power over him. He was a simple ordinary human, so he did not understand anything. He decided to find out no matter what where he got it, but for now, he had left it. After all, it was already Sunday. He had to go to Kyoto for the opening of the new building of Company World of the game. Since the sale of his game, he had been earning much money. Even to a ridiculous level, he was always invited to events or meetings, but he rejected them. After all, he was not going to spend on so many illusionist brooches. He had been jumping between several roofs. He admitted that going by train would be more relaxing, but if he did that he would lose a lot of time, and he had told his parents that he would be with Ryata at his home. It was already 11 o'clock in the morning when he arrived in Kyoto. The inauguration was at 3:30, so he decided to go sightseeing. He had to admit that this place was beautiful in this world, that there were better buildings and stores, that it also had a mystical air, or maybe because he changed since he got here that he saw it that way. His eyes rested in a store that was old but sold items like jewelry, so he decided to buy something for Irina. He knew that in a few weeks she will go to England and he wanted to give her something special. Hi, ma'am, could you show me the pendants? She looked at him strangely. He knew that this would happen. What would happen if a child came to your store saying the same thing? Child, are you trying to steal from me? The lady turned her gaze towards the entrance of the store. It had already happened before, but for the first time, a child was sent. Not really, I just wanted to see the jewels. He knew this would be difficult if he did not prove that he was telling the truth, so he pulled out his notebook with his card. He wanted to buy the jewelry as quickly as possible. What's that? A notebook. She looked at the notebook for a while and after a second her hands shook. Well, anybody would have the same reaction with the amount of money that's in there. Boy, what kind of pendants are you looking for? There was a big change in her behavior, but he didn't care. I guess one for a girl, would want it to be pretty but not so flashy. She quickly looked under the counter for a while when she pulled out a pendant with a silver rope that has a purple emerald in the center. What do you think of this? It's a nice pendant that I recently received. It's perfect for a lady. He knew it was a nice pendant, but the thing is that there were two things to say about it. First, the color was to match Irina's beautiful eyes, and on the second it would be this. Evaluation. Type, pendant. Rank, B. Agility, 5. Strength, 5. Bonuses, 2 luck. Passive ability, when the bearer is in danger without protection, a barrier will be activated around him blocking the incoming attacks. A pendant created by a blacksmith for his eternal love. Isn't it very timely? Is it because of my good luck stats? Child, is something wrong? The lady had a curious look. Oh no, how much does it cost? The price is 60,000 rubies, do you accept it? He wasn't an idiot. He could see that in the box where it came out was a label that said 50,000, but he really didn't care. He passed his card through the scanner and verified the amount on the computer, so he received the pendant but not before saying a few words. Thank you and keep the change. The lady was confused by the boy's words but understood that he realized that she lied to him on the price and felt really embarrassed. Thank you. She whispered in a low tone. But with his current level, of course, he could clearly hear it. He smiled and left. He was very pleased to have received such an article, but he did not understand why something like this was in a store like this. When he left the store he thought he was going to eat a little. He was hungry but felt several auras. His gaze fell on several people jumping between some buildings. Author, are you Spider-Man? I always wanted to say that XD. Forcing his eyes, he noticed the figures were apparently chasing someone. When his eyes fell on the people they were chasing, he couldn't help but help them quickly. Using light steps, he disappeared from the place. These were only medium and low ranks. He took one by the neck and disappeared. The others didn't even notice that one of their own disappeared. Persecutor, surrender. Give yourself up, now is your last chance. He heard a scream, and it was the man behind the two escaping figures. He had to accelerate his movements against the others. Soon, when they came to an open field, there was no other place to jump and the two escaping figures could no longer escape them. The woman was wounded and the girl in her arms seemed to have lost consciousness. Tracker, Heijo, were you not so proud before? Now you are in this state, did you not fall too low? Shut up. The only thing you know is how to do low tricks, you scum. Persecutor, you bitch. You use such words, being a filthy yokai you are not qualified for that. Why are you attacking us? My faction has never had a problem with you. Persecutor, it is true as you say, you have never had any problem with us, but we do not like your faction, that is why we have to eliminate all of you dirty yokai. Haha. He really had an annoying laugh. Persecutor, but rejoice, at least you'll die with your daughter. Don't you think it's a good ending? You are a bastard. You will see that I will not go out without. In fact, she thought that she would continue her insults, but suddenly she noticed that the people who came for her were no longer there. They defeated her because they used her daughter as a shield as well as a strange ability that made her really weak. But now this guy was alone, that meant a chance to escape. Persecutor, come on, don't be discouraged, I will let you enter a new life. When you are reborn, make sure you are born in better circumstances. Haha. Kill them now. He shouted his orders, waiting to see this yokai die along with her daughter, but after a few seconds he felt that something was wrong. He turned his head only to see no one. Persecutor, what is this? Did they escape? Impossible, we were winning. He muttered, a little scared. He knew in what position he was, and he had to escape, at least that was his attempt, but he heard a voice. Yukio, don't worry, you'll meet your friends soon. Send them my regards. Puff. A watery sound came to the ear of those present, only to notice a hand grasping the heart of the man. Persecutor, WNU. He spit blood and his eyes were lifeless when he laid on the floor like a doll. Suddenly everything went silent. The woman had seen completely what the child could do. He killed the man as if he was a simple rag doll. Also, his aura was not much behind in front of those mid-ranked demons. He wiped his hands with a handkerchief from his dimensional pocket and approached the woman sitting on the floor along with her daughter. Do you come to finish the same work as them? She knew that no one saved people just because they could. This child wanted to do something, but she saw him shake his head. Yukio, I thought you were hurt, but I don't understand how they could hurt you. You being so strong, I have to assume it was due to some circumstances. You jumped in to help me just because I was hurt. You think you're a hero. He rubbed his nose while doing a superhero pose. Yukio, when evil comes between good, there I will be showing my power. He felt embarrassed, but it was to lighten the atmosphere and he saw that it worked. What's your name? Yukio, Judge, my name is Yukio and you. She seemed submerged in her thoughts and got up while carrying the little girl in her arms. Nice to meet you, Yukio-kun. My name is Yasaka. Editor, Mauve. 15, Meeting 2. After talking with Yasaka while they were going to her base, he could understand the situation. It turned out that these guys who were chasing her had captured her daughter when she came to rescue her. She was surprised by a suppression skill that they used among all those who were chasing her. He had to admit that it had to be too incredible to be able to take someone of high rank to such a state. The strange thing is that he didn't know this new faction that rose against the yokai, so he thought that the future would change due to his actions. They quickly reached a deserted place, or at least he believed that, until they crossed some barrier. He was surprised. Yukio, incredible. Yasaka, haven't you seen a barrier like this before? Yukio, no. I haven't really seen anything except what a normal human would see. Yasaka was perplexed how it would be possible that someone at his rank wouldn't experience things like this, but saved her questions for later. At this moment her daughter was hurt. Yasaka, for now let's go in. Sorry I can't give you a nice welcome, but bear it for now. He quickly shook with his hand and smiled. You do not have to welcome me. Experiencing this type of barrier in itself is already a reward. Yasaka felt that this child was quite funny and smiled at him as they moved forward. After a few minutes of walking, he took him to what appeared to be a large room. Yasaka went to take his daughter to be checked while he sat in a free place to talk to the system. System, how much have I changed the future? System, ding, analyzing. System, user has changed 20% of the future. Ugh, so little. I thought I had done well until now. System, note that the gears are beginning to reform because the user has not caused a big change. They are trying to return to their origins. I see, that means that if I take with me someone who is supposed to be bad in the future towards the path of good, will the gears change? System, yes, you must still change all the gears until you reach 100%, if not each one will return to the starting point, destroying and reaffirming the infinite cycle. It's hard. At least I have some knowledge about this world, but because I keep making changes I don't really know if my plans will keep going. Well, let's hope and see later. Yasaka, Yukio-kun. He saw Yasaka enter the hall. She had a bandaged arm. He imagined she suffered some injuries. Yukio, is something wrong? Yasaka, oh no, it's the opposite. I want to thank you for saving me in that difficult moment. If it hadn't been for your help my daughter would have left this world together with me. He saw her smile bitterly, he felt a little sad seeing her like this. Yukio, don't worry. Does it hurt? He pointed to her bandaged arm. Yasaka, are you worrying about me? She asked in a confusing manner, as a human caring about a yokai is strange. What a weird child. Yukio, I would lie if I said no. Would you mind accepting this? He took out a healing pill that cost him 500 tokens but he knew it will be worth it. Yasaka, what is that? Her curiosity was triggered by that green sphere that was releasing energy. Yukio, it's a healing pill that will help you heal your arm. He looked at her and could see her caution, so he smiled hollowly. It's not like I'm going to poison you after saving you. Yasaka could feel her face getting hot because that's what she was thinking, but she applauded and took the pill in one gulp. Soon she felt strange energy traveling inside her body. She was a little scared but realized that this child for some reason saw her with a loving and attentive look. The sensation inside her body was refreshing when soon her arm felt completely healed. She was surprised and looked at this child in front of her. Yukio, if you keep looking at me like that, I'll be embarrassed, you know. Yasaka, cough, excuse me. Could I know exactly what that pill was? Yukio, I don't mind telling you but. Yasaka, is it private? If so, I won't force you. He felt like Yasaka really wasn't a bad person and when he wanted to tell her there came to noise. Yukio, actually when I saved you I was thinking about going to eat, therefore. Gur, she heard his stomach growling. Yasaka, hajajaja, you just had to say it before. I'll make something for you. He was really embarrassed. In the middle of lunch he told Yasaka about the healing pill. She was a very funny and sincere woman. When he thought about leaving, she wondered if he still had some healing pills, offering me a lot of money. He knew it was for her daughter, so in fact, he gave it for free. The only thing he asked her was to keep in touch. He liked to chat with her, but he had to leave because the meeting would start soon and he had already promised that he would attend. The meeting was very typical. They thanked him for publishing his work in their company or for asking him if he was going to launch a new one. He only half answered. He did not want to bother with that, but he told them that soon he would send another game that would make everyone happy after his wallet got fat. Taking advantage of the fact that there was still time before the brooch was worn out, he decided to go to the bank. He wanted to have cash and ended up making a massive withdrawal that surprised the manager, but he told him he had come with a car. Therefore, he did not ask, although it was really a lie. He put it in his dimensional pocket while he disappeared from the place using light steps. It's not like he stole it, it's that he knew he'd be watched when he left. It was annoying. When he got home, his parents greeted him as usual. He did not see Issei. He assumed he would be with Katace, and they introduced him to her, and she was a very strict and polite girl if you asked him. He entered his room and wanted to rest after this arduous day but he heard a sudden voice. And when he saw those who were there, he knew he wouldn't have his happy rest. POV Yasaka, boom. I am Yasaka, leader of the Kyoto faction. I will not say much about myself if it was not for my situation and my encounter with an interesting child. At that moment I was surrounded by several subjects who threw some kind of skill together against me. It was really strong enough to weaken me to the point that I was hurt by simple demons of medium level even. Still I did not surrender. They had captured my daughter and I had to save her with all my will. Finally I made my way to my little girl, taking her in my arms while I escaped. I could hear their screams as they followed me. You won't escape. Don't run away, dirty yokai. They only know how to speak well. Is that how a leader behaves? Hahaha, fleeing weak enemies than scum. Their insults actually made me angry in the best possible way, but I wasn't going to stop if it wasn't for that strange ability. I could have won, but now carrying my daughter in my arms it would be impossible to win, so I kept running as fast as possible, but I was very hurt. I didn't know how much time had passed since I started to run away, but my wounds were getting worse and sometimes they hit me with magic. I wanted to try to transform myself, but if I did, I knew that I could endanger my daughter, so I kept on running. I still heard the leader of the group yell at me. Persecutor, surrender. Surrender now, dirty yokai, now is your last chance. I wanted to kill them all. I kept running until we reached an open field and I could not continue like this. I had no strength, and I was bleeding so much that I would probably lose consciousness. That's when the leader of the group arrived before he stopped in front of me. Persecutor, Heijo, were you not so proud before? Now you are in this state, did you not fall too low? Yasaka, shut up. The only thing you know is how to do low tricks. They're scum. Persecutor, you bitch. You use such words. Being a filthy yokai, you are not qualified for that. Yasaka, why are you attacking us? My faction has never had a problem with you. Persecutor, it's true, as you say you have never had any problem with us, but we do not like your faction, that is why we have to eliminate all of you dirty yokai, haha. Persecutor, but rejoice, at least you'll die with your daughter, don't you think it's a good ending? Yasaka, you're a bastard. You will see that I will not go out without. I wanted to continue insulting him, but I had realized that his companions were nowhere to be found and I heard an order to be murdered together with my daughter. I squeezed her hard to try to protect her, but after a while, nothing really happened. I could hear him muttering something as he turned around ready to run. I did not understand what was happening, but soon everything changed when a small child tore his heart out. What happened is that for a few seconds I did not see a child, but a young man. I did not know if it was because my eyes were deceiving me, maybe it was fatigue. Anyway, I tried to get away a little, but I was very tired, I could not do anything. He approached me and began to talk to me. I did not know why he adopted such a strange posture with such cheesy words, but he made me laugh and the tension in my body relaxed. He offered to help me and I accepted willingly. I saw no bad intentions in his eyes and I felt safe by his side, so I showed him the way while protecting me. At some point we began to talk. Yasaka, why did you really do it? Yukio, what do you mean? Yasaka, I'm talking about saving us. I don't know you and you could not have done it on a simple whim. I saw him smirk at my words. I really felt like hitting him, but his next sentence made me shudder. Yukio, I guess because I found you so beautiful, it would be a shame if you died. I was speechless. I knew it was a child, but even so I felt happy for his compliment. Since I did not want to continue with the subject, I decided not to respond. I brought him to my base's hiding place. I did not care if he knew where it was. Anyway, I had already recovered a bit. If we had a fight I could easily win. I took him to a room and then I took my daughter inside to cure her. Is it really safe to bring that human here? Please, consider this is totally dangerous. We should capture him and find out his motives. Yasaka, though, don't do anything to him. He saved me and it's a debt that I have to pay. If you attack him, it will be taken as a betrayal towards me. I didn't know why, but I felt a bit upset with the way they talked about the child. He saved me and I had to repay him. I left that place to enter the main hall. I saw him sitting and I approached. When his gaze passed over my arm, I saw the sadness in his eyes and I could not help asking if he was worried, and his answer was yes. I felt something warm in my chest. Since we met, he has been showing concern for me. I could not understand this human. Soon we spoke a little more and I felt very comfortable with this child. His age was like that of my daughter but his way of speaking seemed like a total adult. Soon after he gave me a strange pill that cured all my wounds in seconds, which impressed me and I asked him to tell me about it. At first I thought he would not, but he told me the finest detail. I felt very happy with his way of being. Yukio, it's time to go, I have some things to do. When he said he was leaving, I did not want to let him go. We barely knew each other, but he felt like an old friend of a lifetime. I liked to chat together. Yasaka, cannot you come back later? I was ashamed of my question. Yukio, no. As you can see, I'm hardly a child and my parents do not know anything about what I do. If I do not get home it would be problematic. He scratched his head and I understood his words. After all, I was also a mother. In the end, I asked him for a pill for my daughter. I offered him any amount of money he wanted, but to my surprise, he gave it to me for free. He told me that it was the payment for a good conversation. Yukio, can we stay in touch? His question was the same that I wanted to ask a few moments ago, but I nodded and gave him my information. We have long since bought those devices called phones. Yukio, bye, I hope to see you soon. I dismissed him, waving my hand and looking at his back. Soon I noticed again that previous phenomenon. For a few seconds I saw him again as a young man of 20 years. Yasaka, Yukio-kun. Actually, who are you? Editor, Mauve. 16, training instructor. The moment he entered his room, he only wanted to sleep peacefully. He was getting tired, but just as he entered, he heard a voice. Graphia, Yukio-sama. There was a flash and a circle on the floor when Graphia appeared next with a little girl with red hair and blue eyes. He knew who this girl was. Graphia, I'm sorry for the inconvenience. Yukio-sama, can we talk a little? Yukio, you really do not bother me. Graphia-san, you came at a good time. I wanted to ask you something. Graphia, I'm glad to hear that. What do you need? Yukio, we can talk about it later. What do you need to talk to me about? He could tell the little girl was hiding behind Graphia, but he didn't think she was shy. She doesn't trust me. Well, Graphia, it's a small favor from King Lucifer. We would like to get some pills that you gave me the last time. Clearly it will not be for free. You can ask us for any price. We also wish you could train this little girl here. Graphia knew that this child was really strong without backup. He had to have methods to be so formidable, being just a human besides his age of only 7 years. He knew that soon they would come to ask him for pills. For that reason he had given it to them from the beginning. At first he wanted to ask for something from the underworld that might interest him, but after thinking about it a little bit he came to a conclusion. Yukio, I only have 3 pills in my possession. Apart from selling them, I'd like to ask you for a favor. Graphia spent some time watching this child, and she knew he was not telling the truth, but receiving 3 pills was more than enough for now. Graphia, well, what kind of favor? Yukio, it's not much. I just want to get into the underworld. There was silence until the girl hiding behind her spoke. Rias, impossible. We won't allow a human to come to our home. He was speechless. Well, he knew it would be like that. It's basically bringing an enemy to your house where your wife and son live. Graphia, what exactly do you want to do there? He wasn't going to lie to her. Anyway, if he let them take him, for sure they would follow him to know what he would be doing. I just want to find someone. I promise I won't do anything against the Gremorous. Rias frowned. She was a little girl, but she knew what those words meant. Rias, you promise not to do anything against the Gremorous. But that's not including the other families. Yukio, what happens to other families should not be so important to you. He got a little angry. He needed to go to the underworld and had no way to get there. I'm not going to fight any family, my only intention is to meet someone. Graphia, may I know what person you are looking for? I could help you. Yukio, Nekomatas, 2 sisters, I just need you to send me and then bring me back. Is that possible? Graphia, could you wait for me to talk to King Lucifer about it? He agreed that this needed time, he really wanted to ask her to find them, but it would be very problematic to explain why to find them. Graphia, in that case, I'll discuss it when I get back, about what I asked for. Yukio, training her, I do not know exactly what you're looking for but I'm not good at that, although if you really want me to do it, there's no problem. Rias frowned at his response, she did not like the way he answered, but she kept quiet and had already been told that she had to make friends with this child in front of her. Since he met Graphia he was afraid but now he really wasn't, he had noticed a change and knew they wouldn't attack him, at least not for now. Yukio, I will train her when you receive the answer about my deal. Graphia nodded and disappeared into the circle, he could see Rias looking at him, he guessed she did not like it. Yukio, *sigh*, he took a long sigh and laid down in his bed, I would have liked to avoid so many problems. So he fell asleep. The morning arrived and quickly he went to the academy. Today he wanted to give the pendant to Irina as it was almost time for her to go to England. He waited until noon where they left for a secluded place. Irina, Yukio-kun, what's wrong with you? He did not answer and took the pendant out of his pocket as he put it in front with a smile on his face. Irina, that, for me. She totally blushed. Yukio, if it's not for you, who else would it be for? Irina, it's very nice, can I have it? Yukio, it's yours, could you turn around? He approached and gently placed the pendant on her neck while leaving a simple short phrase near her ear. Yukio, you look beautiful Irina-chan. He could see her as red as a tomato, he could not help but laugh when he saw her like that and took her hand to go back to class. He felt happy after giving her that pendant. It had a passive ability to protect her. And that's what he most wanted. He had left class and was thinking about going home, at least that was until he felt Graphia's presence and knew she was trying to call him, so he followed her direction and quickly reached an alley where she was with Rias. Yukio, why didn't you wait for me to come home? He was confused by her act of calling him here. Graphia, I wanted to but since the pills were known they have been trying to find out the whereabouts of the creator, so I had to move away from your residence. So it turned out to be a double-edged sword. Well, he did not really care. He knew Graphia would not let them hurt him. Yukio, I see so. Graphia, Yukio-sama, you can enter the underworld, but King Lucifer asks you to be discreet and diminish your aura at all times, we do not want problems. He knew what they were referring to and nodded. It was enough for him to enter the underworld, in order to discover the position of the Nekomata sisters although he already had a way of finding them. Yukio, in that case, I will give you the pills the moment I go to the underworld. I hope you understand. For now, follow me to train her. Graphia did not care. She knew that a deal must be made when the parties received their articles. They arrived at a desolate place, it was practically a mountain. He didn't want to go very far because he needed to return home soon. Yukio, first of all, will you introduce yourself? Suddenly the little girl remembered that she hadn't even introduced herself before she took a step forward while giving an elegant bow. Rias, my name is Rias Gremory, heiress of the Gremory clan. Yukio, well, your rank is a low-class demon. Are your heirs so weak? It wasn't that he despised her, it was that in the series this girl was quite annoying to him, despite her strength she was always so weak. He saw her bite her lips and look at him conflictively. Yukio, you don't have to look at me like that, you're here to train and at least I'll help you a little, but don't think I'll make it easy just because you're an heiress. Graphia-san, I hope you understand. Graphia, I will not interfere with your training. Rias, what kind of training will we do in a place like this? Yukio, for now we will only strengthen your mana, I would like you to train your physique also, start with gravity weights. Rias got confused. Gravity weights? What's that? Graphia was the same but stayed away. He took 4 bands out of his inventory and put 2 on the little dolls with the rest on their calves. Yukio, for now you will train with only 2% of normal gravity, your training will be to run 10 laps for now, and then we will increase your mana. Rias, 2% gravity. What exactly are you talking about? Yukio, don't worry, start running now. Rias looked at Graphia who nodded and without anything else she began to run. Her normal routine was about 50 m touching the ground with her hand then returning to the starting point repeating the same action at least until Yukio spoke the magic words. Soon Rias felt that her arms and legs were gaining weight making her slower, having to make an effort to take action, she felt incredulous and had to endure the pressure that made her want to kneel. He smiled maliciously, it wasn't that he didn't like her, he had to admit that Rias was impressive in many styles, but he hated the part where being strong was so useless, so he wanted to temper her temperament and give her the strength to respond. He looked at Graphia who saw Rias from afar and it seemed that she was really not going to interfere, and she smiled at him when she saw that he was looking at her. He did not know, but when he saw her, he felt a very strange feeling. It was not that he loved her, but it was not friendship either. He returned her smile. He realized that Rias was taking faster steps, she adapted very quickly, so he would let her get used to it before the gravity continued to increase. For now, there was something in his mind that he needed to do. Kurika. Because she killed that scum, she lived a life in which she had to escape and suffer just to be able to save her sister. This time he will not let her suffer. I will save you, just wait a little longer. Editor, Mauve. 17, Training Instructor 2. After Rias completed her weight training, she laid on the ground. He thought it was funny that she did not look like an heiress from the underworld. He approached her and gave her a bottle of water that he had taken from his inventory. When he began to enter his dimension, he was always hungry, so he had to leave many things in his inventory. Nothing was damaged because time seemed to stop. Yukio, well done, I'm surprised you managed to complete the round in one day. What he said was true when he started doing it. He almost died of exhaustion. Ras took the bottle of water with an angry look. She felt exhausted because of this barbaric training. He did not care about her look. He shrugged before speaking with Graphia. Yukio, Graphia, I'm going to start the mana training. He hesitated a little, but spoke. I'm going to use a skill to help her. Could you wait for a little? Graphia was confused. She did not understand exactly what it meant, but she trusted Yukio, so she just smiled. Yukio, have you rested enough? I need to start your mana training. Ras, is that how you treat girls? She was furious as soon as she caught her breath, but now she wants to start again. Yukio, does that really matter? I have to go home soon. It was true after all. It had been an hour since he left school and his parents would worry if he did not come back soon. Ras, humph. Let's start, she snorted in anger. She couldn't stand this child, and she only met him twice in her life. He approached near Rias, placing his hand on her shoulder before she could react. A small white hole appeared that swallowed them both. He knew Graphia would be worried, so he left a few words behind. Graphia-san will be back soon. So they disappeared as if they had never been there. Graphia was confused trying to feel their presences, but it was as if they didn't exist. Graphia, Yukio-kun. You should at least explain things to me before doing them. Sigh. She rubbed her forehead while thinking about this child. Meanwhile, Ras was trying to get up while she was kneeling on the floor. She couldn't even lift her head just listening to Yukio's voice. Yukio, you'll have to stop the pressure and concentrate on assimilating the mana in the air. When you do that you can move again. They moved to his dimension because when he was planning to create a house, he discovered a place where the mana was too intense at first. He got confused because there was such a place. After inspecting it he found a black hole. He did not enter because he could feel presences with great power on the other side, so he left it for when he became stronger. He sat on the ground while looking at Rias. He noticed she was stabilizing and assumed she was releasing her destruction. After all, in this place she didn't have to hold it in. Ras, what is this place? She asked, clenching her teeth trying to get up with all her might. Yukio, you could call it a special ability. You should concentrate on the training if you want to. I can explain it to you later. Rias nodded. She wanted answers, but had to take advantage of training her mana in this place. She felt free to eject all her mana, even her destructive power. She just managed to sit down and closed her eyes while trying to get used to the mana in the air. After about 30 minutes she could get used to it, opened her eyes and began to check the place where she was. It was really beautiful. There were several herbs growing and a blue sky without clouds. Having a black sun was strange but dazzling. She fixed her gaze on the boy in front who was writing on a laptop and felt curious. She therefore approached him. Ras, what are you doing? She watched and could understand that it was a kind of story. Her eyes lit up as she continued reading. Is that a novel? She was impressed. Even though she was from the underworld, she still liked some human things. Yukio, you get used to it fast. That's good. Let's start your mana training. He did not answer because he did not feel like telling her what he was doing. After all, he barely knew her to let her know what he was doing. Ras clicked her tongue because he didn't respond, but she still nodded to start training. She had already realized that she could become strong if she followed this child's advice. Yukio, hit down and try to gather mana around you. When you think it's enough, take this pill. I advise you to move the mana through every part of your body. Rias took the pill in her hands and reviewed it. It was the pill that his older brother had taught her before, so she knew its effects. She sat obediently and began to gather the mana around her. To her surprise it was very easy. She felt that she could completely control her power of destruction, at least in this place where she felt free. She thought it was enough to quickly swallow the pill. She felt something warm explode in her abdomen when all the mana in the air was attracted to her in a typhoon. This was better than what her brother had said. They had only said that the demon managed to increase his mana by a third, but this was different. She felt that it would explode. When it almost got out of control, she heard Yukio. Yukio, ***, I will not let anything happen to you. You just concentrate on moving the mana to every part of your body, to help you absorb it. Yukio treated her badly, but his words assured her that he will not let her get hurt, so she concentrated on doing what he said. She spent almost an hour quickly and Rias was sweating all over her body with a pale face. She was mentally and physically powerless, almost on the verge of unconsciousness, but she bit her lip to hold on. Yukio, well done, you have managed to absorb half of what you put together. I can say that you are now with enough mana, so rest and then try to control it. Now you are not a time bomb anymore. She nodded palely, was exhausted and just wanted to leave. She saw the boy walk to the front and showed her a pill. Here, this pill will help you recover physically. She swallowed it quickly and her body regained its color, but her state of mind was truly a disaster. Even so she rose a bit staggeringly. When he saw her like this, he hesitated a little, but it was better to do it. Do you want to become strong? Ras, strong? If not for that, why I would be here, she replied tiredly. Yukio, no, I don't mean that. Why do you want to become strong? Ras contemplated a moment but raised her head with determined eyes. Because I want everyone to know me by my name. I do not want anyone to decide my destiny. I do not want to be a puppet. The last part she said in a low voice, but he could hear it clearly. He smiled a little, then looked at her a little. Ras, what? Is there a problem with my ideas? Yukio, not at all. Do you want me to help you? She was confused. Aren't you helping me right now? He shook his head as he looked at her again with serious eyes. I plan to help you become strong, but for that, you must promise to keep a secret. Ras was speechless. She understood that he planned to help her for real, but it must be a method that he does not want anyone to know, so she felt something complex. On one hand, she had to lie to her family, and on the other could fulfill her dreams. Even so, she made a decision, and to fulfill her dreams, she had to sacrifice something. Yukio did not show any bad intentions towards her, otherwise, she would have been killed as soon as they entered this place. Ras, I promise not to tell anyone about Sensei's methods. He was a little stunned. Sensei? This is new, but he soon chuckled as he pulled out a piece of writing paper that he had made when Ras was taking the pill. Yukio, this is a contract. Here, place your name along with your blood. You should read the consequences of breaking your word. Rias took the paper and began to read it when it made her beautiful face turn pale. What was a contract called? Contract of the soul. The clauses said that if she broke her word, she would die immediately, and anyone with the slightest information due to her too. Ras, say Sensei this. Isn't it too much? Yukio, well, if you don't plan to betray me, nothing will happen to you. Why so much fear? Even if she did not plan to betray him, she still feared that by chance she would drop something and end up dying. She still gritted her teeth and cut her finger, and with her fingerprints in blood, signed the contract. He smiled at her when he saw her do that. That paper was not really a contract, it was just a simple sheet. He cheated her, but how could he tell her he had techniques? Even if they were not against him, then what? What would happen if he told her that he can strengthen her? How to make sure they would not take something away from him? He saw her shaking and thought he exaggerated a little, but still took the contract and stored it in his inventory. Yukio, hey, you shouldn't be like this. It's not like I'm going to kill you now. Ras, you say it's so easy. I could die if I happen to slip something. Yukio, hee, but you wouldn't do it, would you? Ras was furious and clenched her pretty teeth in anger, staring at him like a beast. Yukio, don't get mad, come on, I'll show you the method. He approached her and placed his finger on her forehead to convey a technique he bought at the store. Mana control, ability that allows the wearer better control over the mana in her body. Ras felt a lot of information in her mind, and along with the previous tiredness, could not bear it anymore and collapse. He took her quickly in his arms. He knew she was tired and it was time to return. A white hole was opened, swallowing them again, appearing in the same place. He had Ras in his arms unconscious. Grafia was getting worried, but soon a white hole sparkled and appeared again, but this time Ras was unconscious in Yukio's arms. She raised an eyebrow before the child. He innocently smiled at her gaze. In my defense, she just fainted. Grafia, you don't have to worry, Yukio-sama. She took Ras in her arms and gave him an inspection and was surprised to see that his mana increased from a simple house to a medium-sized building. Yukio, I'll go, Grafia-san, don't forget our deal. He started running. Grafia looked at the boy's back and smiled and really felt like he was like a son. Meanwhile, Yukio only had one thing on his mind. Yukio, my parents are going to kill me. Editor, Mauve. 18. Discovery and Departure to the Underworld. It had already been a week since he started training Ras. At first it was quite problematic, but then it was quite pleasant. What bothered him was that, Sensei. As they trained, he noticed that her mana control was slowly increasing. He taught her a little about the body-to-body fights. After all, she couldn't always count on magic. Yukio, for today it's enough, we should rest. Ria sat on the floor as she stretched. They were struggling to improve her body. He noticed her looking at him. Yukio, is something wrong? Ras, I'm curious. How did you get so strong? Yukio, strong? If you compare me to Grafia, I would be an ant. He shrugged. Ras, that would be, if I compared you to her, but you're so young and yet you have that strength. For now, don't worry about it. Your duty is to be as strong as you can and take your destiny in your own hands. He put his hand on her head while rubbing her hair. At first she complained, but then accepted after a while. Yukio, we should go out. Grafia is waiting for us. A white hole was opened which swallowed them, and they appeared again in the previous mountain. He could see Grafia, who was standing nearby looking at them with a smile, so he approached to talk about his plans. Yukio, today I plan to go to the Underworld. Do you think you can complete our deal now? Grafia, do you really not need any help? Yukio, no, just send me there, don't worry. For a while now he was offered help, but he really didn't want to accept. He wanted to try his strengths out, and it would be very difficult to explain. It's annoying. Grafia sighed and looked at him. I understand. When will we leave? Yukio, in 4 hours. I need to do some things first. We'll meet again at this place. See you later. He started to run in another direction. If he was going to the Underworld, he had to go prepared. Grafia, he's very stubborn. Ras, Oni-sama, you'll protect him, won't you? Graphia looked at Ras, who had a worried face and couldn't help but smile slightly. Graphia, Rias, are you worried about Yukio-sama? Ras, not at all. I was just curious. She snorted and started walking in another direction. Let's go back for now. Graphia, she can't be sincere with herself, she sighed and followed her. He was jumping between roofs. A few days ago he contacted Yasaka and told her about going to the Underworld. She asked him to go and see her before he left, saying she would give him a gift. At first he wanted to refuse it, but after some thought it was better to accept any help he could get. He was still weak. Due to his speed, the trip only lasted about 2 hours to get to Kyoto. He continued running and could see a deserted place with several rocks. Yukio, should I call her? I really don't remember where it was. Just when he was thinking of contacting Yasaka, he felt a presence and saw a woman with long blonde hair tied up and in a dark suit revealing beautiful shoulders. Yasaka, it's good to see you, Yukio-kun. She said with a beautiful smile. Yukio, Yasaka-san, your power increase is unbelievable. Yasaka, it would be thanks to your help, wouldn't it? Every time he would visit Yasaka to talk, he gave her some pills. They had a lot of confidence in each other, and she taught him to use his skills correctly. Also, as they often fought together to train, their powers increased. Yukio, you don't have to say it. I have to thank you for helping me with my skills, but the truth is that I came because today I will go to the Underworld. When he finished his words, the smile on Yasaka's face disappeared. Yasaka, *size**, do you really have to go? What's so important? Yukio, I can't tell you, but I assure you I'll be careful. He smiled as he knew she really cared about him. Yasaka, well, anyway, when you get something in your head it's hard to get it out of you. Follow me. He could only smile in his defense. In such a short time already she knew him well enough, so he followed her to cross the barrier. They came to the same room he was in the last time. But this time there was a chest in the middle and he felt something inside. He was very curious, so he stared at it. Yasaka, I haven't told you what it is yet and you're already so interested. Yukio, what's that, Yasaka-san? Yasaka, I don't know much about that. We found it in ruins a few years ago. It has always been preserved, although all I know is that it has some kind of energy that is the same energy that you emanate from your body. He looked carefully, thinking about what was inside. As he took a step, he felt the same familiar energy that ran through his body when he used his dragon aura. Yukio, can I open it? Yasaka, go ahead, but be careful. He was able to shorten the distance and felt a presence inside, so he slowly opened it to reveal 2 black bracelets that emanated strange but familiar energy. When his hand touched one, the system began to speak. System ding, dimensional object found. System ding, user has found a dimensional object, 3,500 token reward. System ding, sacred demon seal. System ding, the user meets the requirements for absorption. System ding, absorption begins. Yukio, why? He couldn't finish his sentence when the bracelets seemed to come to life and were embedded in his chest where they were absorbed. He felt the energy entering his body and pressure that made him kneel as he spat out a breath of blood. Yasaka, Yukio, she shouted as she ran quickly to him with tears. He could only see her but not talk to her. He felt that his body was falling asleep and blood was flowing through his mouth and ears. A headache assaulted him when everything became black, losing his consciousness. He thought he had died. He heard nothing and everything was dark, but soon he felt the wind hit his body. He slowly opened his eyelids just to surprise himself of what he was seeing. He was standing on the sky with beautiful clouds everywhere. Yukio, what is this place? Did I die again? He was totally confused. Unknown, die again? You look interesting, young one. A noble voice was heard, when a beautiful woman appeared having 6 pairs of pink wings and a halo on her head. Her hair was white with a loose dress up to her knees having pink eyes. He was impressed, and from what he saw, it was not because she was beautiful, but what happened is that he did not feel any energy emanating from her body. It was as if she did not exist and looked like an angel. Yukio, an angel. I am a seraphim, but I can notice that in this world there are some but their power is too low. Seraphim did not have 12 pairs of wings. Oh, the system said something called dimensional. Yukio, does that mean you're from another dimension? What is this place? Seraph, I am from a different dimension, and this place could be called a hidden world. If you ask yourself what I am doing here, you will see that I was sealed since the great battle of eons ago. I never thought that I would become a dimensional weapon. She sighed heavily as she rubbed her forehead. Yukio, wait. Sealed? So you lost the war? Seraph, not really, hee. I sacrificed myself in order to seal my enemy. Because of that idiot we remain here for eons. Unknown, who do you call an idiot? With that appeared a woman with an appearance of a teenager. She reminded me a little of a Keno, having long black hair to her hips and golden eyes. The most characteristic thing were 2 horns coming out from her forehead, a tail coming out from her back and 6 pairs of black wings. He was astonished. Unknown, why do I feel a dragon in this child? Seraph, a dragon. She began to evaluate the boy with her pink eyes, only to feel cold sweat on her forehead. Seraph, Satan, that's it. She pointed at Yukio with her trembling finger and the demon tried to scan him just to look the same. Yukio, what? Why do both of you look at me like this? Satan, why you, don't you know? No, who are you? Yukio. Seraph, may I ask you something? He felt strange at the way these two behaved now. Yukio, I suppose. Seraph, are you the dragon of the abyss? He got confused but he remembered that this was the name of his bloodline, so he answered honestly yes. Why? Both girls turned pale, then they stepped back and bowed. Seraph/Saturn, we're sorry for our lack of respect, senior. His mind was paralyzed. What the hell is going on here? He did not understand the attitude of these two girls, but it was not the time for this. He had to leave this place. Yasaka must also be waiting for him to return. Yukio, would you please stop doing that? I want to ask something. Seraph/Saturn, at your service. Yukio, how do I get out of this place? Seraph, raise your dragon aura a little and you can go out. To return or to enter you just have to think about this world and will return. Yukio, well, I'll come back later. He released his aura and it was as they said. Soon everything became dark and he came back to reality, where he could notice that he was lying on a bed. His wounds probably disappeared because of the system healed them because it had removed 100 tokens. He was going to get up but he felt a little weight and turned his head to see Yasaka. He was a little surprised. He was not blind. He knew this woman felt something for him but he had the body of a child, yet he also liked Yasaka. Yasaka may have felt his movement and opened her eyes and immediately embraced him as she spoke. Yasaka, are you all right? Do you have any wounds? I'm sorry. Yukio, hey, I'm fine. I should be the one to apologize for making Yasaka-san worry. Yasaka shook her head as she looked him in the eyes. I'm the one who told you to come and you ended up like this. I'm so sorry. He put his hand on her head as he stroked it. It was strange for a child to stroke an adult, but he saw no resistance from Yasaka. Yukio, it's not your fault. I was careless but thanks to Yasaka-san, I discovered something very useful. He smiled at her. Yasaka was sorry that he had to comfort her in this way, but she knew something. Some time ago she had realized that Yukio was not normal. Sometimes instead of seeing a child, he appeared as a young man in his 20s. She always wanted to ask but did not want to ruin everything, so she left it for later. They got up and left the room. He had to meet Graphia to go to the Underworld, so he said goodbye to Yasaka who did not expect a hug with an extra phrase at the end. Yukio, when I'm older, I'll definitely come for you. Yasaka was distracted but blushed greatly when she understood the meaning he meant but Yukio disappeared suddenly. Yasaka, why Yukio? He couldn't help laughing at her behavior. She was an adult woman but he still looked like a child, so he sped up his pace. 2 hours had passed and he reached the mountain, where he could see Ras with Graphia. Ras, why were you so late? She frowned. They'd been waiting for an hour. Yukio, my bad, I had some things to complete. Can we go now? Graphia, enter the circle. A red circle appeared, and they all approached but Graphia frowned as she turned her gaze to Yukio muttering, Graphia, fox. They were her words when she felt a scent on Yukio, who would even think that his supposed mother would give him a good talk soon, so they all disappeared into the circle. In the meantime, Seraph, do you think we can tell him? Satan, he's still very inexperienced but without a doubt, he'll make it. I wouldn't mind helping him, if it means to get out of here. Seraph, size the problem is, will he accept us? Both girls looked at each other and decided something with great determination. Seraph/Satana servants. Editor, Mauve. 19, Underworld. When they arrived in the Underworld, he realized that they sent him alone. He knew they would not take him near Gremory territory and he did not ask for help. It was normal that they did not come with him. So he did not care much and started looking around. He was close to what looked like a forest. With his magical perception, he could feel everything around him. So he started walking in the forest. It was common if you wanted to investigate, you would do it away from the others, so he wanted to go to an isolated place. He had already activated his presence and suppressed his aura. Most likely only a few knew that he was here. He just hoped that Lucifer had already spoken to others. Yukio, system, is there no way to find them? System, since the spells are sealed, it is impossible to help you. Yukio, when can I use the spells? System, you have to meet the requirements by default. Yukio, I understand. Is there any ability to improve the search? System, analyzing. He searched all the corners of the forest for a few hours. With the help of magical perception, he could feel even the smallest insects, but he made sure to look for them himself. He did not want to make mistakes anymore. He was a little tired until the system spoke again. System, full analysis. System, no useful skills found. Yukio. He was speechless. It spent about 4 hours analyzing only to find nothing. He felt he had to hit it, but it was impossible. At least he could see in the dark. He did not know if it was because of his strength or because his eyes came from a dragon. Yukio, whatever. Let's continue. While he observed, if he saw any beast or something, he always attacked them. He did not mind fighting because it was something satisfactory. Also he got experience and improved his statistics. They increased the more he killed. The Gremorous. Sertsks, what exactly is he looking for on this site? Graphia, I don't know, he just told me that he wanted to meet someone and didn't give me any more explanations. Sertsks, looking for someone? Does he know someone from the Underworld? He rubbed his chin as he thought. Rias, do you know something? Ras, no. I had asked him, but he would only avoid talking about it. Surtsk sighed heavily as he watched Yukio from a distance, who was killing everything in his path. Surtsk, for now let's see how everything goes. Everyone nodded and stared at Yukio. Yukio. He had already spent almost a day in this meaningless search. The only good thing was that he could get a lot of battle experience in this site. At this moment he was on a tree eating part of a demon that he had roasted. He actually thought it would be disgusting, but it was not. He had asked the system why, and its answer was the same one as he thought. System, the user has the genes of a dragon. The human metabolism does not exist in you. This made him understand that his body was changing, and that the worst thing was, he was feeling very hungry and had to go through many demons. Most likely the portion of food at home would not satisfy him anymore. Yukio, how would I tell my parents? Puberty. Impossible, I am only 7. The Gremorous. There was a momentary silence until Surtsk broke it. Surtsk, is he eating the demons? Graphia, I think so. Maybe he's very hungry. They were both in confusion. They have seen many things, but a person who ate demons was new to both. Ras, is he an idiot? At least he should have brought food. Yukio. While he was eating, he wanted to take a bottle of water from his inventory, but then he stopped. He knew they would be watching him. He didn't want to expose that he could make things appear suddenly, so he jumped out of the tree to drink some water from a nearby lake. He thought about it a bit and decided to bathe. From the moment he arrived here, he walked and fought. He was full of dirt and blood, so he stayed in his underwear and went into the water, relaxed until the system spoke. System, the user is one step away from waking up another 1% of his bloodline. It is recommended to be in an isolated place. He raised an eyebrow to its comment. Why an isolated place? The previous times it was not like that. System, you will awaken 10% of the blood. Your body will change at an abnormal rate and you will be in a weak state for a few hours. You will be notified when the awakening will be after 2 days. He relaxed a little knowing that it will be in 2 days. He still had time to continue searching in the underworld. He left the lake and dressed up quickly. He needed to accelerate his search, therefore, he jumped over the trees. 2 days had passed. Tomorrow would be when his blood will wake up to 10%, and he was a little dispirited. He could not find any trace of Nekomatas in his quest. He found many beasts and sometimes villages that he did not even know existed. He wanted to investigate but did not have time. He was eating parts of demons while thinking about the best way to find the sisters quickly. He really did not remember when Kurika would kill her teacher. He was probably too early, but it was for the best. Yukio, maybe. I should have asked them for help. He rubbed his forehead wondering what to do when suddenly presences. 2, 5, 7, 30 isn't that a lot? He felt many presences when they entered the range of his magic perception. He could feel 28 low rank, while the last 2 were medium rank. He was a little interested. He quickly swallowed the food and started running through the trees to see the nearby presences. He wanted to know why there were so many people in a place like this. The Gremorous. Graphia, what's going on? She could see Surtsk's frown suddenly. Surtsk, I feel the presence of someone I know, but I don't understand why Yukio goes to them. Ras, is it dangerous? Ani-sama. Surtsk noticed the concern of his little sister and smiled. Oh, I do not think there are any problems. If something happens I will solve it. Rias felt better when she heard those words and continued to look at Yukio as he was moving away in the distance. Surtsk, let's go. So the 3 went to the presences to see what Yukio would do. Yukio. When he arrived he could see many demons running frantically. He saw a big man who gave the orders. He could feel his mid-rank aura but determined that he was at the intermediate level. Search the whole forest. Do not let them escape. Now. Demons, HAI. He saw how they were dispersing. He noticed that there were 28 demons here, but they were supposed to be 30. He felt 2 more very far away. Yukio, are those 2 the ones they are looking for? His curiosity continued to go down. After all of them barely had a low rank. Even though there were many searching for them, maybe they would be prisoners. Even so, he ran to the 2 presences. At least he wanted to know who they were for them to be persecuted. It took a little time, but finally, he arrived in front of a cave where he felt the 2 presences. Their auras were very weak. He assumed they were injured while fighting. He moved inside the cave and had presence activated. They would not notice him even if he was in front of them. When he approached he noticed 2 figures. They were hugging and had wounds. Throughout their bodies, the vital energy of the 2 people slowly got lower. One of them was unconscious, but the other was crying and blood could be seen in all her clothes. He was so petrified that without realizing, his presence had been deactivated, revealing himself to this person. Leave us. No more. She implored with tears in her eyes. From that it was understandable that she had barely managed to escape, and now that she had too many wounds, it was impossible to do it again when she had to carry an unconscious person in her arms. But no matter how much she implored she received no response from Yukio. His body felt hot and in his head came thousands of thoughts when seeing this person in front of him. He could not move his body and he felt as if had been shut off for a few moments when a name came out of his mouth. Yukio, Kurika. The Gremory. They were watching what was happening inside the cave with a crystal ball that allowed to see everything. They realized that Yukio was frozen, and they did not understand why, but then they heard that he said a name. Surtsk's, the connection between. His sentence was not finished when an aura, that stretched from inside the cave was frightening. It was not the mid-rank aura, it was something they did not even know how to describe. The nearby trees swayed as if they were going to break. Within the aura you could feel the malice, the whole area was under the pressure caused by the dragon aura. Graphia, this feeling. Surtsks, it's anger. Simple words, but they described everything that was felt from the aura. They already knew that others would come now and it would very possibly end badly. Yukio. His anger shot up but he quickly repressed it. He had to cure Kurika or she could die. He got closer and could see that she was in poor condition. Yukio, I'm sorry, please take this, it will help you recover. He handed her a healing pill, but Kurika did not take it. She looked him in the eyes and spoke. Kurika, who are you? How do you know me? She had heard him say her name. He really did not know how to tell her, that's why he had to think up something quickly. Yukio, I promised a person that I would protect you. This is not the time to talk, swallow the pill. Kurika ignored the pill and asked again, who did you promise to protect us? Do you think I'm an idiot? Shit, it's hard to deal with hard-headed women. He sighed and took the pill from her hands and then he put it in her mouth. Since she was weak, she could not stop him and ended up swallowing it. Kurika, cough *. She kept coughing damn. What was that pill? She hugged her sister tightly trying to lean back, but felt something warm on her abdomen and soon her wounds were healing quickly. Yukio, see. It's just a pill that serves to heal you. To whom I promised to protect you is not important now, we must leave before they come for you. Kurika hesitated a moment but got up while carrying Chiron who was unconscious. She looked at her and then fixed her gaze on him. Yukio, I know what you want, but it's better to get away fast, it'll be fine soon. He handed her another pill. When she wakes up, you'll give her this. They left the cave. He felt many presences approaching, so he took Chiron in his arms like a princess. We're going that way, I feel a lot of people coming from the front. Kurika did not want to let him take Chiron, but it was not the time for a meaningless fight, so she followed him though she kept watching every one of his movements. They ran for a few hours. On the road none of them spoke and soon they arrived near a lake. He wanted them to enter his dimension, but after thinking a bit, he decided better not to. He did not know how they would react. During the trip Chiron had awakened, but to his surprise, she did not attack him. That's good. He sat near the lake. He felt that the presences were disappearing, but not because they left his range. He knew that something must be happening. When he was immersed in his thoughts, Kurika came to his side. Kurika, can we talk? Yukio, what's wrong? He saw her look. He assumed she would have something to ask. Kurika, why did you lie that someone asked you to protect us? He was not surprised. This girl was very intelligent. Who would even ask to protect them? When her mother died many years ago and her father was demented. Yukio, who said I lied? He smiled. I promised myself to protect you, Kurika. Kurika did not expect him to respond in that way, so she blushed a little, but was still on guard in case he tried to attack her. Kurika, what exactly are you planning? Yukio, nothing, I just want to protect you. Am I doing something wrong? Kurika frowned but still asked what mattered most to her. How did you know my name? He got up to stretch and look her in the eye. Would you believe me if I told you that I saw you in my dreams? He left her alone before she kept asking. He went to a tree where he went to bed. He was tired of running so much. He saw Kurika looking at him from afar, but closed his eyes ignoring her. Kurika, do you think I'm going to believe that lie? She snorted and approached her sleeping sister, turning to look at Yukio. But if you save us, I would not mind believing in you. Editor, Mauve. 20, Knowledge. The next morning he woke up to some strange sounds. Little by little he opened his eyes confusedly. He supposed that until recently they were in a forest, but now he was lying in the sky. Yukio, where am I? Asterisk pi asterisk asterisk pi asterisk asterisk pi asterisk asterisk pi asterisk. He had a sudden headache and several notifications sounded in his mind. He did not understand what was happening. Yukio, what the hell is going on? System, the user has 6 hours to find an isolated place because of waking up 10% of your bloodline. He had forgotten. Today he was reaching 10%, it meant that 2 days had already passed. For his luck, Graphia used magic with his parents and his brother, so they did not remember that he was not at home. Yukio, anyway, what is this place? System, it is inside the dimensional weapon. Well, he guessed it. It looked the same as last time, only that there were 2 strange girls in the past. Yukio, then, what do I do here? System, the user was expelling large amounts of aura, so his conscience was sent to this place to avoid damaging his surroundings. Ugh. It made him sound like a bomb, but he was glad it sent him here. Yukio, where are those 2 girls? He got up and started walking. It was strange to walk in the sky but he felt as if he was in a dream. Finally, he was able to meet one of the 2 girls after a walk of what seemed like 2 hours. Yukio, Satana. Satana, hichii. The girl quickly got up while looking at him. Lord Dragon. Yukio, Lord Dragon. He did not know why, but he liked that name. And Seraphim. Satana, Seraphim is trying to regain her power. Yukio, recover her power. What do you mean? Satana, we were in this seal for eons and it has been weakening us for a long time. Now that you are our carrier, our old power has been returning to our bodies. He was surprised by this information, but he wanted to ask the most important question. Yukio, is it possible to use your powers? Satana, it's possible, but we do not recommend it, for now, your body could not stand the pressure and it would end up exploding. Sweat ran down his forehead when he heard those words, but he guessed as much. Yukio, I see. He thought a little and soon remembered something. Are you different from the beings of this world? Satana, in a way, yes, you could call me a true demon. Yukio, a true demon. That left him speechless. Then there must be true angels, and following this thought, true gods. Satana, I know what you're thinking, and let me answer yes, there are true gods. She inflated her chest with pride. He was thinking a bit but wanted to leave no doubts. Yukio, then, what is an entity? Satana, entity. She suddenly screamed, how do you know about the entities? Yukio, on another occasion, I'll tell you. Can you tell me what the difference is? Satana, psi the true gods are responsible for the protection of a specific world. In terms of the entities, their work is to provide protection to a universe. Yukio, that means they are stronger, Satana, yes, at least more powerful than the true gods. Still there are beasts that could not ascend that are dark entities, they are beings that threaten the universes. Yukio, I understand. Anything else I should know? Satana, the previous dragon of the abyss was a god of creation. Shit, hearing those words that he did not know, he felt a chill on his back. Yukio, wait. God of creation. Satana agreed and began to explain, yes, the gods of creation are on a level beyond an entity, they are known as the creators of the universe and there are only 3, although, in reality, it was like that. Yukio, was it? What do you mean? Satana, in the Great War 2 gods of creation were lost. At first we thought that the survivor was the dragon of the abyss, but it did not turn out like that, no one knows why, but the previous dragon withdrew from its position when it disappeared. Yukio, that means there are 2 survivors, right? Satana, well, yes, but the thing is that the current god of creation is still looking for the dragon of the abyss. Yukio, what for? Satana, I do not know. Sadness could be seen in her golden eyes. Satana, they sealed me here long before all that, we do not even know how the war ended. He thought it was understandable, also he thought this information was enough. He knew there were beings beyond what he thought. Yukio, would you tell me the hierarchy of your universal beings? Satana, I guess. Angels/demons, seraphim/Satan, true god, entities 1-2-3-4 rank, god of destruction, god of creation. The girl shook her head before speaking again. Although the angels have another rank that I do not know, I guess Seraphim knows. By listening to her say all this, he reached an understanding of beings from the outside. Here they were practically nothing more than ants. He sighed and said goodbye. He had to return to his body to go to the human world since yesterday, the presences disappeared suddenly. Yukio, I'll visit you later. Satana. Satana, yes my lord. He wanted to ask her why she had so much respect, but he had already activated his aura, disappearing from there. When he woke up he noticed that there was a white-haired girl next to him. Yukio, what are you doing? Chiron, sleeping. Yukio, you asking me or answering me? He rubbed his face. These 2 girls, he barely knew them but they were difficult to deal with. He got up to look around. He could see Kurika cooking something in a fire that he had created, so he approached. Yukio, what is that? He asked with interest. Kurika. Beasts, do you want some? He nodded. He was hungry, so the 3 of them sat together to eat. During the meal they talked a little. It seemed good that they did not exclude him, although Kurika still kept his gaze cautious. The Gremory. Surtsks, maybe they are a family. Graphia, maybe. Rias, probably. The 3 Gremory talked together only to realize that the older girl had recovered parts of an enemy demon and they were eating it as if a family. Graphia, we should feed him. She wanted to finish her sentence, but just when they wanted to do it, Yukio was punctured by a sword from his stomach. Moments before, he was eating with Kurika and Chiron. He found both very funny. The older girl was intelligent and calculating, as well as being quite tough. In contrast, the younger one would be tender and direct. Yukio, today we will leave this forest, you will go to the human world with me. Kurika, human world? Are you sure about this? Yukio, yes, it's the best place for us for now. Are you against that? Kurika, other than saving Chiron I do not care about the rest. He nodded. He knew that her concern was Chiron. The moment he wanted to take another piece of food, he could feel a metallic taste coming from his throat and a pain in his stomach. He looked down just to see a sword stuck there. Yukio, shit were his words before everything went dark. Editor, Mav. 21, Battle 1. Mind of Yukio. He was walking in what looked like a dark room, although to be honest, he felt he had been walking for hours. He did not know how long he had been here, but he knew he should leave as soon as possible. Yukio, hello. He screamed as much as he could. The last time he was in a place like that he had died, although this time it was white, he did not want to think that he had died, that would be problematic. Even so, he had not received an answer. Yukio, system, are you here? Not even the system gave him answers, he just sighed and sat down as he felt tired. But soon the place started to shake. He got up startled to see what happened but everything was too dark to distinguish something. Yukio, somebody. There was a second of silence while his voice still sounded in the air. at least he could hear his own voice. Boy, could you stop screaming? I am trying to sleep. By instinct he turned to see where the voice came from, only to be motionless. In front of him were two big purple eyes with dragon irises. They were really ginormous. Yukio. What's wrong, boy? He did not know what to say. The first time he was seeing a dragon he was clearly scared. Hey boy, did they not tell you it's rude not to answer? The dragon screamed furiously, sending him back until he fell down. Are you a dragonoid? No, you are a dragon, but I do not know exactly what race. Could you at least talk, brat? Yukio. Why, yes, I'm Yukio. Who are you? I am Scaran, dragon of the sky. What race are you, boy? Yukio. Race? Excuse me, I do not understand. Scaran. You do not understand. Were you not raised by dragons? Yukio. No, my family is human. Scaran. What? Human family? Are you kidding me? He quickly denied it. He did not want to tell him exactly everything to this guy. He did not even know who he was. Scaran. Well, apparently your parents left you with humans. It happens often. Do you not know what the races are? Yukio. No, what exactly are they, Lord? Scaran. A race is a name you were born with. For example, in the world where there are celestial dragons, they are a race that evolved until they gained the name celestial. He thought a little and it might be true, but to think that means that if he had the chance to find a dragon, he could help it grow to evolve. The problem is where to find one. Scaran. Do you not know your race? He hesitated a little, but he had to tell him. He wanted to leave this place quickly. Kurika and Chiron could be in danger. Yukio. Well, I'm something called Dragon of the Abyss. At the moment he said it there was a moment of silence until Scaran broke it. Scaran. Hey Jajajaj, you little punk. The Dragon of the Abyss. He laughed for a while until he stopped. So you're his reincarnation, eh? I'm not surprised. I cannot feel your race. Yukio. Can I know where we are? Scaran. This place is the spiritual world. For you to be here means that you were at the point of death and for some reason, you came here. Yukio. Point of death. Did you have the same experience? Scaran. You could say it like that. I was involved in a war eons ago. When I was injured for some reason of fate I fell here. I thought I would be alone until my last breath. Who would have thought you would arrive? Yukio. Can I not go out from here? He felt depressed. He had promised to protect Kurika and now he was trapped in this place. Scaran. Haha, you do not have to worry. I do not understand how, but your soul is the one here, but your body is still alive. Do you have any kind of regeneration power? Regeneration? The system healed me. Yukio. Something like that. He smiled. How can I get out of here? I need to help someone. Scaran. I see. How about you coming back here at some point? Yukio's face darkened when he heard him say that, but as if he could read his thoughts. Scaran. Wait, boy, I'm not telling you to go to death row every time. You should not be that masochistic. The way back would be to make a signature with me so you can get here whenever you want. I can show you some dragon tricks then. When he heard it, he was very excited. He could learn a little more about the universe and control his dragon powers. They were two birds with one stone. Yukio. In that case, I accept. Scaran put his claw in front of him. Yukio could understand that he wanted them to shake hands. The moment they did, a circle appeared on their foreheads when suddenly they disappeared. He could see that in the head of Scaran appeared a symbol between his eyebrows in the form of a black cross. Look for images of Seal de L's word entendre. Scaran. Finished. When you want to come, send energy to the mark on your forehead. Brand. Wait. I also have that thing. Shit. Yukio. Is there any way to hide this mark? Scaran. Heija, I know what you think, boy, but no. He wanted to hit him for not explaining about this brand, but since it did not matter that much. Yukio. So, how do I get out? Scaran. Try to send energy to your heart. That will send you back to your body. I advise you that when you come here, leave your body in a safe place. He nodded. Although he was not an idiot to leave his body somewhere without protection, he appreciated his worries. He sent energy to his heart, then he felt a little dizzy and disappeared into particles. Scaran. Oh. I forgot to tell him that possibly his power will get out of control for a few moments. Well, I hope he resolves it, so I will keep sleeping again. Out of Yukio's mind moments before. The one who stabbed Yukio was a big man about 2 meters tall, dressed in noble clothes, but at the moment he had Kurika grabbed by the neck. Did you find it funny? I gave you a house and protection during all this time and you pay me by attacking me and escape. He removed his left hand and threw a strong blow to her abdomen causing her to scream. Kurika, arghh. Why? Oh you bastard. She screamed with everything she had while trying to get away from the man, but she did not have the strength to do it. Are you talking about protecting us? You used me as an experiment every day and then you wanted to do it with my sister. Kurika, you are the definition of garbage. That man looked irritated, then he hit her again in the belly harder, causing her to run out of the air. You know, if it were not for me, you would be slaves right now. Chiron, seeing Kurika's condition, was throwing herself at that man, but as soon as she arrived, she was thrown back and fell to the ground. Kurika Chironi. Crying with anguish, she felt really weak, she could not protect her sister and because of her, even the child that saved them is about to die. The Gremory. Grafia was reaching her limits. She could feel that Yukio was recovering quickly, but she did not know his relationship with those two girls, but if he saved them it must be for something, that's why she wanted to do something. Grafia, Surtsk-sama please. She was releasing little by little her power, she wanted to kill that guy right now. Rias, Aniai-sama. Surtsk could only sigh at these two girls, his wife had become very attached to this child. Surtsk, that guy is Gilbert, my scientist's assistant. But what he's doing is against the rules, it's time to intervene. Grafia did not wait and ran to Yukio, but soon felt something was pulling her back as quickly as possible to her position. She observed where this feeling came from, then they saw that Yukio was suddenly standing, in addition from his mouth a kind of purple aura came out, an aura of the same color surrounded him. Surtsk, what the hell is that? The event disconcerted him. Grafia did not understand this child, there were always surprises. Grafia, we'll go. Surtsk, yes, bring him. Wait for NOO. Stop. He shouted quickly, attracting the attention of his wife. She wanted to ask what happened, but she saw Yukio raised his hand to the sky and a purple sphere left his hands that expanded to a circle which covered part of the forest. Inside were only the Nekomatas and Yukio with the man. Surtsk, this is sacred power. He felt that the sacred power came from that sphere, and although it was not very powerful, at least it would leave some wounds this boy. Inside the barrier. Kurika was on the ground now, he broke her ribs, she felt lifeless, she could not protect her sister, she turned her head to look at him and saw his look of fear. She wanted to at least see the child who had saved her, she felt very bad for having dragged him to their problem where he lost his life. But when she turned around, she saw him standing there as if nothing happened, the sword that was in his stomach was disintegrating and he raised his hand to the sky. Kurika, flee. She wanted to at least let him live, he did not have to die in this place, but soon she saw that the sphere that Yukio created rose in the air and then a circular barrier appeared in the area. Gilbert was about to kick Kurika, but he felt a kind of sacred power in the place. When he turned around, he looked at a deployed barrier, his gaze continued until Yukio, who was standing there, watching him. Gilbert, what is this? He felt a strange feeling when he looked at this child. Kurika could see Yukio acting strangely, he was not talking and also had a sort of purple aura, he did not have that before, his skin darkened and she could notice some scales while his eyes were purple with a dragon iris. Kurika, dragon? A dragon in human form? There was chaos in her mind. While Gilbert looked at the boy in front who radiated a sacred power but was still very weak, he ignored him to kick Kurika, but before his leg came down, he felt a strong blow to the abdomen. His body left the ground making him float a few centimeters, to his bad luck, and he could not react when he felt a blow to his chest, and then because of a kick he had been given, he crashed into some nearby trees. Everything happened too fast, he could not notice anything, but soon the trees flew away in various directions and a scream was heard. Gilbert, you brayot. He shot out of the trees, he had blood in his mouth, the impact of that kick had damaged him a bit, but he still went straight to Yukio. He threw a fist in the direction of the child's face, but he bent down with a kick that made him lose his balance. Yukio wasted no time and returned to send his leg to the chin, giving a strong blow making Gilbert float again. This time Yukio took him quickly from his leg and hit him against the earth, creating a small crater. His strength was brilliant. Gilbert, ugh. Damn, you'll see. He got up and launched a kick that Yukio stopped with his forearm. When he intended to attack again, the man threw a quick fist to his chest, giving him completely no chance. Blow up. There was a sound, then Yukio spat a lot of blood from his mouth. Gilbert's blow contained a great force, so he hit the ground and took his fist back and threw him away. Gilbert swung in the air quickly to position himself again. They were in a hand-to-hand battle with no magic. Gilbert, who are you, boy? He asked him with caution. He knew this child was powerful, but he did not receive an answer. It was not that Yukio did not want to talk, it was that he was practically not the only one, but his dragon form that was in charge. Yukio ignored his words and threw himself at Gilbert. He sent him a left hook to his face. The man ducked under his body, but it was a bad idea because he saw a knee in the face. He was hit and then felt an impact on his ribs. It was a kick that made him moan in pain. But he was not left behind. Gilbert threw himself on Yukio and hit him in the stomach. At least he thought he had hit him, but the boy suddenly disappeared and soon he saw a shadow of him. He quickly raised his cross-shaped hands over his head when a heel fell down, creating a crater with Gilbert buried at his feet. He pushed his hands forward to push Yukio away. When he saw his arms he noticed that his left hand was fractured. Just one kick and Yukio managed to damage him this much. The Gremory. The three watched the battle in silence. At first they wanted to help, but when they saw Yukio in that state, they realized that he was not controlling his body, very possibly fighting on instinct. Surtsk, did you know about this? He had a headache. This child kept many secrets. He saw both girls at his side denied and he could only sigh. At least he would get into the fight if something went wrong. Grafia, on the other hand, was happy and worried. Her son was someone with many secrets. She wanted to train him. Kurika. Kurika crawled towards her little sister where they embraced and was watching the fight. It felt unreal, the boy was a dragon in human form, but it was seen that he did not control that form. They noticed that it was practically an empty shell which seemed to not feel pain or emotions. Kurika, Yukio. She worried to see him like this. You can do it. Yukio, Gilbert. Both were in a very close fight. You could see craters on several sides and both had blood on their body, although Yukio had almost no wounds because they were healing quickly due to the system. Gilbert, damn furry idiot. He became angry and ran towards Yukio and sent a strong blow towards him. Yukio used his left forearm to deflect the blow and with his right palm, he sent it to Gilbert's jaw. When Gilbert saw what happened, he quickly took a turn in the air. Since they started he had noticed every fighting style of both, but this child was improving every minute. It was strange. In the end, Gilbert saw that this was dangerous, so he stuck his hand in the back of his shirt when he pulled out a short sword. His plan was, if the fists did not work, cutting off his head should be enough. So he turned to Yukio again, but he no longer attacked but concentrated on dodging each blow. Gilbert, stay still, a brat. He continued throwing each attack with his sword as he wanted to stab him. Damn brat. Yukio was dodging. He had already received some superficial cuts, but although he could heal, his blood was not recovering. From one moment to another, because the power that came from him was too much for his body, he almost tripped, but this gave Gilbert a chance. Gilbert, now die, damn it. He took a side swing with all his strength to cut him in half if possible. Peeing. There was a loud noise of metal against metal. Yukio went flying several meters and hit several times on the ground as he rolled, raising a great dust cloud. Gilbert, TSK. Good luck. I want to see how you save yourself now. He knew that a metallic armor should cover him because he did not see blood on his sword. Kurika bit her lips hard. Yukio was sent flying and this possibly hurt very much. She wanted to do something. Kurika, Yukio. She cried out in concern. Gilbert grinned mischievously as he approached the two girls. Gilbert, Heija, do you really trust that little brat? Let's play a little. When he was almost going to grab Kurika by the neck, a small purple barrier covered her. Gilbert quickly removed his hands and felt that if he touched that barrier he would possibly burn. He looked at the place where Yukio was supposed to be and saw him standing. This time he returned to normality. His golden eyes shone while his skin seemed pale due to the lack of blood, even though it emanated a strong aura, although this time it was golden. Yukio smiled with emotion. How about a second round? Editor, Mauve. 22. Battle end. The forest area was silent, except inside a purple barrier where two people looked at each other. Yukio, how about a second round? He asked as he hit his fist against his palm. He was very excited. While his dragon side controlled the previous fight, he could see everything that would make his battle victorious. Gilbert, Tisk, you're very annoying. He threw himself at Yukio while doing a vertical cut. Yukio saw his attack and smiled. He jumped back before the sword reached him and used sound, appearing in front of his face, and stretched his fist with all his power. Boom. There was a loud blow as Gilbert was sent flying by a big wave of his fist. His dragon side did not know how to perfectly control his body. Gilbert circled the air before stabilizing, touching his face where blood ran down his nose. Gilbert, what was that? He murmured. He did not understand how he suddenly appeared on his face. Yukio, do you really think I'll tell you? He retorted. They stopped for a moment, clenching their fists. Gilbert then used his sword against him. It was getting dangerous. He could not dodge forever, therefore he jumped back when he saw the opportunity. Gilbert, did you get tired? Come, so I can kill you, boy. He screamed with a mocking smile. Yukio, are you an idiot? The only one who is going to die is you. He ran to him while checking his inventory. Gilbert moved his sword in an oblique way with the intention of dividing him in two. When it was about to arrive, Yukio raised his left arm and he could see his smile, believing that he would cut him. For his part, his innocent smile did not disappear when he almost made contact. There was only a satisfactory sound for him. Ping asterisk. The silver gloves had appeared on his arms. His black shiakusho had changed. He now wore a sleeveless white haori and a rope-shaped belt. He had the number 0 on the back of the haori. Look, Kensei Muguruma of Bleach. Yukio, I think we can start. He smiled. He was having a lot of fun, but something worried him. System, the user has advanced the process. He has an hour to reach a safe place. He knew he had to get serious. He was not going to save just his own life. He also had to save Kurika, her sister. Kurika was next to Chiron. He could see that she had some wounds, which made his blood boil, but he had to calm down. Yukio, it's time to fight for real. Gilbert, do you want to die so fast? In that case, I'll fulfill your wish. They both started to walk closer. When they were only 5 meters away, they disappeared and their fists collided with each other. It was obvious that they wanted to try the strength of the other. Since he put his gloves and his sacred clothes on, his strength increased slightly, but he still had to return. Gilbert, are you an angel? He could feel the sacred energy in this clash. Yukio smiled mysteriously. I'll leave it to your luck. He threw a fist at the rib. Gilbert just dodged and tried to hit him. He bent down, but then saw his knee was going to Yukio's face, so he put his hands in front of his chin to soften the impact. He got up a little in the air and Gilbert threw his leg to his stomach, but he grabbed his leg and turned in the air. Taking advantage of the inertia of falling and taking his leg, Yukio could make Gilbert fly through the air. His sword flew with him in the sense that Gilbert took a quick turn and kicked the sword in the air that went straight to his face. He moved his head to the side to avoid it, although it did not hit him. A scratch appeared on his cheek. Yukio, taijutsu. He said, this guy was using taijutsu, this was weird. Gilbert, any problem? They were both in a fight where if Yukio managed to hit him 3 times, he would give him 6. Suddenly, Gilbert bent down with a sweep of his leg. He managed to make Yukio lose his balance, but he quickly put his hands on the ground. When he started to turn, he kicked him with his leg on his cheek, causing him to back off. It was a very close battle, but in reality, he was trying to learn more. Every fight, every blow was an experience for his martial arts. System, martial arts level +1. System, martial arts level +1. Since he started fighting, he went up 2 levels, something satisfying, but he only had 30 minutes left. If he did not put an end to this, he only expected death. The Gremory. The 3 were watching the fight that took place inside the barrier. Rias was the one with the most stars in her eyes while murmuring, Master. Certsks, Graphia. Have you had any encounters with the angels? Graphia smiled uneasily. No. Since I've been watching him, the only contacts were the fallen angels and he killed them all. Certsks was thoughtful for a few moments. Do you think maybe he will join the angels? If so, it will be something to worry about. Graphia, not really. I've seen his methods and I can tell you that he does not plan to serve anyone. Certsks, does he plan to be without a faction? Graphia, very possible, although those clothes that have a lot of sacred aura must be some kind of weapon. Both nodded and watched the fight. Kurika. It had been almost an hour since Yukio had been fighting. It surprised her more than once because of his movements. She could not believe that someone her age was so powerful. She still did not understand why he wanted to protect them so much, but she would not doubt him anymore. She wanted him to win and not get hurt. I have to be stronger. Kurika, Yukio. You can do it. Yukio, Gilbert. He was dodging all of Gilbert's attacks when he soon heard a scream. It was Kurika who screamed. He smiled at her and then looked at his enemy. Yukio, 10 minutes let's finish this. As he spoke, Gilbert came up to him and they exchanged several blows until he withdrew when he felt something in his fists. Gilbert, what the hell, are you really an angel? What does an angel do in the underworld? He smiled at his silly question. Not all beings with something sacred would be an angel. Yukio, I am not on their side, now you should die. He ran while his fists were surrounded by a white aura. That was the sacred technique. He threw a blow directly to the chest. Gilbert placed his arms in front of his chest, but due to the sacred aura, he still received some damage when he retreated by 2 steps. Gilbert, you're a pretty troublesome brat. He put himself in a battle position. Even though he liked the fight and could gain a lot of experience, he still had to finish this. It only took me 9 more minutes to wake up 10%. He put himself in a battle position with both hands facing forward, bending his waist. Yukio, get ready, this time I'll be serious. He said with a serious tone before disappearing using sound. He appeared in front of Gilbert with a heel falling towards his head, but his legs had a kind of white fire. Gilbert, seeing this, quickly jumped back. He could feel the sacred power in that blow. If he took the blow, it would not be good. Asterisk boom asterisk. He created a crater with the blow, smiled at his strength and continued to chase him. Each blow of both was much stronger. The moment he arrived they held their palms while looking at each other face to face. Gilbert, I admit that you are very good but very inexperienced. He smiled with malice. Yukio, without experience, have you heard about the fate of rookies? He threw his head back when he released his hands. Gilbert lost his balance by leaning forward. Seeing this, he shot his head forward with great force. Asterisk bam asterisk. Yukio heard a sharp blow when his forehead collided with Gilbert's. The blood came out of both, lifted his left leg and hit him in the stomach. Gilbert, damn, he squeezed his stomach. He felt dizzy from that blow. Yukio was also a little dizzy. When he saw how the protagonists did something like this in animes, he thought it was great. Now he felt they were idiots. He used sound. Standing in front of him, he extended his palm to Gilbert's chest. Gilbert, without strength. He thought Yukio did not have the strength to hit him, but seeing his smile immediately, he understood that something was not right. Gilbert, wait, snot, do not. He wanted to say something but a crushing force was present in his chest. Asterisk crack K asterisk asterisk plash asterisk. 2 knocks were heard when a kind of light emerged from Gilbert's back like a white pillar. Gilbert, he fell on his knees and soon his life was gone. Yukio, damn, I did not think it would hurt so much. He had used the special ability of his gloves. Emperor's gauntlets, wearing. Rank B. They are silver gauntlets made of the best metal, able to withstand attacks of magical means. They have the capacity to absorb 2 attacks and use them in an explosive force towards a target. He absorbed 2 of Gilbert's attacks and used them with his sacred energy, which created a powerful palm of air. He felt very tired. The battle was exhausting. Although it could have ended earlier if he had used magic, it was a good opportunity to increase his melee skills. He turned his gaze to Kurika, who looked at him with a smile. He returned the smile when approaching. Yukio, are you okay? Kurika, couldn't I ask you that? She responded with a mocking voice. He was a little embarrassed by her tone. Yukio, hee, it's nothing. How is she? He pointed his finger towards Chiron. Kurika, don't worry, she just fainted, we should get out of here. It was true, because of this battle, it was obvious that someone would come here, although he knew that Graphia must be watching him, he did not want to cause any problems. He took Kurika's hand as he helped her up. Yukio, Kurika, can I ask you for a favor? Kurika, what's wrong? He had already felt 3 presences approaching, he was weak but enough to try to escape, so he had to hurry. Yukio, 3 presences are approaching, I know a place to escape but do not be scared and, take care of my body. Kurika, he could see her face of confusion, but he did not have time, so he opened his dimension and they were swallowed by a white light at 3 o'clock. The Gremory. They approached Yukio to help him but saw him take the girl's hand and then they disappeared by a white light. Graphia, wait. She screamed so they would not leave. He should have guessed that maybe they were enemies, but it was too late and he was gone. When they arrived, there was no one, only Gilbert's body lying on the ground, the barrier had disappeared when he died. Sertsks, where is he? He tried to feel their presences but it was as if they had disappeared. Graphia, I do not know exactly, it's a kind of secluded place. Rias inflated her chest as she advanced before the two. Rias, teacher has the ability to enter a dimension where he can train. Sertsks frowned. A dimension? Did he tell you where he learned such a thing? He knew that creating a dimension was not something like a simple skill. Rias, no. He never talks to me about those things, she pouted while kicking a rock. Graphia, Yukio always with his mysteries. Kurika, what is this place? There was a tall sky with a black sun and very beautiful herbs everywhere, plus a simple cabin in the distance. Yukio, you could call it my home. I cannot explain it now, just look around a little bit for now and stay in this place. Kurika, what are you trying to say? He did not know how to explain. Yukio, you could say I'm going to sleep for a few hours or days because of skill. Kurika pursed her lips. Do I look like an idiot? Yukio, what, why do you say that? Kurika, Gil. I was in Gilbert's library and I know very well what happens to you, so do not try to hide it. He was speechless, it would be good if he knew how to hide it. Yukio, well, as you could have seen me, I'm like a dragon and I'm about to wake up my blood, but at that moment I'll be weak, so I wanted to know if you could take care of my body. He thought a little and added. Yukio, well, you should know the rest, after all, everything must have been written Gilbert's library. He looked up and saw Kurika's playful smile, it was then he realized his mistake. Yukio, it was a lie, right? Kurika had a bright smile on her face, what do you think? He felt a vein in his forehead, the worst thing is that he told her everything. Well, he did not think she would try to do anything against him. Yukio, very good cheating. Kurika, thank you, but since you have told me the truth, I want to know something about your species, are you a human or a dragon? She bowed her head, because of her sense of smell she could smell 2 scents that came from Yukio. He raised his hands over his head, actually, I don't know. He smiled as he walked away from the cabin. Will you take care of me, deceptive little kitten, he said mockingly. Kurika blushed when she heard his call, but nodded, yes, I'll leave Chiron inside. He saw Kurika retreat and he laid on the ground. Yukio, system, how does the awakening work? System, 3 minutes for your blood to awaken, the user will have to endure his awakening, time 10 hours. He clenched his fists and raised his right hand to the sky. Yukio, just wait a little longer, I'll be home soon. Editor, Mauve. 23. Thanks to my followers. Yesterday I felt somewhat depressed because of the comments about my writing was bad. I thought maybe I should have left this, but today between a while to read and notice how many support me do not know how happy I felt to read such comments. I will try to improve and thanks to all those who gave me the motivation. Dada. Gudi name. Atov 12. Lin Shifeng. Q101. Atals. Exist error. Summer's Cave. Last Life First Fight. Nomadic Cloud. Dragon Kinkyo. Allende. Los que me siguen en idioma latino. https://www.wattpad.com/story/178164466-una-nueva-vida-n-high-school-DxD, en esta página saco cada capítulo en español. https://www.wattpad.com/story/178481778-valleyando-por-los-universos-%sign C2%sign-beefan-el-cuerpo-de-Goku, esta obra es una que hago por diversion si quieren vinla. 24, POV. POV, Kurika. I'll tell you a little about what happened recently. It all started half a year ago when my mother died. At the beginning I stayed with Chiron, we planned to do everything on our own, but it was not very easy and soon our father appeared and I thought he had come to take care of us. It turned out that it was our biggest mistake. He led us to a kind of castle where a man promised to take care of us. At the end, it was not like that. They used me for investigations and every day we were suffering. To my relief they did not try to do anything to Chiron. But one day I heard that the owner of the mansion chose me as a pawn. I did not care, but I also understood that they would do experiments with another Nekomata. It was not so smart that they were talking about Chiron and I heard them, So one day, when everyone was careless, I hit Gilbert while he slept. I think he trusted me a lot, so I did not even bother asking because I knew he was in his room. So we escaped from that castle, but it was not easy. We were persecuted and I had to fight against many servants. We managed to get out, but at the cost of many injuries. We arrived at a cave where I thought about resting a little. Chiron lost consciousness and had many wounds. I could feel that her vital energy was falling, even if at a slow pace. I felt helpless. I could not even protect her. I wanted to scream in frustration, but suddenly I heard a sound. There, standing in front of me, was a child who was staring at us. My eyes widened because I could usually smell the scents of other people before they came near me, and I could not smell his at all. Only until I heard a sound I realized he was there. He had peculiar aromas, of a human being, but also something reptilian. It was strange. But it was not the time for that. I begged him to leave us. He could have been one of those who persecuted us, and I was afraid that he would kill us or take us to Gilbert, but he did not answer me. I felt as if I had fallen into a bottomless pit before I would die. But the boy suddenly said my name. I was speechless in a second. Along with my name, he sent out a chilling aura. I could feel the anger and pain he was in. I did not understand what happened. Did he get angry when he saw me in such a state? How did this child know my name? Also, who was he? There were thousands of questions. Even so, I did not trust him. Suddenly his aura lowered and he came to give me some rare pill. I did not want to accept it, but he put it in my throat, forcing me to swallow it. I thought it was a poison, but magically my wounds healed and my life force increased. I asked him why he helped us and his answer was that he had promised to protect us. I immediately knew it was a lie, but I decided to follow him. He took us to a place where we could rest and eat safely. I decided he was not a bad person, so I went searching for food. I found parts of demons that I really did not mind eating, but I did not know if he would accept this. In the end, I was surprised when he was the one who ate the most. I could not suppress my laughter to see him fill his mouth with so much food. Yukio, what are you laughing at? He asked me, raised an eyebrow and stopped eating. Kurika, you look so funny with your cheeks full. I saw that he was embarrassed and thought that he was a cute boy. But soon my vision blurred. When I saw the tip of a sword pierce his stomach, I did not know whether to scream or run towards him. I felt the worst way possible. I felt that my life was a disgrace for being so weak and unable to protect anyone. Kurika, why, Yukio? I tried to get away from him, but he captured me and hit me harder. I only had two things in mind. Kurika, I can never protect those I appreciate. I'm too weak. I wanted to apologize to Yukio for putting him in this and making him lose his life for no reason. But the next thing I saw left me speechless. Yukio had changed. His skin was darker and his hair grew a few centimeters when his eyes changed to purple with a dragon iris. He had the shape of a dragon. He fought with everything against Gilbert until he was the same again. His struggle made me understand that he really wanted to protect us, and I shouted to tell him he could do it. I saw his smile and I smiled at him. As soon as the battle was over, he told me about a place to escape to, and we arrived at a strange but very beautiful place. And that's how I started taking care of him. I was on my knees beside Yukio's body, who was asleep. I was wiping the sweat from his body. He was sweating a lot. Chiron, how is Yukio and I? Soon Chiron appeared at my side. As she looked at us, I smiled at her. Kurika, don't worry, he'll be fine because now he just has to rest. She nodded and returned to the cabin. We had spent only 5 hours here. It was a mysterious place and there was a lot of mana. Also, inside the cabin there were all kinds of food. I decided to prepare dinner with the hope that Yukio would not get angry. I watched him for a while, took out a towel to dry his sweat, and a smile escaped me. Kurika, in the end you did it. You promised to protect us, and I promised you that if you were successful, I would trust you. I touched his forehead with my hand. The first time we met, he did not have this tattoo in the form of a cross. My fingers touched it and I felt the heat. Kurika, I hope you get up early, cute boy. The Gremory, Graphia POV. We stayed at the fight site. We asked Rias how his dimension worked and she told us that the same place of entry would also be the exit. Therefore, we choose to wait for Yukio to come out. Sirtsks, how long since they entered? Graphia, it's only been 5 hours, he must be healing. My concern for Yukio was increasing. Sirtsks, Rias, what's inside? Rias, enough to stay for a year. Sirtsks, what are you talking about? Rias, there is a cabin that has many things, water, and enough food for some years. Sirtsk sighed deeply. For now we will wait 2 days. If, during this time they do not return, we will simply return when we feel his aura again. Graphia/Rias, yes. I looked in the direction where Gilbert's body was and I sighed inwardly and muttered. Graphia, I'll see him when he gets back. I'll hit him if he still has more secrets. I shook my fists, but I still hoped he would return without injury. Editor, Mauve. 25, The Little Dragon. In a dark place, like an abyss, there were shadows around a child, floating in the air. Each one had a loving look. Is it him? Asterisk voice of a middle-aged woman asterisk. Incredible, he is still very young and already managed to enter this place. I hope he lives a good life asterisk the shadow of a middle-aged man asterisk. Hee, why do you worry? Did we all not share many difficulties and it took us hard work to become so strong? Asterisk spoke a girl of 1.50 m height asterisk. It's true, no matter how young he is still one of us. Do not forget Mio that only at the age of 20 he ascended. In that sense, all the shadows nodded when they approached Yukio. There were only 10 shadows in this place. 5 women and the rest men. If you looked closely, you would notice horns or wings. The one that stood out most was a small one with big horns and tail. Each one raised their right hand towards Yukio while they surrounded him in a circle. We are hated beings, beings that the deities hate. But we never give up, and we try to return to our homes. Despite failing, we are still trying to get it. No matter how much we are humiliated, we do not care. Our pride will be great, but our family is more important. That's why we have to be united. Between all of us we are family, and that makes us one. Why? Because we are his children, children of the great dragon. We are the abyss. Suddenly from the palms of everyone came a dark and purple light that was sent to the heart of Yukio, who trembled a few moments before they lowered their palms. They looked in the direction of the 1.50 m tall girl, then they nodded. The girl approached Yukio and placed her palm on Yukio's heart before speaking affectionately. Little brother. You will live a hard life, full of war and possible suffering. You will have to learn to use your power for yourself, and it hurts us that we cannot be by your side. Even so, we trust in you, we know that you will achieve it, you will change the whole universe. She looked at all present before speaking again. So wake up and teach each ascendant who is the true emperor. There was an immense light that came from her palm covering Yukio's entire body. Dark tattoos began to appear on Yukio's body as if they were dragons wrapping in his right arm before disappearing. And his body became particles that dispersed in the place, leaving the shadows alone again. Everyone looked at the particles when they said the same words. We trust you, brother. Yukio. He raised his upper body suddenly, his eyes just looked forward and tears came out. Although he could not move his body, he could hear every word. He felt those voices were very familiar. He felt as if he had heard them before but did not know from where. Even so, his tears came out more and more. Soon he felt small arms hugging him from the front. Kurika, what's wrong, why are you crying? She asked in a tone of concern. He did not answer her but hugged her small body. They stayed like this for a few minutes before he calmed down. Yukio, how much time did I spend asleep? Kurika, 7 hours. Are you okay? Yukio, don't worry. And Chiron. He smiled at her, he felt much better. Kurika looked at him but replied, she's inside the cabin, are you hungry? He just nodded, he was hungry anyway. Kurika went into the hut to look for food while he checked the system. When he woke up he heard many notifications. Yukio, system, repeat everything again. Asterisk ding asterisk asterisk ding asterisk asterisk ding asterisk asterisk ding dong asterisk. System, congratulations to the user for awakening 10% of their bloodline. System, the user has opened the occupation area. System, skills have increased in level. System, the user has received. System, the user has finished the tutorial mode. From now on the option to see statistics will be diminished. System, the user has risen in level. System, the user has received skills from his bloodline. System, space movement. Systemia, dragon scales. System, space chains. System, suppression. Name, Yukio Hayudo. Bloodline, dragon of the abyss, 10%. Ceiling. Species, humanoid. Range, medium, intermediate. Title, demon slayer. Occupation, / options. Level 47. Coins, record, 24,560. Strength, 64 / resistance, 70 / agility, 52 / good luck, 19 / mana, 27,764. Dimensional weapon. There were 2 beings who felt the increase in the power of their teacher. Seraphim, he did it. The excited girl screamed as she hugged her rival Satana. Satana, let me go. She jumped from Seraphim's embrace, but in reality, she was also excited. He got his powers, very possibly he is his reincarnation. Both girls nodded and knew what it meant when a dragon awoke the spacetime abilities. It was only a matter of time. They were even more determined to be with their teacher. Satana, should we tell him? He does not know the story yet. Seraphim, we'll have to tell him at some point. We have to tell him everything, maybe he'll accept it. Satana, being a dragon of the abyss. Strong but hated. She spoke in a low voice, while she closed her eyes remembering the story. Seraphim waved her wings while smiling. Even if all the gods hate him, I know the truth, he sacrificed himself for all of us. So both girls stayed looking for a while before smiling. Satana / Seraphim, our teacher. Editor, Mav. 26, Okasan. Name, Yukio Hayudo. Bloodline, dragon of the abyss, 10%. Sealed. Species, humanoid. Rank, medium, intermediate. Title, demon slayer. Occupation, / options. Level 47. Coins, record, 24,560. Strength, 64 / resistance, 70 / agility, 52 / good luck, 19 / mana, 27,764. System, space movement. Imagine or think of a person, creating a direct portal. You are only limited to this planet. System, dragon scales. Create an armor of jet black scales that increase your defense. System, space chains. The chains come out of space cracks confining the enemies and sucking their magic/energy/ki. System, suppression. Suppress the powers/ki/magic/energy, living beings or weapons. He was somewhat stupefied by his new skills but smiled widely. These skills were suited to his plan. Maybe it was time to rob the princess. But for now, he put it aside, he was more interested in something else. Yukio, system, why do those question marks come out after my name? System, the user received the appointment of a clan beyond my comprehension. To discover it, he will have to reach his respective level. He thought about it a bit and it was true when he heard the voices called him brother. It made him much more curious now. Yukio, could you show me how much my skills went up? Special. Stopping time. Presence. Suppression. Evaluation. Space movement. Pressure. Dragon scales. Space chains. Skills. Advanced learning, max, passive. Magical absorption 56/90ths, active. Sound, 27/35ths, active. Martial arts, 41/50ths, passive. Fencing, 11/50ths, passive. Lightning versus, 15/100, active. Sphere Relampago, 25/50ths, active. Magical perception, max, passive. Sacred technique, 14/50ths, active. He thought his skills have increased a lot, he could feel his body more flexible, he also felt a bit of power from his blood, he was wondering what that was but Kurika had arrived just at that moment. Kurika, here you are. In her hands, she carried 2 plates of food, he smiled at her care. While they were having dinner, he decided to ask her something that bothered him. Yukio, hey, how did you get to the forest? As far as he knew, they should only leave when Kurika killed her master. Kurika looked at him for a while but sighed. Gilbert was the assistant of a scientist who was in charge of the process, but there was a meeting that he had to attend. Gilbert, for his part, trusted in his power and did not believe that I would attack. She told him everything that had happened in the forest. He was a bit impressed after knowing everything. Without a doubt, his actions made a change in the story, although he did not know exactly what he did. They talked a lot of trivial things between them. It had been 2 hours and he had to get out of here. After all, he did not know if Graphia again used magic with his parents to make them think he went to class these days as he usually would. He told the 2 girls to stay here, for the time being, both accepted without problems. Soon he was swallowed by a white portal. He appeared again in the forest, well, if that can be called that. After his battle, much of it was destroyed. He looked at both sides and felt 3 presences nearby. He was thinking of retiring to avoid problems, but there were 2 with familiar energies. And as he thought, a man and 2 girls appeared before him soon. Yukio, did you like the show? He smiled at them mockingly. Rias, did you know? Her expression was amusing, but Graphia and Sertx had already realized a long time ago that he noticed them in battle. Yukio, it's normal, after all, who would trust a human? He told them to see their reaction, but he did not see anything wrong with them, he really just wanted to see if they had bad intentions towards him. Graphia, are you hurt? Despite seeing that he had no injuries, she still asked him. Yukio, no. He looked at Sertx who looked him up and down. He felt strange. Hey. I like girls, you know. Sertx, cough. He choked on his words and looked at him with a funny face. What the hell? Graphia and Rias were laughing as they looked at them. Sertx, anyway. I want to ask you something, will you answer me? Yukio, I guess, but when it comes to certain things I have my limits. He raised his hands in surrender mode. He could see Graphia giving him a look he had seen many times in his life. Sertx, why save those 2 girls? Yukio, why can I not save them? He asked him in response to which Sertx just sighed. Sertx, let's change the question. Are those 2 girls the people you came looking for? Yukio, I suppose. Sertx, how do you relate to those 2 Nekomatas? Yukio, isn't there even privacy anymore? He asked, raising an eyebrow. Sertx just shook his head and decided to ask something else. Sertx, why could I feel a sacred power coming from you, but it's not the same as the angels? Yukio, I do not know. Am I special? He smiled innocently. Sertx, hey, boy, at least, answer me one. He had a vein on his forehead trying not to hit him. He knew that if he tried something with this brat, his wife would surely get angry. Yukio, well, as long as it's not something private, with pleasure. Sertx, what were those sacred clothes? Where did you get them? Yukio, it's a gift from my teacher, they're also anti-demon clothes. He said a little white lie and at the same time told him the truth. After all, the system was his teacher, kinda. Graphia, bastard, you never told me you had one. Yukio, you never asked. He smiled as innocent as he could, but he could see Graphia looking at him. He felt chills. Yukio, cough anyway, can you send me home? I'm tired. Sertx. He stared at the boy in front of him. Will you not answer more of my questions? He looked at him and got confused. You said at least one of your questions, didn't I already do that? Graphia laughed cunningly because she understood his words. He looked at her and smiled. Sertx, well, you win. Thanks for training Rias these last days. He waved his hand as he approached Graphia, who made a magic circle appear again. this time he came out on the mountain where they used to train. He was planning to leave but Grafia grabbed him by the shoulder and he turned to look at her. "Yukio, what's wrong?" She did not answer him and looked at him strangely before kneeling down hugging him. He was frozen, he did not know what to do. "Yukio, Grafia-san. Grafia, child. Instead of ignoring us, you could have asked us for help during the battle." She hugged him harder as she spoke to him. "You could have died." He thought about it for a while and it was true, it was risky, but it was necessary, but he could not say that it made him stronger the more he killed. Another thing was that this hug felt very good, not sexually, but maternally. He knew the look that Grafia gave him. His arms moved by themselves when he hugged her. "Yukio, I'm sorry, Grafia-san. I should have asked for help and not play with my life." He sincerely apologized. Then they embraced for a few minutes. When they parted, she gave him a small kiss on the forehead and stroked his cheeks with her hands. He thought it was very strange because in the series she had a cold attitude, but now she seemed like a loving mother. He could not help feeling happy. "Grafia, I'll visit you later. You have to rest and if you want to fight the renegades, just wait for me to accompany you," she said fondly. He smiled and turned around. Before leaving he turned to look at her and shouted, "Thank you Oka-san." He left so fast that he did not see her reaction. But Grafia froze and then smiled, looked at him as he walked farther into the distance. "Grafia, little Yukio." Then she disappeared into the circle again. When he got home he noticed that everything was normal. Apparently, the magic did its excellent job but there was a problem. Irina would leave tomorrow. Editor, Mav. 27, Moving a Faction. The next morning he was facing Irina, who was somewhat tearful. "Yukio, you do not have to cry, you know." "Irina, I don't want to leave. I want to stay here." He knew she did not really want to leave, but it was necessary so he rubbed her little head while talking to her. "Yukio, I know you want to stay, but you must go, plus you will not leave forever. You can come back in the future, you know." He smiled tenderly. She looked at him and then smiled as she hugged him. He could see her parents watching them. It was embarrassing, but he was not going to stop her after all. He was going to miss her too very much. "Irina, Yukio-kun. Will you wait for me?" She spoke in a low voice. She sounded like a mosquito but he could hear it. "Yukio, I'll do it, if it's for you. Make sure you come back soon." They both looked at each other for a moment, as she clenched her fists and left with her parents. He saw her back and felt resigned to see her go like that, but Irina suddenly turned around and ran into his arms. His reaction was quick and when he caught her, she gave him a small kiss on the cheek before running off with a red face. Everything was so fast that when he could process things again, the car was gone. He felt a contraction in his eye and could only smile at her actions. "Yukio, this girl does go overboard." He turned around and looked at his house. He sighed as he thought about his plans. With his new powers, it was time to do some things. Actually he wanted to wait 4 years before going for a keno, but maybe it was time. With his magical perception, along with space movement, he could feel her aura quickly. The problem was how to complete his mission. Well, today was Saturday and he had told his parents that he would go to Ryata's house. But he actually received a message from Yasaka to speak and wanted to leave quickly. In front of him, he created a black portal in which he put his hand to feel the auras. It was difficult because he hardly used this power but he managed to capture Yasaka's aura weakly. Then he went into the portal. When he left the portal he was suddenly surrounded by several yokais. I guess it was a bad idea to appear in the middle of a conference. He smiled nervously at such a show, before a voice saved him. "Yasaka, lower your weapons, it's not an enemy." Everyone hesitated but ended up lowering their weapons and retreating. "Yukio, thanks for that." "Yasaka, you're welcome. How did you appear without a magic circle?" she asked with a gentle smile. "Yukio, do you know what's a secret?" She pouted, but sighed and started telling him the reason for her call. "Yasaka, anyway, I called you because I need your help." He raised an eyebrow at her comment and gave her a curious look. "Yasaka, for a few weeks now we have been attacked. At first I did not want to drag you into this but I lost many comrades. I do not say that you have to fight but could you?" He interrupted before the sentence ended. "Yukio, you want me to give you pills, right?" She looked at him sadly. After all, asking for these pills, which were very valuable, made her uncomfortable. Although for him they were not, he was not going to give them pills for something like that. If he had to buy them for everyone, they would not be enough. "Yasaka, I know it's impossible, but only a few and will give you any amount of money you ask for." He sighed at her words and spoke to her as he watched her. "Yukio, Asaka-san knows me well enough and you know that I do not care about money. How much can you even give me for the pills? I will not sell them, not because I don't want to, but because I do not have enough for everyone, and this would make things worse." Yasaka looked at him with a certain sadness, although she already knew that this was going to happen. "Yukio, don't look at me like that, you know it yourself." "Yasaka, I know, I'm sorry, I made you come here pointlessly." She smiled as she always did. "Yukio, that doesn't matter." He looked at her and thought about something. "Tell me, if you can have another safe place, would you abandon this one?" Yasaka, That question took her by surprise and she looked at him confused, but she nodded. "Yes, but I doubt we can escape, they have many waiting for us to come out at the barrier." Yukio, hehe, that's no problem. Yasaka wanted to ask why it was no problem, but she soon felt a tug when a white portal appeared under her feet and she disappeared in the act. Within the dimension, there was Yasaka standing with a shocked face. Yukio, hey, Yasaka-san. He spoke to her several times but she did not answer him. He looked at her and put his hands on his chin like a philosopher. You became a beautiful statue. That's interesting. Yasaka came out of the confusion due to his sudden words and blushed. She did not forget the obvious confession he made the previous time. But it was not the time for that and he spoke quickly. Yasaka, what is this place? Glancing at the whole place with a curious look. Yukio, how can I describe it? If the demons have the underworld and the angels have heaven, I should have my own space, right? He looked at her with an arrogant look. She laughed at his imitation of those arrogant bosses. Yasaka, haha, you look a lot like them. He saw her laugh, but she seemed to notice it and blushed, but quickly returned to the subject. Yasaka, is this a world created by you? Yukio, it's not a world, it is a separate dimension. I want to offer you a place in this space together with your faction, since you will have noticed that there is a lot of space. Yasaka, a place? Does that mean there will be more people in this place? She asked as she looked at a cabin where she frowned at the smell of 2 cats. Yukio, it may be, but for now it's free. You can create an area for yourself, as long as you do not get too close to my space. Yasaka understood his words and started walking around the place seeing where a good place could be. He stayed in the same place while talking to the system. Yukio, oh, you say I can create entrances for leaving this place. System, yes, due to your skill, space movement, you must only place a magic circle. You have a maximum of 50 circles for now. He was impressed to know what those words would mean, but even so, he decided to ask. Yukio, that means it's a circuit inside the dimension. Could we teleport to any place where it's been marked? System, exactly, you must make a primary circle within the dimension that will be the catalyst. He really did not want to waste his time and moved to a small place and then started making a magic circle. Since he wanted to make it artistic, he started adding many symbols. Although to be honest, it seemed as if a child had played with a pencil, but he still did not care. Yasaka, I'm ready, I found a good place. Yasaka arrived with a radiant smile while looking at the magic circle on the floor. It was black with several symbols in the shape of kanjis from 1 to 13. Yukio, oh, then should we go to get your people? You should also collect the materials and resources that you have inside your base before moving them here. Yasaka accepted and soon they disappeared into a white portal again. When they left, Kurika, who was at the window of the cabin, had a cold and deadly look. Kurika, you'll see. Yasaka spoke quickly with all groups of her faction. Some were against it, but when they were told that in that place there was an immense air full of energy/ki/mana/chakra, Yukio's dimension has a concentration of pure energy, they immediately agreed. Everyone started to collect materials. From time to time, they disappeared to enter Yukio's dimension. After a few hours, everything was dismantled to the point where there was not a single yokai. During that, Yukio used space movement to appear in the house that Ichiro Watanabe had bought outside the city. There he began to make a magic circle that was covered with magic. He entered the dimension to inform them of the symbols and explain some rules. When he entered, he could see many yokai carrying heavy things to a nearby place in the forest. He followed them and quickly found Yasaka. Yukio, alright, I finished making the exit and the entrance. Since you brought enough food besides the construction materials, you should avoid leaving for the moment. If you need something, just tell me. Yasaka, I will do it, thank you very much Yukio-kun. She smiled softly. He could see a little girl hiding behind her. He thought it was Kunu. The times he visited Yasaka, he had almost never spoken to her. He looked at her and smiled as he waved his hand. She was startled, but answered. Kunu, hello Yukio nii. Her stuttering voice was cute. He looked at Yasaka, who had a dangerous smile, and decided not to say what he thought. Yukio, well, I'll leave for now. If you have any problems, call me. He was going to go, but remembered something. Keep everyone away from the cabin. He pointed at the most remote house. Yasaka, don't you want us to build something better? Yukio, if you have time, yes, but I just want something simple like that cabin. Yasaka nodded and looked towards the cabin where she felt 2 presences. Besides, it was very obvious that they were Nekomatas, but she was not going to say anything. She was an adult woman. He saw her look and smiled with mockery. Yukio, a jealous woman? Don't worry, like I said, I'll come for you. He quickly crossed a white portal, leaving a red like a volcano. Yasaka and little girl Kunu confused. Yasaka, Baka. Editor, Mav. 28. The plans. It's been 2 days since he left the yokai in his dimension. Now that he had left the class, he felt somewhat unusual just because he normally used to walk home with Irina. He was in his thoughts until he felt a familiar presence. Graphia, don't you have your guard down a little too much? As he guessed, it was Graphia who appeared. Yukio, I guess, is something wrong? He asked her quickly. Graphia, did you forget about Ria's training? Yukio. Actually, he forgot, but he was not going to say that. No, where is it? Graphia seemed to notice that he lied to her, but she just smiled and opened a magic circle, which they entered. At least there was no one around to see such an act. When he reappeared, he could see Rias, who was sitting, absorbing the mana from the air. He was surprised by her level of ability. When she saw them, she got up and walked towards them. Rias, hello Yukio-sensei. He could see a respectful smile that he had not seen before. He thought it was funny that after showing some strength she really considered him her teacher. Yukio, good morning Rias-chan, should we start with your training? Rias, yes, apparently she had a lot of motivation, it would hurt me to ruin it. He smiled innocently while letting out terrifying words for Rias. Yukio, in that case, today you're going to run around the whole mountain 30 times and I'll load you 30 kilograms on each leg and 40 kilograms on your arms. Her face paled, she looked at Grafia trying to get help, but she just stared at her. Grafia knew that when he said something for Rias' training, they were not jokes. So she followed the orders with a face of suffering and injustice. For his part, he thought that he should start his plan. He was very weak and needed to strengthen himself. At this rate he could do nothing when something happened. His first task would be to save Akeno and second to find strong servants. He knew the names of some who would be excellent to get. When Rias finished her training, she was on the floor panting. He approached her and put a hand on her head. Ding **. Name, Rias Gremory. Bloodline. Species, pure blood demon. Rank, title, occupation, level, force, /resistance, /agility, /good luck, /mana. Skills, control of mana, 24/50. He assumed that he could only see little information because she was not his servant. As to why the system only let him see one skill should be because he was the one who gave it to her. Rias, did something happen, Yukio-sensei? She asked him with red cheeks because he touched her head. He ruffled her hair and smiled at her. You've become strong, do you want to train mana? Rias nodded, and he took a look at Grafia, who already knew that they would enter his dimension. Previously he hesitated to let her in, but realized that she did not have any malice towards him, but only keeps that kind look. Even so, he would not let them know that he can teleport to any place through portals from there. So they disappeared again into a white portal. Inside he could see a scene he laughed at. Grafia froze as Yasaka did when she first came here. On the other hand, Rias was in shock for something else. From a distance she could see a beautiful castle. Yukio, we'll train somewhere else, follow me. He pulled the two women out of their trance and they started following him. During the tour, he could feel Grafia's eyes that were curious about this place. She felt many nearby presences but she did not know exactly what they were because this place contained a lot of mana/ki/chakra/energy to be able to distinguish them. He gave an internal sigh. He knew that Yasaka had a very good nose and knew that when he entered the dimension, it would not be strange if she came towards him. Yukio, here it's okay, today we'll go into something different. He started to make a circle on the floor where he asked Rias to stop. Sit in that place in a lotus position and try to gather as much energy as you can. Rias nodded and sat down to channel the energy in the air. This place had a lot of that. Grafia approached until she was beside him. Grafia, Yukio-sama. This place. Yukio, what's wrong? Grafia, where are we exactly? What are these presences? Yukio, you can compare it to the underworld and heaven. Calling it a specific place would wrong. We are not anywhere on Earth, it is a separate dimension. As far as presences are concerned, you will know soon. What he told her was the truth, but then he felt a particular presence that was coming towards them. In addition, this place was a separate dimension and that strange red portal where the auras that were on the other side of the dimension were felt. He could see that on top of Ria's head a sphere of mana was forming. Grafia was shocked at such an act. He approached her back placing his palm on it. Yukio, try to let every thread of mana enter in your body, just do it slowly and don't worry, I'll stop it if something happens. Rias nodded with her eyes closed as a small thread of the sphere inscribed on her forehead. For his part, he closed his eyes with his palm on her back watching each process with his magical perception. When he noticed that it would go out of control, he used his magical absorption to drain what Rias could not absorb. Yasaka had smelled the scent of Yukio, so she headed towards him. It did not take long and when she arrived, she saw him standing next to a red-headed girl placing the palm of his hand on her back, plus she could see a large sphere of mana over her head. It was the first time her eyes had seen such a brilliant way of handling and increasing mana. Her gaze traveled the place until she saw a silver-haired woman looking at her. It was not necessary to say that she already recognized her. Yasaka, the wife of Lucifer and servant of Gremory. She bowed respectfully. Even if she was on par with demons of ultimate rank, she did not want to bring problems to Yukio. Grafia, Yasaka, leader of yokai. She stopped for a moment. What are you doing here? Yasaka, to tell you that, at least I should know what relationship you have with Yukio-kun. She was not going to say so easily that her faction was here. They could do something to Yukio. Grafia, Yukio-kun. She frowned, but it was not the time to talk about it. Our relationship, he is under the care of Gremory and is the trainer of the heiress. None of them were going to say the whole truth. Yasaka, I see. She was going to keep talking but both women felt explosive energy coming from the two children. Their faces were surprised when they looked at them. Rias had several dark marks on her body, some stretched to her cheeks, positioning themselves as if she had feline whiskers. Her energy was triple that of when she entered and her beautiful red hair, became the same as blood, piercing the eyes. As for Yukio, his right arm had dark marks as if a dragon was rolling, his eyes turned purple with dragon irises and his black hair at the tips turned a little gray that surrounded him with a dark aura all over the body. It was momentary, but both women could see it. They soon returned to normal while Rias was panting due to the intense mana and only one word could be heard at that moment. Rias, I did it. Editor, Mauve. 29. It is time to act. When he was in the process of helping Rias, he could feel a great increase in mana in him. It was amazing and somehow the system started talking in his head. System, the user has received the power of destruction. He did not understand how he could get that technique from the Bale family, but when he wanted to ask, his body began to feel hot and he felt a change in his soul. It was only for a few seconds but he felt that if he repeated the fight against Gilbert, he could kill him in the blink of an eye. But he noticed a lack of control in Rias' energy, it was too much mana for her to control. System, any solution to this problem? He asked the question quickly, he could feel that the body of Rias would not resist much longer. System, the user can transfer a reinforcement technique. He thought about it for a while, then decided to do it. He did not want Rias to explode suddenly as he had gotten a little affection for her. Well, purchase it and transfer it at the same time. Ding. System, the user has purchased Dark Tiger Technique. System, the user has transferred Dark Tiger Technique to the host Rias Gremory. As soon as the notifications were over, he could feel a new strength in Rias. It was powerful and could be said 3 times the original. When it was over, he opened his eyes and could hear Rias' little outburst. Rias, I did it. She got up jumping and smiling. It was quite strange because the series did not show this childish side of her. He wanted to annoy her a little, but his gaze fell on a woman with 9 tails, who looked at him kindly. Yukio, yo, Yasaka, how are you? He waved his hand in greeting mode. Yasaka, well, we have not had any problems and in this place, there is so much mana that our wounded people have healed very quickly. Yukio, I'm glad to hear that. He was honest since the yokai arrived here, they were quite nice and friendly. Grafia took a step forward and asked quickly. Grafia, what is Yasaka the leader of the yokai doing in this place? He found it funny, instead of asking what was the sudden transformation, she asked what Yasaka was doing here. Yukio, Asaka-chan lives in this dimension with her faction, if you want to ask if I joined them, it's a no, I only gave them temporary housing. Grafia looked at Yasaka doubtfully. As for Yasaka, she had a bit of a blush on her face, he called her Yasaka-chan in front of so many people, and she saw it, when she called him by the name of Yukio, that 20-year-old boy appeared again. Yasaka, ****, she coughed to hide her blush. Is it true that you're training the young heiress of Gremory? She raised an eyebrow, it looked cute. Yukio, although it's kinda give and take as it stands, maybe you should help Kunu, don't you think? He smiled at her, he really wanted Kunu to become strong. She just nodded and stayed by his side looking at Grafia. Rias, sensei. Rias broke the awkward silence when approaching. Yukio, what's wrong? He could see her acting strangely, he understood what it was, so he made her follow him. Soon they moved away from the place, but for some strange reason, he felt an increase of energy coming from Yasaka and Grafia. He'd look into it later. Rias, what is this technique called? Inside her mind, there was the Dark Tiger technique, but she could not know exactly what it was useful for. Yukio, it's a technique that my teacher taught me. When you activate it, you will have some dark stripes on your body that increase your strength and agility. You can also expel or inhale the mana in your body. It's an ideal technique to unite your mana control, but keep in mind that the more you use it, the stronger you become, so you should start measuring how much you can take. He explained patiently. They spent a few minutes talking and he could feel the energy of Yasaka and Grafia exploding. He frowned at this, he did not know what they were doing. Yukio, I think it's time to leave. Rias, will sensei come back to train me? The girl asked suddenly. Yukio, back to train you? With this technique along with mana control, I don't think it's necessary. Rias, how about you train me physically? You know, you told me you cannot always count on magic. She had a sad face. He realized that it happened and smiled, he did not think this would happen. Yukio, well, I give up, just tell Grafia to bring you sometimes, but you must tell me before you want to come. He spoke as if he had not noticed her actions. Rias seemed happy and animated, she approached and hugged him. Rias, Ijajej, in that case, I'll come several times. It seemed good to see her like that. Yukio, let's go back to the others. She nodded and they went back to Grafia and Yasaka. Unknown to him, there was a pair of feline eyes that observed everything and soon he would receive many scoldings for being unfaithful. When he got to where they had left the 2 women, he could see destruction everywhere, in some places there were craters and some were burning. He did not want to ask exactly why they fought, so he turned a blind eye to it, to get out of here. Then a white portal appeared that swallowed them all, he saw that they created a circle to go to the underworld. For his part, he teleported with space movement to the house outside the city. He sat in a lotus position. In front of him was a portal that he opened with space movement, his hand was inside trying to look for the mana of Akeno. He just had to find someone who had the energy of a fallen angel along with human energy. The reason for this. He had to advance his plans. Reason, this. System, fairies are in danger, a mission has been given to the host. System, save the fairies, a new successor of the Dragon of the Abyss. Your duty is to protect your home. Editor, Mauve. 30, Jealousy. Underworld. In a dark room, there were two people. A little girl with red hair was sitting on a chair, while she had a desk in front of her. She looked scared and anxious. While on the other side was a mature woman with beautiful silver hair and beautiful red eyes which stared at her victim, who was in front of her. She was sipping a little of her tea before placing it on top of the desk. Graphia, Tho, little Rias, do you now plan to tell me everything? She paused and then continued. Or will we be here longer? She still had not revealed anything. It had been 4 hours since little Rias was locked in this place. 4 answers. Rias, Oni-sama, can't you let me go? How about I'll tell you later? She was already tired and did not want to slip any information. She was afraid that her life would be lost because of that contract. Graphia raised an eyebrow at her comment. No matter what she threatened her with, she did not want to talk. Graphia, Rias, I will ask you again. What were these strange marks? Also, what else are you hiding? Rias had a pleading look. She could not stand being locked in here, so she got up from her chair while looking at Graphia. The silver-haired woman thought the girl wanted to attack her. She waited for her movement, but she was surprised at what she really did. Rias had thrown herself on her legs and started crying like a spoiled girl. Rias, let me go. Sniff I'll tell you everything, even the darkest secrets, but sniff you have to do me a favor. Graphia, a favor? First, tell me the secrets and then we'll talk about it. Rias, no, you have to promise me now. Graphia felt confused but decided to accept. Graphia, well, what do you need help with? Rias had a mischievous smile. I want to go more often to the human world. She said it slowly to see the expression of Graphia. Graphia, human world? For what? Your training is over. Rias mumbled and looked away. It's a fun world. Graphia looked at her, but could not find any lies in her words. It was not time to worry about it. Graphia, well, tell me what your secrets are. Don't try to give me useless information and tell them all. Rias, well. She stopped for a while and inside she had a wicked smile. Oni-sama, what do you necessarily want to know? Graphia, what? I guess the strange techniques you've been using. Rias, that. And I thought you would like to know what secret Sensei had. She spoke calmly while smiling innocently. Graphia felt as if her brain rang a small bell with those words and could not help but pry. Graphia, secret. What secret is Yukio-sama hiding? Rias, hey Oni-sama, did you know that Sensei is in love with that fox woman? She lied shamelessly to save herself. Who could say that her words were true or not? But without knowing, her words caused a terrible future. Graphia felt a vein on her forehead when she heard that. A few hours ago she confronted that woman to find out why she was so close to Yukio, but to hear that it was this. She started to release her frozen energy. What she did not notice was the naughty smile of Rias, who was already at the door leaving the room. The place had turned to pure ice when she returned to her senses. Just wait for it, Yasaka. I will not let you corrupt Yukio. She swore to herself and soon frowned when she noticed that Rias was not there. Graphia, RIAAS. After that, there was a rumor of an adult woman chasing a little girl all over the mansion. 3 hours ago. He did not really know that soon, due to Rias' great words, he would have the biggest headache of his life. He was sitting in the lotus position, with his hand inside a black hole, trying to look for a Keno. At first, he thought it would be easy, but after trying to search for about an hour he could not capture her energy. He came to a conclusion: she was either very weak or she was dead. Even so, he kept looking. He had to get her. He needed to complete the mission to receive his pieces. Yukio, hey system. Is it possible that a Keno is dead? System, no. If the quest has not changed, it is because the objective still remains alive. He thought that too. Taking advantage of that, he asked a question that he wanted to know for a long time. Yukio, how do my pieces of God differ from the evil pieces? System, the evil pieces have 1 queen, 2 bishops, 2 horses, 2 towers, and 8 pawns. Sometimes they have mutated ones that turn out to be more powerful than the previous ones, but they do not have enough power to revive a god. They would be classified as rank S. System, as for the pieces of God, they have a slight change. They are 1 queen, 3 bishops, 3 horses, 2 towers and 8 pawns. Their duty is to be the fighters of God. They have enough power to reincarnate even the gods and improve your bloodline. If evil pieces are for turning beings into devils, those of the host can turn them into your being. Since you are a dragon of the abyss, it is very likely that some will win the title of some dragon. The rank of your pieces is SS. Analyzing the information given, he came to understand that if he revived someone, he or she will become a dragon. As to whether it will be a minor or greater one, he thought it depended on their effort. So, if he decided to revive a dragon god, would it not increase its power twice? It's a pity that he did not know where he could find such bodies, yet he will not hesitate to look for some. He wanted to keep asking more, but then he felt a new energy. It was small, but still belonging to a fallen angel which also contained a human part. The problem was that he felt several presences together and one was getting away little by little. Yukio, this. It must be that. Immediately he began to link his space movement with the energy disappearing from the place. Editor, Mav. 31, Akeno and Shuri. Akeno POV. My name is Akeno Himejima. I will talk a little about my day. It was like any other. I got up early and went to say hello to my mother. She was a beautiful woman, with a voluptuous body, big violet eyes, a friendly smile and long dark hair. She was always surrounded by a cheerful air. Sometimes she tells me that when I grow up we will be looking almost the same. At least I'm happy that I'm going to be a very beautiful girl in the future. My mother looked at me when I went to the kitchen and slowly approached me while cleaning her hands with her apron. Shuri, hello little one, will you take a bath first? Breakfast will be ready soon. Her voice was very affectionate and it was something I liked about her very much. I nodded and gave her a big hug before heading to the shower. When I got out of the shower and sat down to eat, I could see that she was looking at me. Akeno, what's wrong mom? I tilted my head to the side as I asked. Shuri, nothing my daughter, it is just that I was thinking we should buy another house. Akeno, another house? Why? I'm very curious so I decided to ask. Shuri, you see, many people have been hanging around nearby this location and it would be better to avoid problems. Well, I was only a girl, I can't understand these problems, so I just nodded and decided to act smart. Unfortunately, this was seen by my mother who smiled. After breakfast I decided to go out and play. There were many nice children nearby and we always played together. Shuri, little girl, don't stay out late. My mother shouted at me from the house. I just smiled back, before running again to the nearby park. It was a safe place because there were always many parents and almost everyone knew my mother, so they took care of me because of her. Before arriving at the park I noticed that 10 people in long white robes looked like monks or something similar, but I did not pay attention to them and continued towards my destination. Himejima 1, is that girl? An old man asked who pointed at Akeno in the distance. Himejima 2, what's up, sir? He asked the middle-aged man. Himejima 1, nothing, I got confused, let's keep looking. They continued on their way to the nearby residences. Shuri Himejima POV. It had been 4 hours since Akeno left home. I was cleaning the house. I did not worry much about Akeno because mothers in the park tend to take care of her when I'm not there, and with what I've taught her, she can protect herself from normal people. I was about to go to another room when I heard the door open. Shuri, Akeno, is that you? I went to the door, but immediately I was motionless. What are you doing here? Su Himejima, surprised. You wouldn't think we would let a traitor like you be alive, right? Shuri, I don't belong to your family anymore, you have exiled me already, what are you doing here? Su Himejima, it is obvious that we would exile you, you were the best of the clan, but you decided to betray us because of a simple fallen angel. Shuri, it's not your problem what I do from now on, I no longer belong to your clan, leave my house, please. I wanted them to leave, Akeno would be back soon and I did not want them to see my daughter. Su Himejima, impossible, even though you were exiled, it will not get you out of your punishment, and where is your fallen angel now, huh? He is not even able to protect you. Even though his words were true, I bit my lips and my eyes were full of anger, but I could not attack them, they were bigger in numbers and I could not do anything against them. It's been a while since I quit fighting and I lost my skills. Su Himejima approached me until he was in front of me and looked me in the eyes. Su Himejima, do you regret it? Shuri, never. Plash asterisk. It sounded like a slap, when Su Himejima hit me on my cheek throwing me to the ground. Shuri, does hitting really make you happy? I smiled at his behavior. Do you think everything will be resolved like this? So typical of you. Su Himejima, no, maybe I cannot solve it, but I can resolve my rage. After speaking, he kicked me in the belly making air, squeezing from her stomach, come out of my mouth. Su Himejima, it's unfortunate how you ended up, you were our future and you ended up being the bitch of a fallen one, you embarrassed me. He went forward to try to hit me again, but then he heard the front door open and a small girl stood in front of me in defense. Akeno, get away from my mom. Su Himejima, mom. Everyone's face turned somber, if before it was only punishing, now it was impossible. Su Himejima, you have a daughter of that bastard. He screamed with rage while his energy went crazy due to the anger. Shuri, Akeno go away. Go now. Akeno, no, I will protect mother. Ending the conversation, I look at Su Himejima clenching his fists. Su Himejima who was really out if, just took her by the head. Akeno was a 7-year-old girl. What could she do? There is no system like Yukio's to be able to go against someone of medium rank. Akeno, let me go. She screamed trying to hit Su Himejima. Su Himejima, as if that is possible, you are a damn dishonor Shuri. He threw Akeno at me, who was beaten and a subordinate gave him a sword. Su Himejima, I really did not want to do this, but you have done more than just slander the clan. Me seeing the actions of Su Himejima knew what he planned to do. I got up and stood in front of Akeno just in time. A sword dug into my stomach and I spat blood, falling to my knees. The only thing that was in my mind was, why? Why did you not come to defend us? You promised to take care of us and look at us now. Akeno, mama. She ran to my side and hugged me. Hanjima, do you think I did not know you would do that? Shuri, please, let her live, you don't have to do this. I looked at my daughter and whispered softly, go, Akeno, get away from this place. Akeno, no, sniff no, I will not, sniff I have to defend you. She spoke through tears, she whispered, I could only bite my lips. Shuri, it's not the time for this, please, daughter, run away. I pleaded, I could barely stand the pain. Akeno was with a pale face and did not know what to do, but she did not want to escape. Hanjima, you know, it's a shame but I'm not going to let you live anymore. He raised another sword with the intention of killing the mother-daughter duo. But there was a tension in the air suddenly and a cold and macabre voice sounded. That's funny. Because I also wanted to massacre you. Before the subordinates reacted, they began to blow up, heads and arms were everywhere. And in front of me and Akeno, a child appeared covered in blood, holding a black sword that still drips blood. Yukio looked up at Hanjima. Yukio, would you like to die like minced meat or eat your own heart? A strong pressure fell on Hanjima who began to sweat. Yukio, you don't have to decide because I already did. It's time to die, old bastard. Editor, Mauve. 32. Some writings with immense affection. Hanjima was just a middle-rank beginner. Yukio did a horizontal swing, his action was fluid and determined. Hanjima who saw this tried to use the sword in his hand to stop the attack. The strange thing was that when the swords were about to collide, Yukio moved his arm like a whip and the blade of the sword reactivated, so that the impact never came. The sword went straight to the extended arm of Hanjima who did not even know what happened. Hanjima, hack. Damn. He backed off 2 steps while holding his right hand that had a small cut, but only because Yukio wanted it. He wanted to make him suffer. There was only one type of people he hated the most in the world, those who did not value their families. Killing his relatives in cold blood? This bastard deserves to die in the worst way. Hanjima, who are you? He screamed furiously while looking at him. Yukio, do you want me to start with one arm or your legs? He did not care about his questions, he just wanted to torture him. Hanjima was at a disadvantage, he could feel that this boy was not simple and he did not know who he was either. He looked towards Shuri and could notice that she had the same look of confusion. Hanjima, wait a second boy, can we negotiate? Yukio, negotiate? Oh, I see, do you want to give me something for your useless life? He turned to Shuri and bent down. I'll give you a minute, if you make me a decent offer maybe I'll let you go. Hanjima nodded, but actually smiled internally when he saw that Yukio turned his back on him. He was concentrating energy on the tip of the sword to stab the boy in front with a single blow. For Yukio's part, he was looking at the condition of Shuri and sighed, she was savable. Akeno, stay away from mommy. Akeno interposed in between, well he thought it was normal but he did not have time for this. He raised his finger giving her a small blow on her forehead, her eyes turned and she fell unconscious. Shuri, Akeno. She screamed in fright when she saw her daughter fall suddenly, she wanted to get up and that made her wounds worse, now he felt like the villain. Yukio, I made her faint, calm down, please take this. He was not going to repeat the same thing that happened with Kurika, he took the pill and placed it directly in her mouth causing her to swallow in an attempt to breathe. Shuri, cough is cough what is it? She was confused and soon she felt something in her abdomen, under her watching eyes her wound was closing quickly, she was still weak but she was not in danger anymore. Shuri looked at the boy in front of her with a complex look. Yukio smiled at her, I will not let anything happen to you, just wait a little bit. His words for himself were simple, but for Shuri, they were very necessary. Shuri, what? I felt happy because of a little sentence. He's a boy. But, she could not help thinking with a blush. He wanted to continue talking to her but felt that Hanjima finished loading his attack, he smiled evilly, that's why Yukio turned his back on him, he wanted to make him despair. He wanted to see his face of shock and terror when he killed him. Yukio, well, old man, what have you decided to give for your life? Without turning around he asked him. Hanjima, oh, of course, what would you like? Money, land, or maybe many women? Haha, you would be perfect for those, you know. But you are not going to obtain. Immediately he raised his sword with his left hand up and then down in a vertical cut planning to split Yukio in two. Yukio, it's a pity, although I would not have accepted anything, at least I would have gotten something. He said without concern and raised his sword without turning. Then came the sound. Ping. He turned slowly looking coldly, that's why fools never live past 30 years of age. Even more so, you surprise me that you reached such an age. Without letting him recover from the shock, he raised his finger to his left arm using ball of lightning creating a small hole in his body. The old man's look of confusion changed to one of pain when he shouted. Hanjima, damn it. He had a face of agony as he took steps backward to lean against a wall. Why? Gasped, why do you defend them? Yukio, why do you want to kill them? He did not answer. Hanjima, she disgraced the clan, don't you see, she had a daughter with a fallen angel. Shuri had a heavy expression and hugged her daughter in her arms when she heard what Hanjima said. She had a daughter with a fallen angel, maybe Yukio who defended them would stop doing it. But things were different. Yukio, and, Just by having a child with a fallen one gives you the right to kill her. His pressure was increasing, his power was really reaching his limits. Yukio, just because she wanted to follow her love, she has to die. Then tell me something, if she was not the daughter of a fallen angel, would you still bring her to your clan? Suheinjima, she may be anything but a fallen angel, don't you understand, boy? She's a bitch. She's not dash. He did not let him finish his sentence and a fist was punched on his stomach causing him to spit a lot of blood. Yukio, well, it can be anyone but a fallen one. He takes him by the head making their eyes meet and with a cold voice, perfect because now she's my daughter, the daughter of a dragon. Finished talking he let out dragon aura causing the whole place to tremble and Suheinjima feel pressured. Many nearby, human or either demonic beings or angels who were in the vicinity fell to their knees. Shuri and Akeno were surrounded by a purple field so they could not feel anything, but Shuri could see the purple aura that surrounded Yukio and was a bit strange because of the words he said. Shuri, daughter? He is taking her as his daughter. If it were on another occasion this would be taken as a joke in bad taste, but behind the child she saw something. It was a tall silhouette with long black hair that reached his hips, she only noticed his back but he had the presence of a king. Also, is he a dragon? She could not help blushing a little at his direct speech, should he not talk to her before deciding those things? Suheinjima, why you? Dragon. He felt as if his world was crumbling, Shuri had gotten a protector, besides he was a dragon in human form. It was not necessary to say that if one reached that form it meant that the force they have is comparable to Afai's. Yukio, surprised? You know, what's funny? He squeezed his head while his eyes changed to purple with dragon irises. There is something I always wanted to try and see if it works. You deserve a prize. Yukio released him and pointed his fingers of both hands towards Suheinjima's knees. Suheinjima, and Noo. Plee dash asterisk plash asterisk asterisk plash asterisk. Two soft sounds were heard and his knees were pierced by ballast lightning. His body fell to the floor while his eyes were full of terror and a terrible scream escaped from his mouth. Suheinjima, ahhh. His voice sounded drowned and his tears came out, but Yukio did not care. He squeezed his sword and pulled it close to Suheinjima's right arm. Yukio, how about we play a game? He smiled in an evil way. Suheinjima, game? What game? He still had the will to save his life. Yukio, oh, it's easy, I ask you something and you answer me, if it's right, you'll save your life, but if not. Suheinjima nodded weakly and waited for him to ask. Yukio, well, it's an easy question. Who am I? He smiled innocently. Suheinjima wanted to spit blood right there, he felt mentally insulted but did not dare to show it, he weakly uttered his words. Suheinjima, are you, a dragon? He saw that Yukio's smile quieted down and he thought that he was right with a sigh, but he heard something that froze him. Yukio, no, you failed, now you die. Without waiting for his answer he cut his right arm, when Yukio saw his hateful gaze he did the same to the left. Suheinjima, no dash every word was drowned when he cut his leg and kicked him in the stomach. Yukio was surprised by his tenacity to live. Suheinjima, st no. Ugh. Asterisk plash asterisk he stabbed the sword in his stomach making him spit blood. Yukio, do you like this game? It's fun, isn't it? He mocked, but it's time to finish, many spectators approach and they will be annoying. The sword began to shine with several golden flashes and then exploded from the blade. Well, it was a simple sword that cost 100 chips in the store, even so, it finished its work when the stomach of Suheinjima blew to pieces, taking away his life. Shuri had a pale look after everything happened, but she knew that he would not hurt them. Shuri, who are you? She asked quickly. Yukio, the doctor. He smiled. Shuri, Yukio, oh. He was so focused watching the innards of Suheinjima that he had not even noticed his answer until later, he felt embarrassed. Yukio, my name is Yukio and yours. Shuri, Shuri. She looked at her daughter in her arms and smiled, and this little girl is Akeno. The one you took as your daughter. Ah. He was speechless, it was true, he had taken Akeno as his daughter, but that was in the heat of the moment. Well, since he did it, what is done is done. Yukio, anyway, let's get out of here, I'll take you to a safe place for now. Shuri, thank you. She spoke in a low voice, still he could hear it very clearly. Yukio, you're welcome. He smiled and she smiled too, soon he pointed his hand towards her and they disappeared in a white doorway, not before leaving a small gift for the people coming. When the spectators arrived, there were some devils, angels and fallen angels, but everyone remained on guard against the others because there was still no peace treaty. They wanted to kill each other, but on the devil's side, there was a powerful being, who other than Graphia, who just when she felt the energy of Yukio arrived. When they all entered the house, they found many corpses of the Heinjima, including Suheinjima who was tortured in a horrendous manner. And there were great words on a wall. Shuri Heinjima and Akeno Heinjima are under my care, he who dares to harm them will be against me, I will not only destroy his life, but also all of the perpetrator's family. Sincerely with affection, Agaris Captain Commander Godii 13. Editor, Mav. 33. Mission complete. It had already been an hour since he arrived together with Shuri and Akeno to his dimension. They were inside the cabin where there was an uncomfortable atmosphere. They were not alone. Next to them were Yasaka and Kurika. Yasaka, so, she'll stay here? She asked calmly. Yukio, yes. Now he knew that he had done something very silly. Shuri had an uncomfortable smile at the penetrating gaze of Yasaka. Yasaka, oh, she can't stay here. I will give her a room in my mansion. Yukio, that would be good. Anyway, I'm not much in this place. What do you think? He asked Shuri, who was looking at him. Shuri, I would like to stay here. It's a comfortable place. Yasaka, my mansion has rooms available and many chefs. Why wouldn't you come? She smiled in a strange way. But Shuri ignored her. I have to reject your offer. I've noticed that 2 girls live here and it would be great for them to spend time with my daughter. I can also cook and take care of them. Shuri had a very good point, although in reality what she wanted was something else that she would say later. Yasaka, if so, my daughter is also in my mansion and they can get along very well together. Yasaka felt that if she let her stay in this cabin, something very bad would happen. Seeing their interaction, he knew that Shuri would not back down, but neither would Yasaka. Shuri, why don't you let your daughter come visit us? Yasaka had a vein on her forehead. She understood what this woman was trying. She wanted to stay here. She looked at Yukio with a look of, you did it again. Yasaka, can I know why you choose to stay here? Shuri smiled widely as she cleared her throat. Shuri, isn't it better to let my daughter stay at the house of her father? Asterisk crack asterisk asterisk plash asterisk. It was the sound of a cup falling to the ground and a hand that hit the table, splitting it in two. Yasaka/Kurika, father. The 2 tigers turned their eyes to him. He felt the sweat fall on his back. Did I ruin it? System, probably yes. He asked himself internally, and to his surprise, it was the system that answered him. He did not know whether to curse it or feel happy that it answered his question. He could see the 2 girls approaching him. He looked at Shuri with a pleading look. After Shuri told them how it all happened, they calmed down a bit and went to a room to continue talking among themselves. Yukio for one went home. He needed to sleep. It was funny that 2 hours ago he killed Suheinjima in cold blood, but in front of these women, he was really weak. I guess I'm the kind of person who doesn't want to be bad with his family. In the room. Yasaka, I see. That means he adopted your daughter, but, are you aware that he is a child? Shuri looked at her strangely but calmly replied, he may be a boy, but the time will come when he grows up and takes his responsibilities further. She stopped and laughed. Isn't that the same thing you expect? Yasaka was shocked and blushed. It was true, she was waiting for Yukio to grow up. While these 2 spoke, Kurika looked at both of them with a cold look. Yasaka, I guess. But what do you plan to do? Shuri, I don't know, I just want to take care of my daughter, so he told me I should not worry. Yasaka, I did not talk about that. Your husband. Shuri's face tensed, but she snorted and had an angry look. Shuri, humph, husband? He promised to protect us, and when necessary he disappeared as if we did not exist. During the whole process I trusted that he would at least come, but he did not. Yasaka, do you still love him? Shuri, I would lie to you if I said no. It's funny, right? Even if someone fails, we'll still love him. Yasaka had a sympathetic look, because it was normal. Who would stop loving in a time span of night to morning? Shuri, even so I will not go back to him. My duty at this moment is just to give Akeno a good life. The rest does not matter, she said resolutely. Both women looked at each other and then smiled. Yasaka, we are mothers. And we will have to take care of our daughters together. It was as if a bond was created between the 2, but then words came out of Yasaka. Yasaka, but Yukio is mine. She said blushing. Shuri was shocked and then laughed. It was like that until there was a voice from the side of both of them. Kurika, what did you say? Grandma. Both felt a chill because of such a sudden voice which was as cold as ice. They looked at Kurika, they forgot that she was there. Besides, her presence was like air, they had not felt her. Yasaka, Kurika. Kurika, humph. She huffed and then turned away from the room, leaving some words. I like Yukio-kun and I will be his fiancé. Any problem? She left the room, leaving Yasaka and Shuri in shock. After a minute of silence, they both turned to look at each other. Yasaka, I did not expect that to happen. Shuri, and do you think I was expecting such an event? Now you have a rival. Will you try hard? Yasaka, I think. Yasaka hesitated, but after a while, she told her what she had been seeing. When Yukio used some of his energy, that young man who always appeared as an illusion, after she finished telling everything, she was surprised by the answer from Shuri. Shuri had told her that she saw something similar, and both of them quickly realized. Yasaka/Shuri, he, hide something. Yukio. When he entered his room he saw a silver-haired woman waiting for him. He already knew that she would be here, it was obvious after his show in that house. Graphia, Agarisa, something in your defense. He pondered immediately and tried to sound as innocent as possible. Yukio, I didn't do anything. But it did not turn out the way he wanted. Graphia, nothing. How strange to feel your presence all over the place. No. He was speechless. It was true, he did not clean the place and left traces. Fortunately, almost everything was tarnished with his dragon aura. As long as he had it suppressed, no one could find him. Graphia should have recognized it because of the previous fight in the forest where he used it. The strange thing is that she had never asked him what that was. Yukio, well, but in my defense, they bothered me, do you understand? He crossed his arms looking directly at her. Graphia, did they bother you? Wasn't it to save 2 more women? Do you plan to create a rescue harem? Her words left him blank. Wasn't it true? Every woman that I have taken to live in my dimension has been rescued by me. Am I a hero who rescues the damsel in distress? He thought. Yukio, no, I would not say a harem, I just needed to save them. Do you think I should have let them die? You know I can't do that. Graphia looked at him with a frown. She had explained to him a long time ago that he should avoid problems because that could expose him to other factions. She was worried about him, but she sighed and approached him and leaned over to kiss him on the forehead. Graphia, well, I'll let you pass, but be careful next time. Soon a magic circle appeared under her feet and she disappeared. For his part, he was still thinking about that feeling of her lips on his forehead. Yukio, was it refreshing? He shook his head and then concentrated on something important. Yukio, system complete the mission, he spoke in his head. Mission, save Akeno Hinjima within 4 years prior to her meeting with Ras Gremory. / the mission gives a clue to her location in 4 years. It is recommended that the user be strengthened reward, 12,500 chips / pieces of God, completed. System, the user has completed the mission before the lapse of time and without clues, therefore, his rewards will rise. System, you have received pieces of God. System, added 16,320 token. System, mysterious bag 2x. System, title, against time. Yukio, finally. He screamed as he clenched his fists. Finally, he had his pieces and he was also able to receive 2 mysterious bags. Sorry to upload the chapters so late, what happens is that I work from 6 AM at 6 PM. I arrived dying of sleep. I want to resign. Title, against time / effects, 5 luck. Editor, Mauve. 34, Brand. The next morning he was thinking about who would become his allies. Yukio had some ideas of who could they be. He wanted to create a valuable force. After all, a faction should be strong by itself and not by the leader. But there was something that had been bothering him and it was this mission. System, the fairies are in danger, the host has been given a mission. System, save the fairies, as the new successor, Dragon of the Abyss, your duty is to protect your home. Yukio, system, could you give me more details of the mission? He asked mentally. System, allied fairies of the Dragon of the Abyss are in a war against unknown beings, you as protector and successor have the duty to protect your future allies. Yukio, well, I have it. But where are the fairies supposed to be? He did not remember that the fairies existed in this world, that made him feel confused. System, when the user accepts the mission, he will be sent to a different dimension to fulfill his task. Well, he expected that, and also wanted to know something. Yukio, what do I receive when I complete the mission? System, your role in the mission is helping the fairies, therefore their rewards are indefinite. That only made him want to accept the mission even less. Yukio, ****, I guess I'll accept it anyway. I have to level up in some way and killing devils is not taking me anywhere. Since he fought against the Hinjima, he realized that the experience he was getting has been going down a lot. Soon an idea came to his head. Yukio, system, are the missions only for me? System, no, if you mark your allies with a party signature they can enter with you. Excellent, now he could take someone with him, in that case, this could be easier. Yukio, hey system, can I come back from that dimension? System, yes, the user can go and return at his will. He sighed, that's what he wanted to know. He soon opened a white portal which swallowed him and disappeared from his room. Issei, Yukio Aniai. Issei had entered the room of Yukio, he wanted to talk some things with him but it turns out that he was not there. Issei, how strange, I thought I heard him. Where could he be? When he opened his eyes, he was already in the cabin, he could smell a seductive aroma of freshly cooked food, he went to the kitchen and looked at Shuri who was there. She seemed to notice him after a few seconds and smiled. Shuri, are you hungry? Yukio, I think I would lie to you when I said no. He smiled back. He had to admit that she was a very beautiful woman. Shuri, just wait a little longer, if you're looking for the girls they should be outside. She pointed to the exit. He nodded and walked towards the exit. Due to his magical perception, he noticed that Shuri was still looking at him, but since he did not see that she meant to tell him something, he decided not to pay attention to her for now. When he left he noticed 3 little girls who were talking to each other. The first to notice was Konako who ran to him to hug him. Konako, Aniai-chan. She hugged him like a koala, he had to say that she was quite animated. Yukio, hey Konako, I told you to stop jumping like this, you'll hurt yourself. Konako, I will not hurt myself because you'll always protect me, right? She smiled innocently, he pinched her cheeks. Yukio, you're right. He could only ignore it, she was very sweet, quite different from what they said in the series. Kurika looked at the scene with a smile and then stood up walking towards him. And Akeno, well she had a cautious look, he guessed it was normal, after all, she got knocked and suddenly appeared here. Kurika, what does bring you here, Yukio-kun? She stood in front of him staring at him. Yukio, I want to ask you something. Kurika, what would it be? Oh, marriage. Aren't we still too young? She said with a playful smile. He knew what this woman was like, he also knew that when she grew up she would be a manipulator, so he decided to ignore her. Yukio, unfortunately not, I want to ask you to accompany me to a place. Kurika raised an eyebrow and became serious. Kurika, place? By your tone I can see that it is not a simple place. What is it about? He looked at her attitude change, which was fast but he liked that. Yukio, it's a different dimension similar to mine, but it has problems. Do you want to accompany me? Kurika did not even think about it and smiled. Yes, I would like to accompany you. Can we take Konako? He thought about it a bit and decided that yes, it was a good thing for her to come with us. Yukio, well, in that case, we'll leave tomorrow, you have to prepare. Kurika nodded at his comment. He let down Konako and decided to enter the cabin. He had not used his room for a long time, but he felt a hand pull his sleeve. When he turned around he could see that it was Kurika. He raised an eyebrow and spoke. Yukio, do you need something? Kurika, can we talk? Yukio, talk. Ah, I understand, follow me. He could see that she wanted to speak privately, so he asked her to follow him inside. Kurika released him and they walked towards his room. Upon arriving he could see that it was as he left it, a simple bed and a small table with old books that he used to upgrade his INT. He offered Kurika a chair and they sat in front looking at each other. Yukio, so? Kurika sighed and then looked at him before speaking. Kurika, did you really mean it at that time? He did not understand what she meant, but Kurika seemed to notice and completed his words. Kurika, when you saved us you promised to protect us. Was that true? He already understood what she wanted to say. Yukio, I told you, I promised to protect you too and I will definitely do it. No matter what obstacles are found on the way, nothing will stop me. You became my family and I will certainly do everything possible for you. He spoke frankly, he certainly loved his family, it was the only thing he would protect without hesitation. Kurika did not take her eyes off him, she tried to see if he would lie and then sighed before speaking. Kurika, I knew it. She smiled and with her small hand took Yukio's. Even if you do not show it, you are very kind to everyone. At first I thought you had bad intentions with us, but my doubts vanished when you fought Gilbert and you hurt yourself, just to protect us. I owe you a lot, I want to be very strong to protect you as you did with me and I want you to be proud of me. While she was talking, Yukio felt her heart tighten. It was strange, but she felt something stir in her blood. Kurika, therefore, I want to continue with you, I want to become that person who is by your side, be your friend, accompany you in battles and cover your back because I will definitely be strong to be by your side, Yukio-kun. There was a silence for a few seconds in the room when suddenly in the middle of Kurika's chest something began to light up. She was scared but she felt warm and then the light went out, she did not understand what happened. Kurika turned around to check and was shocked. Kurika, did you mark me? She turned with a look of amazement and happiness. For his part, Yukio did not understand anything, until the system spoke to him. System, congratulations to the host, you have marked Kurika with the primary brand as your wife. His mind went out in that instant. Editor, Mauve. 35, Petition. The dimension of Yukio, his room. There could be distinguished two children with different expressions. On the one hand, was Kurika who had a smile on her face waiting for the answer to her question. While for his part, Yukio found himself totally confused by these events. Yukio, system. Can you explain to me? After calming down he decided to ask. System, when the being called Kurika proceeded with her declaration of love, subconsciously the user accepted it or was it not like that? Listening to its words he thought a little and it was true. When he heard each of her words he felt the impulse to accept everything at that moment. It was as if his blood heated up and there were only thoughts about her. Yukio, what is the brand? System, the brand that Kurika currently has is a pseudo-brand that contains the aura of the user, showing that there is love on his part. Even so, because it is only a pseudo, if both stop loving each other it will be erased immediately. On the other hand, once completed, the two individuals will be inseparable. It is only possible to finish the process when being intimate with each other. Yukio could understand more or less every word. He also noticed that the system was trying to hide something, but he had to clarify things with Kurika before that. Kurika had her gaze fixed on him with an expression of tell me fast. Seeing her in that state, he could only sigh inwardly before talking to her. Yukio, I'm sorry. First of all, he decided to apologize first. He branded her without consent. Kurika shook her head in denial quickly. Oh, no, you do not have to apologize, but does this mean you accept me? She asked with bright eyes. He had to admit that she looked pretty. Yukio, yes. He answered and stopped to look at her and then continued. After all, I've been feeling the same. His words seemed to have reached her and she widened her eyes. Kurika, the same thing. I believed. Yukio, what did you think? He was curious. Kurika looked away and spoke in a low voice. Kurika, I thought you did not like me. You did not come to see me when you got here. She held her hands together and continued to speak. And you always bring so many girls to this place too. She could not finish because he hugged her suddenly. Well, it was normal to do it. What could he do when he saw her act in such a beautiful way? He could not resist giving her a big hug. If it was not because they were children he would have definitely gone for a kiss. Kurika, what are you doing? She stuttered and her voice sounded nervous. Yukio, I am hugging you. You're very pretty, Kurika-chan. He whispered in her ear. He noticed that she became more rigid than normal. Kurika, oh. Do not say nonsense. She turned her head to the side but she stopped trying to escape from his embrace. He smiled at this. They continued hugging for a while, then he told her a little about the brand. Even so, he kept the secret about how to finish it. After all, it was still too early for that. But, unconsciously, he accepted that Kurika was the girl who would be his first wife, no matter what. When they left his room, they went to the dining room. Upon entering they were greeted by Konako, who immediately threw herself on him. Yukio, hey, stop jumping so much. He carried her while she snuggled into his chest, but soon her eyes fell on her sister with some confusion. Konako, why does Nachan smell like Yukio Oniai? Yukio, He looked at Kurika and did the same. It was true she had a certain smell similar to him. As if the system noticed his confusion, it answered his doubts. System, due to the user's brand, Kurika is impregnated with your scent, so that any other dragon does not carry intentions towards your wife. Oh, it was the only thing he could answer in response in his head. This was going to be hard to explain. Yukio, that. It does not matter now. Did you have lunch? Konako put it aside for now and Kurika shook her head. So the three of them sat down to eat, but he noticed the look Shuri gave Kurika, who ignored her as if she did not notice her. He knew that he probably had problems. He knew Yasaka's feelings towards him and that her sense of smell was really incomprehensible. So he finished lunch and then said goodbye to everyone. He had appeared in his room. He began to review the items in his inventory. He was able to see many kinds of food, clothes, and some things like books and some things to camp out in the open. He knew that very likely he would never get to use them. But his inventory could contain many things and you never know when it would be necessary. He heard some footsteps near his door and it opened, showing Issei. Issei, you came back. Where were you? Yukio, I left for a moment. Is something wrong? Issei nodded and approached while looking at him. Issei, I want to train with you. He spoke to me with determination. He knew that Yukio trained some martial arts secretly. Because whenever they had problems at school it was he who fought. Yukio looked at his expression and it seemed curious to him. He decided to ask. Yukio, for me, there is no problem in helping you, but before that, would you tell me why? Issei seemed to blush but squeezed his fists and spoke. I want to make myself strong and protect Katace. His reason seemed valid to him. Who would not want to protect the woman you love? He had realized that in this world that perverse Issei would no longer appear. He smiled and waved his hand. Well, I'll help you tomorrow, but I can only help you a little. Issei nodded and smiled as he left the room. He was happy even if he trained him a little. Yukio, ***, maybe it's not my real family but at least I'll make him a little stronger. He already had training in mind, although he could not show him the supernatural, at least tempering his body a bit to adapt to Drake in the future should be possible. What he did not know is that because of his ideas, the result would be more different than he expected. Editor, Mauve. 36, Fairy Garden. The next morning Yukio was in a park together with Issei. Issei was running and doing push-ups while Yukio was watching him. Yukio told him that he would train him, at least even if it is a little bit. He knew he could not teach him much because that would show him the supernatural world. Also if he suddenly brought some weights Issei would ask where he got them from. Yukio, Issei, that's enough. Issei, yes. He said in pain. After all, he is just a child and Yukio had made him exercise very heavy, but he knew that it would not affect his growth. He knew this will further strengthen Issei's body by giving him the opportunity to endure more power from Drake. Issei, will you teach me how to fight? Yukio, He looked at him but smiled. I don't think so, for that you should enter the dojo nearby, don't you think? Issei, what for? You could teach me. He said reluctantly. Yukio, oh come on, think of it, the dojo is close to Katace. What would happen if she saw you training? Issei rubbed his chin like a sage and then his eyes shone. Issei, what a good plan, excellent way to see things, great brother. That comment made Yukio laugh because of his attitude change. Yukio, well let's go. They both went home and he got to see Katace with a girl with brown hair and eyes of the same color. As he did not want to disturb them, he kept going to his room. He had something to do, but he could feel the brown-haired girl looking at him. He turned to look at her and she looked away. Well, if you don't want to tell me anything, I don't have to talk to you, do I? He thought mentally and then went on his way. Upon reaching his room he quickly opened a white portal, appearing within his dimension. Unfortunately, he wished he had not come at this time because he appeared near the cabin where he saw a beautiful Yasaka who was very annoyed. Yukio, I'm not saved from this. Right. Yasaka, what do you think? He could only sigh and accept his punishment. Well, his punishment did not turn out to be so bad actually. He was sitting on Yasaka's lap while she was hugging him from his back and playing with his hair. Yasaka, then, are you telling me it was a mistake? Yukio, yes, but... Yasaka, I know, Kurika told me everything about the brand, and I know it was because of your feelings that happened. He nodded. He liked Kurika and had already decided that she would be his first wife no matter what. Yasaka, then, will you go to that dimension? Yukio, yes, for now, I'll only go to check. After all, I don't know that place, but it could possibly make me stronger there. Yasaka had a worried look. She wanted to ask more because she knew of such dimensions, but after thinking about it she decided not to. For her, Yukio had many secrets and she did not want to bother him. Maybe he would tell her everything in due time, were her thoughts. Yasaka, I understand. I heard from Shuri that she is planning to send Akeno with you. He was a little surprised. Akeno? I think that girl hates me. He laughed dryly. It was true that Akeno always had a strange look when looking at him. Yasaka, hahaha, that's why she wants to send her with you. She wants you to make up and be friends. Well, even though you're her father, right? Hee. She laughed after finishing her words and continued stroking his hair. Yasaka's hands are great, were his thoughts. Yukio, I guess. You will not send Kunu. Yasaka, I would like to, but I have to teach her to use her yokai powers. Maybe later. She hugged him harder. Are you sure you do not want me to go with you? He felt the worry in her words, also two other great things at his back. He felt fortunate that this beautiful woman fell in love with him. She was a very affectionate woman and she was always very attentive to him. Yukio, you don't have to worry. I told you I can go back at any time and in the worst case we'll just run away. Yasaka nodded and they were silent for a while. This lasted for a few minutes before she spoke again. Yasaka, when? Yukio, oh, when? Yasaka hugged him a little harder. When will it be my turn? He understood what she wanted to say and was very happy with her words. Yukio, I assure you that I will come for you in the future. He said resolutely. He could feel Yasaka's body getting rigid for a few moments, but she spoke to him. Yasaka, I'll wait, I can live for a long time anyway. At the end of her words, he could feel a small bite on his shoulder. Yukio, why are you biting me? He asked. It was not that it hurt but it felt warm. Yasaka, it's to mark my territory. Is she a dog? He thought inside and smiled wryly at this event. Yasaka, well, it's time for you to go, Yukio-kun. He nodded. It was really time to leave. He wanted to save that dimension as soon as possible. He got up and thought about leaving, but something occurred to him. Yasaka, what's wrong? She asked when she realized that Yukio was looking at her. He just smiled before ducking and kissing her on the forehead and ran into the house. Yasaka stayed for a few seconds and then a smile appeared on her face. Yasaka, I love you too, Yukio-kun. Unknowingly for both of them, a small mark was created on her between her right thigh. He had already gathered those who would go with him to the dimension. In front of him were Kurika, Konako, and Akeno. Shuri and Yasaka came to see them leave. Although he told them that they would go alone for a few hours, it could be seen that they were very dramatic women. Yukio, good. Are you ready? The three girls nodded and then a golden portal appeared. He turned his gaze to Shuri and Yasaka before smiling at them. Yukio, I'll see you soon. They all entered the portal, disappearing from the place. After leaving the place, Shuri looked at Yasaka with a questioning look. Shuri, didn't you say you would wait a few more years? Yasaka, yes. Why do you ask? Shuri, are you really asking why? She saw the confused look of Yasaka and understood. Don't you know, woman, you are marked by little Yukio-kun. Yasaka, ah. She was confused but she realized that she felt something new go through her body. She felt an energy that she knew very well and it was Yukio's. She blushed heavily and then looked at Shuri. Yasaka, oh, I don't know how it happened. She quickly defended herself. Shuri looked at her and then laughed. I understand. But in her thoughts, she felt only one thing, I'm envious. In a room where the hammering against metal could be heard, was a child who was creating a weapon. Ryota, that fool, he took so many with him without even marking them. He rubbed his forehead with a sigh. Oh, well, I hope nothing happens to you. If you succeed, you will be someone truly powerful. He continued to hammer and shape a weapon. Ryota, this will be my gift to you. I hope you like it, Yukio. When they returned to their senses they found themselves in a place full of dust and with several houses destroyed. Konako, whoa, what is this place? She was surprised by this place. Akeno was alert, checking everything around. Kurika frowned. This place smells like death. He nodded at her words. It was true, the blood smelled all over the place. Yukio, well, we'll have to move. Let's go to. He wanted to finish but a series of beeps sounded in his head. Asterisk ding asterisk asterisk ding asterisk ding asterisk ding asterisk. System, the user has arrived at Fairy Garden. System, you have brought two beings without marking. Error. System, you have lost the option, return to your world. System, all skills that are not original to the user will be restricted. System, most of the options are closed, only, inventory, available. System, you cannot leave this dimension, next portal opening in 11 years. Yukio, you have to be kidding. Editor, Mauve. 37, the first wife. When so many notifications sounded, he wanted to protest immediately, but he felt many presences around him. He immediately stood in front of the girls. These presences were strong, minimum average rank, beginner. Although he could kill them, he could not protect everyone at the same time. Yukio, who are they? He noticed many beings, which were floating in the air. And they had transparent wings. Yukio, are you the fairies? An older woman appeared among them and looked at him. Feni, who are you, young one? Yukio, didn't I ask you the same? He felt a flick on his forehead. what a way to annoy someone. Feni, you know who we are, but we don't who you are not fairies and your presences are strange. Yukio, are we strangers? Oh, he realized something, their auras were different from what the fairies saw in their lives. For his part he was a dragonoid, Akeno a fallen angel, Kurika and Konako Nekomatas. The present fairies were getting closer, intending to surround them completely. Looking at them, he could see that this would not end well, but he thought of something. He slowly stopped suppressing his dragon aura and soon a terrifying aura covered him and his eyes turned purple. All the fairies were surprised, but then Feni knelt, followed by everyone else. Feni, excuse my disrespect. Lord Abysmal. He did not think it would work, only that previously the system had said that this place was his home, so he decided to try it. Yukio, do not kneel, can you tell me where we are and what's going on here? Feni, yes, but we should go to our lair, here it's not safe. He felt many presences coming here, there were too many and he could notice some high-rank auras. He decided to follow Feni. When they arrived at the place where their lair was, they were surprised because it was similar to a cave but with many protections at the entrance. Feni, this barrier is to stop the fairy devils. She explained, but he was curious. Yukio, fairy devils. Feni, 2 years ago there was some kind of explosion in the mountain ranges, where suddenly the fairies that once died began to resurrect themselves, but only with negative emotions. They became malignant and thirsty for blood. At first we managed to suppress them, but now it's almost impossible, we lost many allies. Feni said with regret, and then she led us to a room where she then went to find the leader. Kurika was holding his sleeve and he could see her look of concern. He felt bad for putting them in this, he just wanted to see the dimension, but they ended up trapped for 11 years. He did not know how to tell them this news. He was looking at Kurika and Akeno. Yukio, I'm sorry. He apologized, he had already told them what happened. Of course, he hid from them the system, he just told them that his ability to return, for some reason disappeared and it was very possible that it would be possible again in 10 or 11 years. They both took it badly, especially Akeno, who looked at him with hatred, and if it was not for Kurika, she would try to hit him on the spot. On the other hand, Kurika felt sad but then returned to normal. Her words, Kurika, I'm with Konako and with you, I'm not missing anything else. That made him happy and he did not feel so bad, but he thought about Yasaka. When they were talking, the door opened suddenly showing a fairy. He was an older man with short hair and a thin body, his eyes had dark circles. Yukio thought he had not rested enough. Titular my lord. He knelt down, Yukio waved his hand, he did not want anyone to kneel after seeing him, it was annoying. Yukio, just call me Yukio, please explain what happened in this place. Titular nodded and began to tell everything. Since the fairy devils appeared, everything became chaos. Each fairy that died in the battle resurrected as a devil attacking their own allies or families. Their main cities were destroyed and their old fairy king died in battle. They did not know what caused this problem. The only thing they were clear about was that the devil ones were weak against the sacred energy, but there were not many specialized fairies in that area. After listening to their story, Yukio was able to understand more or less what happened in this place, so he decided that tomorrow he would try to find something to do for himself in this place. They were all tired of walking and they still had to accept that they had to remain 11 years in this place. He asked Titular about rooms for resting, he prepared them without problems. He was lying on a bed while he was reflecting on all this. Yukio, system, why can't I go home? System, the user brought 2 of his allies without marking them, therefore, they are not part of you. Yukio, but I remember adding them to my party. System, the user is wrong, the beings, Akeno, and Konako, are not under your brand of love, therefore, they do not belong to your being. Yukio, oh, maybe I can only travel between dimensions only with my loved ones. System, correct. He felt stupid for not having asked for more information before coming here, but he would not make the same mistake again. Yukio, system, tell me what skills I can use now. System, skills available. Suppression, Dragon Scale, Space Chains, Pressure, Writings Lightning, Bala Lightning. Looking at the skills he had, they were things he did not normally use, and they were all from his bloodline. Yukio, what will happen to all my previous skills? Can I get new ones? System, your abilities cannot be used in this dimension, they will be restricted until they are released. As for the next question, you can add new skills to practice them, but they will not be added if they are the ones that are suppressed. That made him understand that if he tried to learn Shunpo it would not allow it since it is already a suppressed skill. Yukio, well, the functions available. System, the only functions available are inventory, missions, roulette. Yukio, I see. This was going to be harder than he thought. He sighed and went to sleep, but he felt Kurika outside the door of the room. And as expected, she opened the door and looked at him. Yukio, what's wrong? Kurika, can we talk? He nodded and sat on the bed, he wanted to know what she wanted. She sat next to him and they were both silent until she started talking. Kurika, can I train with you? I know you've been training the Gremory heiress and I want to be stronger. When he heard Kurika's request he felt funny. At this rate I will become a Pokemon trainer, he thought internally. Kurika, seeing his expression, though he did not want to do it and was about to get up to go to her own room. Before she could do it, he hugged her from her back and whispered in her ear, "Yukio, then I will make you the strongest woman in the world." He said it with sincerity. After all, this girl would be his first wife. Kurika did not try to get out of his embrace and they stayed like that. He closed his eyes while hugging her. "Yukio, system. I will spend 11 years here, but the story begins in 10, will I be eliminated along with the world?" He asked sadly. Due to what has been said, this world had an infinite loop that leads to destruction if it stayed the same, so he would lose Kurika, something he did not want. System, no, this dimension has a different time than the previous dimension DxD, 11 years/10 DxD. His eyes snapped open and he felt better. In that case. He went a little closer to Kurika's ear and spoke to her in a low voice. "Yukio, whatever happens, I will not let anyone or anything hurt you." They were his sincere words. Kurika nodded and smiled shyly. "Kurika, I'll be by your side at all times." Yukio. Soon they both fell asleep. Editor, Mauve. 38, Return. He was in the room given by Fanny trying to open a portal but it was impossible. "Yukio, I don't understand. What am I doing wrong?" Looking at his hands, he started to remember the whole process. He tried to open a portal but it was only a very small one and he could not feel any energy. He tried to locate anyone he knew but it was impossible. "Yukio, it will take me longer than I thought." He got up to look out the window. He could see many fairies who were wearing armor or carrying weapons. Yukio, looking at it this way, sigh, when I heard they were named fairies I imagined them happy and playing around, not at war. From here he could see the whole place and noticed Akeno who was with Fanny. Every time they looked at each other he felt guilty about her. He did not want to drag her to this, and that's why he tried to open a portal. Yukio wanted her to return to Shuri. He sighed inwardly and turned around. There he saw a beautiful sleeping Kurika. He wanted to protect her, not only her, but everyone he knew, but he was weak. In this world there are strong beings, but even so, he will give his best. "Yukio, I'm going to protect her." 11 years had gone by. The first 2 years were devastating. There was only one word: war. Thousands of bodies and blood on the battlefield was the only thing that was noticeable. He always had to fight against many fairy devils. To his surprise the EXP that he received from them was minimal and barely moved a bar. It was very slow. In the middle of the time, between the four of them, they started to fight as a team against the enemies, although Akeno and Kurika did not get along very well. But even so, they survive in battles. The third year he kept trying to open a portal. At least he wanted to understand the ability of the space, which was quite difficult. He had to admit that he almost lost an arm by a hole that he believed was connected by mistake. But thanks to that he could feel the presences of Shuri and Yasaka a little bit. So he kept trying, without giving up, so much so that he locked himself in his room during all that time. The only people that visited him were Kurika and Konako, sometimes Akeno too, but her look of hatred towards him was uncomfortable. At the end of the year, he was finally able to open a small portal, although it did not turn out as he wanted, because it only transferred their consciousness, creating a projection of them. The least he could do was project themselves in his dimension. He could not go outwards. It was very complicated, so he gave up doing it. After all, he just wanted Akeno to see Shuri again. It goes without saying that when Shuri saw them she tried to hug them, but she could not. After all, they were just simple projections. Even so, she was very happy to see them alive. She started asking them why they did not come back and he had to tell her that he had no strength to do it, but in a few years he would do it. She scolded him for being so imprudent and that he had to protect Akeno even with his life. He just nodded. Even if she had not told him, he would just do it. After all, it was him who got her into this problem. So it was like that every day. They always communicated and told them everything about this place. In the 6th year, the battles began to become calmer. They had almost no confrontations and that lightened their load. He could also control his dragon skills now, and when he first did it, the tattoo on his forehead started to hurt. When he calmed down, he could hear a male and old voice in his head. He remembered who it belonged to. "Yukio, Skaran, is that you?" "Skaran, oh boy, you surprised me. You learned to control your abilities on your own. Although I cannot say the same about your power." He nodded at his comment. It was true, he had never learned to control his power, causing that when he used a skill it was uncontrollable. Sometimes he had to train very far from the den for fear of destroying something. "Skaran, in that case, I'm going to train you as promised. Do you accept?" "Yukio, sure." He responded quickly because it was for the best. In the 8th year, he trained with Skaran for 2 years to learn to control his power. At that time the war had stopped. The fairies began to be happier and left their somber expressions aside. They held parties and no longer had weapons in their hands. When he saw them like that he started to take a break from training. After all, he had spent 2 years in training with Skaran. Well, even though he could only appear in his mind since he could not reach this dimension. As he was thinking about taking a break, he decided to spend his time with Kurika. They started to go out and visit several places. They were 15 years old now, and decided to behave like the couple they were. He always spent his time with the girls, and there came a moment where Akeno stopped looking at him with hatred, and they started being friends. But for some strange reason she got her habit of, era. He thought it was due to the fairies with whom she met. The 4 of them were happy during all that time. But as the good comes, so does the bad. In the 9th year, a tragedy happened, when a large legion of fairy devils appeared, who attacked them all. Of 1,000 fairies only 100 survived, they all fought without stopping and he ended up severely wounded. They had to escape with others, but unfortunately every day they attacked them and more lives were lost. From 100 to 60, friends or family were lost every day. It was painful. Kurika, Yukio. He looked at Kurika who was beside him and could not help choking. He felt stupid. He wished he had never come to this place. He wished she had never come with him. He did not want her to hurt herself. He squeezed her little hand and a tear ran down his face. Yukio, I'm going to get them out of here. No matter what happens, I will not let anything happen to them. During the time they escaped, they started to continue training the magic of the fairies. The most skilled was Akeno who learned the laws of lightning. A lightning fairy was her coach. As for Kurika, she started with the strengthening of the body and using a sword. He found it strange because in the series she used her fists. Konako was good, she has always used her little fists and trained the magic of fortification of the fairies. For his part he started to deal with the handling of weapons. He could not get his martial arts skills, therefore, he had to learn them the old way. He used swords, knives, spears or many weapons but he was still very inexperienced but they did the best they could. By the 10th year, there were only 30 fairies left, and they had almost no place to escape to. He felt that he would break at this rate and the only way to get rid of stress was to chat with Shuri or Yasaka. They seemed to realize that something was wrong because they always treated him with affection or advised him. They were good women. But soon they stopped escaping. They were not going to die like inferior beings. They wanted to recover their peace, so all the fairies next to them were armed with courage and went for an attack. A wild battle arose, where magic and bodies flew among many places. From 30 they went to 25, soon 20. But they did not lose hope. It did not matter if only one of them remained on their feet, at least they could say that they won. They fought without stopping for days. Soon there was only a red floor with dead bodies and beings flying in the air. Long ago they had learned the magic levitation. There were only 10 of them left and they were surrounded. He was fighting against many at the same time. Yukio, damn it. Die. They were his screams in the battles. He wanted everyone to die. He just wished he could leave this place. He looked around the battlefield and at the girls who were fighting against more fairy devils. They were doing it as a team. The rays and cuts of swords went everywhere. Konako had incredible power that destroyed everyone in her path, but even so the girls were exhausted and very hurt. Yukio, I have to help them. Even though he wanted to help them, it was impossible with so many surrounding him, therefore he fought. He was at his peak moment until he soon heard a scream and his eyes fell on the girls. It was then that he felt that his whole being finally broke. He felt a heartbreaking pain squeeze his heart and then everything in his sight turned black. When he had returned to himself, it had been a year but he felt different. When he saw Kurika in front of him, he could not help crying and hugging her for almost an hour. Later they informed him that they won the war and they explained many things to him. That's how their 11 years went by. They were not the same ones that once entered here. He had decided anyone standing in his way would die no matter what. If when he wanted to protect his loved ones he had to kill, he would do it without blinking. City Qa, Forest. A red portal opened when suddenly 4 figures emerged. They were 3 young people of 18 years and small girl of 15 years. The 3 girls were looking at a boy with great long jet black hair to the back and golden eyes with a great body. Their looks were full of affection. The young man sighed and then looked at the sky closing his eyes. Yukio, we have returned. Editor, Mauve. 39, POV Girls. POV Akeno. My name is Akeno Heimjima, I'm half human and fallen angel. Well, that was before. I'll tell you a bit about my story. At the tender age of 7 I experienced a problem when my mother was almost killed in front of me. I wanted to defend her but I was just a weak girl and could not do much. She told me to escape, but I resolutely said no. If I was going to die, I would do it with her. At that moment I started to feel a bit of contempt for my father. It was unbelievable that he was not here to defend us. He was never there when it was necessary. I saw the man in front want to attack us. I put myself in front of my mother. I did not want to see her die. But suddenly a new voice was heard in the house and soon I could see the back of a child holding a black sword with blood. After I spoke with the man in front of me, he turned to my mother and approached. Akeno, stay away from Mom. I intervened in the middle, but he lifted a finger and everything went dark. When I woke up I was in a different place. I could feel full of strength and I was surprised by some strange news. That child that saved us now was my father. Can you imagine being told such a thing? Can a child your age be your father? I thought inside and took it as a joke. But it turned out to be true. That child had taken me as his daughter, said my mother. I was not going to accept that and besides he knocked me out as soon as he saw me. It was obvious that I hated him but I could not do anything. Later I discovered that his name was Yukio. Then my mother ordered me to accompany him to a different dimension. I was not surprised since I had found out that we were in a dimension created by Yukio. I did not want to but in the end, I had to go. Shuri, I know you don't agree. But look at it from a different point of view. He wants to help you. Akeno, help me. How could he be my father? I refused. It was something I did not understand. My mother sighed and then hugged me. Shuri, I know it's strange, but he can protect you. Even if he wants me to die, I don't care as long as you're happy. Her words made me feel much more anger. If that Yukio boy wanted to use my mother, I would kill him without hesitation. In the end, I had to accept going to that dimension reluctantly, and soon we left. The day we entered I was surprised by what I saw, a field full of blood and bodies, plus many beings who I had never heard of. But the most surprising thing was when Yukio told us that we were trapped for 10 or 11 years here. My anger intensified and I hated him even more. I did not want to see him, I wanted to hit him but Kurika stopped me. I locked myself in my room. I wanted to see my mother, I did not want to keep fighting in this place and so the years went by. I always looked at Yukio with a hateful look, but he just smiled at me and tried to be nice to me, which I hated. It wasn't until the 3rd year that he began to be locked in his room. Kurika and Konako began to worry about him. But I did not care, at least I thought so, but sometimes I visited him. During that time I watched him do inexplicable things like creating portals. I was surprised at his ability, it was something quite out of this world, but much later I found out that was what he did for me. My hatred dwindled, he did all this, he stopped eating and just looked for a portal so I could be with my mother. I did not know what to do and tried to talk to him. Akeno, Yukio, Yukio, I know what you will say and it is not necessary, it is my duty to do this after bringing you here, I regret not being able to do more and just see them as simple projections. He sincerely apologized. I just nodded but started to see him differently, he turned out not to be so bad. So we spent our years like this. I could tell that Yukio was not bad, he always made me laugh or he took care of me on the battlefield, he did not like the male fairies bothering me, he was very overprotective. But during the 9th year we all realized something, Yukio was changing, sometimes he cried silently in his room or he stared at the sky as if he had lost something. We worried and always tried to discover the reason. According to Fanny, the fairy, apparently, Yukio was having problems due to seeing all his fairy friends die. He was blaming himself, we all started trying to help him, he started going out to have fun starting in the 9th year where I started to feel something for him. But he was supposed to be my father, I could not do anything, although it bothered me a little that he had Kurika-chan as his wife, besides also Yasaka-san. Even so, we had fun among everyone, but there will always be problems and that was in the 10th year where everything changed. The war was worse and bloody, rather it was a massacre, Yukio fought with everything to protect us. He had changed a lot, both in appearance and mentality. He became cruel to his enemies and his dragon changes were more remarkable. There was a battle where we gave our everything we could to fight, we 3 girls fought in a group, although we were stronger than the enemies, they were too many and soon we had many wounds. We could see Yukio trying to get to our position, but he was surrounded by many fairy devils and it was impossible. I knew that maybe we could die in this place, I wanted to tell him everything I felt, but my eyes caught a scene that froze my blood. And I could not help screaming. Akeno, Kurika. My friend, the girl I most respected was stabbed in her heart and she just had a smile while she looked towards the direction of Yukio. My eyes filled with tears but I heard a scream crashing from above. Yukio, Kuro. It was very strong and I even felt a headache when I wanted to look at him. He had become a gigantic dragon with black scales and purple eyes, radiating a heavy aura in addition to darkness. The whole field became a sea of flames and it was a massacre, bodies and everything flying everywhere. When everything calmed down he returned to his human form, still having purple eyes but also 2 horns coming out of his forehead. He was kneeling beside Kurika while crying, I did the same as she was my friend. Akeno, Kurika. My hands touched her beautiful face, I wanted this to be a dream. Yukio was left with a frozen look and soon began to spit blood. I was scared but soon I saw him take out something like a chess piece made of glass. What I saw surprised me even more, when he stuck it in Kurika's chest, it was absorbed, soon Yukio fell on the floor. I thought he had committed suicide or something, I ran towards him but I noticed that he was still breathing and heard a voice. I see that this child did something foolish. You should treat him quickly or he will die. That voice sounded in my head and scared me, but I had to treat Yukio, I did the best I could and soon Kurika woke up confused. I looked at her and my eyes widened, she was dead but now she lived again. The strange things were. She had 3 tails in her ears, what was really different were 4 pairs of white wings of fire on her back. After a year, Yukio woke up and we became his peerage, I also confessed and he accepted me. This is how I became a sacred dragon. POV, Shuri. Yukio, what I will tell about him is not much. When I met him, it was when I was saved with my daughter from death, I always thanked him but he said it was his duty. It was very funny and to my surprise, Yasaka, the leader of Kyoto's yokai faction, one of the most desired women was in love with him being only a child. I thought something very strange. But after a while, I noticed that he had many good points. Soon he disappeared with my daughter for 3 years, I was very sad and angry because I thought I lost my daughter. Yasaka had to comfort me all this while but it was only until we felt familiar energy and when we left the house we saw 4 people standing outside. My tears ran and I jumped on my daughter but she turned out to be some kind of projection. Then Yukio proceeded to tell us everything, I was angry and I scolded him but inside I was happy that they were well. We always communicated like this but I started talking to Yukio secretly, I did not know why, but I was very happy to talk to him alone. Shuri, Kajej really? Yukio, do you think I'm lying? I'm a man of my word, you know. Shuri, oh, man, but you're a kid, how weird. I could see his defeated face and him muttering something. It was nice to see him like that. We always talked about all sorts of things. But I could also see a change in my daughter when I spoke with her. Before, she spoke about Yukio with hate, but now she was very affectionate. She even told me good things about him and I knew that was it. She fell in love. And I felt somewhat jealous, but it was my daughter's happiness, I was not going to take it from her. Or so I thought until one day it happened. Yukio, Shuri. My body went numb when he called my name, and I looked at him. Shuri, why yes. Yukio, I love you. My mind went flying. I could be an older woman, but what woman would not want a loving and direct man? When we talked secretly he was always affectionate and attentive. Despite being a child I knew it was not like that. He was hiding something, and I discovered that after some of time. When he saved me years ago, I saw an image of a young man with long jet black hair. And that image is now the same Yukio. I knew he was hiding something and I hoped that someday he would tell me. Shuri, I hesitated a moment but he did not stop. Yukio, do you think that since you are older you cannot satisfy me? I nodded insistently. It was true. Yukio, first, I do not care about that, because I really fell in love with you. Besides, you never noticed it, you have not aged a bit since we met, you even look 2 years younger. Shuri, oh. I did not understand but I began to look at myself in a mirror. It was true that I had never noticed it because I did not pay so much attention. I had not aged at all, but I was even younger. Yukio, the dimension is separated from the normal time system, that is to say, that these years that you have lived have gone back days. Very likely if you spend 20 years inside you can have 20 again, maybe. I could see him rubbing his chin like a wise man. But my brain was processing all the information and soon. Shuri, are you sure about this? I was a married woman and I'm not quite young. I bit my lips. At some point, you'll get bored with me. I saw him look at me calmly and then sigh. Yukio, you don't understand. Shuri, I love you, you were married, that does not matter to me, it's better because I want to marry you. I would never get tired of you, you are an adorable and very understanding woman, your attitude is beautiful and without even talking about your way of taking care of me. I don't care if you're not young, the important thing is that you're with me. His words touched my heart and I could not help but cry with a little happiness. Shuri, Yukio-kun. I love you. I said with a small smile at the end and soon I felt a little burning in my right shoulder. When I looked at it I could see a red mark, it looked like a magic circle with a little dragon in the middle. I saw Yukio who gave me a loving look and heard his words. Yukio, just wait a little longer. I promise to be with you soon. I nodded and smiled shyly, my husband. Yasaka. When I met Yukio it was a fortunate encounter since he saved my life and my daughter. I wanted to give him payment, so I invited him to my base, but when he arrived, I offered him something that he rejected. He simply asked me to talk and I did. It was very nice and we had a very comfortable feeling. Sometimes I looked at a silhouette that suddenly appeared. I did not know what it was at the beginning until I decided to look in the old books. It turned out that this vision was not because I confused something, it's that Yukio had a secret. He, possibly was not a child, but I wanted him to be the one to tell me. So I decided to turn a blind eye to it. We spent our time talking and I liked him a lot. He was a great friend, but soon I needed his help but he rejected me. I was disappointed, but immediately he offered me something much better than what I asked for. He took me to a dimension, something I could call home and without hesitation I moved my faction there. Thanks to that now the other factions do not know where we are located giving me much more security. Yukio had gone to a different dimension. I stayed in the same place waiting for him, but he never came back. I felt tears and my heart hurt when I fell in tears. I thought I had lost him, my only friend. And the man who I came to love. Yasaka, you have to come back. You promised me. I spent my days in poor condition, but Shuri had it worse because she had lost her daughter. I had to comfort her and swallow my pain. But always when I was alone I thought about him, that child that could make my heart move. But one day, suddenly I felt his energy. I left almost immediately and there I saw him. I wanted to hug him but he was just a projection. I looked at him and he smiled, and he pretended to be hugging me. Yukio, I'm sorry. He apologized and looked at me sadly. I cried. I wanted to embrace him in truth. Yasaka, no, you do not have to apologize, I want you to come back. I said resolutely. But he shook with his head and explained that he did not have the strength to return. I felt very bad but he smiled. Yukio, I made a promise with you. I do not intend to miss it. His words made me happy, and I was able to give him my best smile. Yasaka, I'll wait for you, no matter how much time is needed. I am ashamed of my words but I was happy to say them because I was accepting it at the end. He was stunned but then he smiled at me. Yukio, I love you Yasaka. Then the four became particles of light, disappearing but leaving me with a blush. Every day he communicated with me, he told me of his adventures and his problems. At some point I noticed that he was in poor condition, his mental stability was not correct and I had to help him. I started to advise him and he improved a little. I felt relieved. I told him about the brand and he was surprised but accepted it without protest. They had already spent 10 years here, and today she was the most anxious woman inside the house because today Yukio returned. Shuri, hey, are you planning to make a hole in the floor? Yasaka, oh, and you? I see you pushing that sofa very hard, right? She returned the question. Shuri was squeezing the side of the furniture with stretched nerves. Shuri rolled her eyes and then, it's because of my daughter, nothing else. Yasaka put her hand to her mouth and laughed. Yes, your daughter, but that brand says something different. Shuri blushed and turned her face. It's not your problem. Both after a while of bickering laughed among themselves and looked at each other. Shuri/Yasaka, dear/Yukio-kun. As if their words were magic, they felt a familiar energy outside. Both women looked at each other and then ran outside. They could see a man standing there with broken clothes. He had long jet black hair down to his back and golden eyes, a large and robust body with pale skin. Yasaka, why Yukio? She went running much faster than Shuri and threw herself into his arms. He caught her, she had tears in her eyes. Yasaka, why you came back? She hugged him tightly as if he could escape somewhere. Yukio, I will not go anywhere, you know. He put his hand on her back, because I came for you. His words made her blush and she looked into his eyes. Yasaka, you, really? Yukio, don't you remember? I promised that when I grew up I would come for you and it's time. She felt very embarrassed, but then felt something on her lips and her eyes widened. He kissed her, which was something unexpected. But then she closed her eyes and enjoyed the kiss. It was very affectionate. They separated after 2 minutes. Yukio, I love you. She smiled very foolishly and hugged him like an octopus before talking. Yasaka, I am your wife after all. Editor, Mauve. 40, Yasaka +18. In a room in the dimension of Yukio, wooden house. 2 women could be seen, both seemed to be in a battle of gazes, one uncomfortable while the other was thinking. Akeno, she did not finish because she saw Shuri raise her hand. Shuri, ***. You don't need your apologies, Akeno. I understand what you feel because your mother does too, but, you love the same man that I. Akeno looked at her mother with an uncomfortable expression. Okasan, I know I should not fall in love with my father, but things happened that way. At first I wanted to see him as a friend, but after all these years of fighting together by his side, I ended up loving him even before I knew it. She said that with an expression of tears. After all, he was the husband of her mother. Shuri looked at her and felt something was wrong inside. She could only sigh. Shuri, daughter and mother loving the same man, you know. It doesn't really matter, some could judge us, but who cares, we're both willing to be with Yukio-kun, right? She smiled warmly. Akeno lifted her head cheerfully. You mean? Shuri, yes, as long as Yukio-kun agrees, I don't care, I want your happiness and I know you want mine. If any of us decided to leave, it would not be fulfilled, that could also make Yukio-kun very sad. Both women looked at each other and then Akeno hugged her mother. Akeno, thank you. Shuri hugged her with affection and then asked her something. Akeno, why don't I feel the aura of the fallen angels in you? Akeno separated and smiled proudly. 2 months ago. Yukio offered to cleanse my blood, I did not deny it and soon one of his pieces consumed me and then I was able to be reborn completely as a dragon. Finishing talking, she pulled out 4 pairs of white dragon wings, radiating a very strange sacred power. Shuri looked at the scene with surprise. They were beautiful wings and the sacred power was huge. Shuri, I see. Does that mean you cut off everything with Barakil? Akeno, all my connection with that man has been cut off, as has my blood. She returned a smile. Shuri looked at her and smiled at her in the same way. She also wanted to get rid of everything related to Barakil after everything she had now with Yukio, a person who swore to really protect her. Shuri nodded and looked at her daughter, but frowned. Akeno, I have a doubt. Akeno, yes. Shuri, why is your brand black instead of red? Akeno froze and blushed, averting her gaze. Eto. Who knows? FIU she started to whistle. After leaving Akeno with Shuri and sending the Nekomata sisters on a mission to discover everything that happened since they left, Yukio went with Yasaka to her castle. Well, that could not be called going on his own, instead, he was being dragged. I won't complain though, he thought internally. He could see her very happy taking his arm as they walked towards the side of her castle. Yukio, hey. Yasaka, where are you taking me? Yasaka, oh, just follow me, you'll know soon. She smiled and turned over. This woman. What will she do? While they were walking, there were many yokai who looked at them and some of them paid their respects. Yokai 1, welcome teachers. Yokai 2, leader. Yokai 3, it's an honor to meet the teacher. For some reason, this felt like when you go to a wedding. While he was thinking, a beautiful girl with loose blonde hair and her eyes of the same color appeared. She wore pure white clothes and the most interesting thing was those 2 ears on her head, besides her tails. Kunu kunu, kasan. She spoke in a questioning tone. Yasaka stopped and looked at her with a smile. Yasaka, yes, Kuna-chan. Kuna pointed her finger at him and frowned. Who is he? He was going to answer her. After all, she had never treated him like that with such disrespect. But Yasaka was faster. Yasaka, him. It's Yukio, can't you see? So she pushed him away, taking him wherever they went. leaving Kunu with her mouth open and flushed from the kind of clothes she was wearing in front of the boy who was always following her. Kunu, he came back. Clothes. She ran to her room to change. This did not happen to escape the eyes of the remaining yokai who smiled at the act. Yokai, the two lovers have completely forgotten about our presence. Spoke a beautiful girl with cat ears. Yokai 2, should we give him our blessings? Yokai, why should we do that? She inclined her head in confusion and looked at the man in front of her. Yokai 2 rubbed her shoulders and pointed to the hallway where Yukio and Yasaka walked. Yokai 2, do you know where that corridor leads to? Yokai looked at the corridor and her face turned hot. Why yes, we better go. They nodded and left, although the girl still had a red face. After walking what seemed like an eternity, in the end, they arrived in front of a door. His gaze went to Yasaka with an expression of "and now." Yasaka smiled and pushed the door, dragging him. Inside he could see a beautifully decorated room. There was a light bulb on the ceiling. You could also see a large bed in the center of the room. What interested him the most was the cosmetics on a shelf. Wait, cosmetics? He looked at Yasaka, who was red. He was going to say something, but suddenly she kissed him. His mind started processing. Am I not the man? Shouldn't I be the one to start this? Well, it doesn't feel bad to be dominated sometimes. While he was thinking about things, Yasaka was kissing him and instinctively he hugged her slim waist. Yasaka, She stopped the kiss due to her commotion. Thanks to that, he left his confusion aside and looked at her. Yukio, wait Yasaka. Are you completely sure of what you want to do? He had to ask her clearly. Yasaka looked him in the eyes. Yes. I know it's a hurry, but I think I've waited for a long time. Do you know how much I had to worry about your disappearance? And even though I knew it was not the same, I wanted to hug you. Sniff and I could not. I saw you decay and I could not do anything. Sniff that's why. I want to be with you now. I want to be your wife, in soul and body. She said between tears and blush. He was looking at her. This woman was really beautiful and he was happy to have her by his side. He smiled at her and spoke to her near the ear. Yukio, in that case, I will accept you as my wife. He bit her little ear, causing little moans from her. Yasaka, Ayu. His hands traced Yasaka's body, making her tremble. Yukio, are you ready? Yasaka-chan. Yasaka had a funny look at this moment. It was like a little girl and she nodded with a big blush. It's fun because she was the one who started it. He wrapped his arms around her small waist, carrying her to the bed very gently while they kissed. When they separated they could see small traces of their saliva connected as a bridge. He looked at her tender flushed face and had to admit it. Yukio, you're really beautiful. Yasaka blushed even more, but she hugged him by the neck. Yasaka, I am, your wife Yukun. There were no more words needed. That sentence made his blood boil. He was a dragon, his sexual appetite was on the edge. Without more words she began to remove every part of her clothes. Yasaka covered herself with her little hands. Even so, he was surprised by what he saw. White skin with small beautiful blonde hairs in her lower part, her delicate body as if she had never been touched. If he was a virgin, he probably would have had a nasal spill. His gaze made Yasaka feel very happy because she did not trust her body. Now she had a smile. Yasaka, do you like what you see? She wondered coquettishly. He put his right hand on her chest, rubbing it and making her moan. Yasaka, Yukio, no, I don't like it. I love it. He started kissing her by the neck while rubbing her big chest. Yasaka, moi, you. He looked at her beautiful face and could see her. She had a lustful but warm look at the same time. He stroked her cheeks. He loved that smile on her face. Yasaka, why are you stopping? She said while holding his hand as if she was afraid he would leave her. Yukio, because I don't just want to sleep with you, I want it to be something romantic. Before she could speak, he kissed her again. Then he kissed her lips one more time, but this time with more intensity. Yasaka was feeling a tingle in her lower part. She felt really excited just by the kiss alone. Suddenly she felt something get inside her mouth and captured her tongue. Yasaka, ah. In the room, the only sounds were the kisses and the ragged breaths of both of them. When he separated the kiss, he stared at her. Yasaka's face was totally lost. Her eyes were wet and her cheeks were as red as possible. He thought of Riasa's hair color. He smiled warmly. I love you Yasaka. Yasaka shuddered and wanted to answer. Yasaka, I love dash. She could not finish because she felt a hand on her chest causing her to moan a bit in surprise. He started rubbing her breasts with more intensity. His fingers rubbed and pinched her small nipples. The sudden sensation made Yasaka's whole body tremble like jelly. A hot moan escaped her trembling lips. He saw her reaction and began to encircle her beautiful breasts. He played with them, pinching and mortifying them, but also stopped for sometimes, causing the pleasure to increase. She had a lustful look on her face. Besides, her moans were very exotic. Yasaka, Ukun, ngh. He thought, wow, these breasts are gigantic. I think I'll become addicted. They were gigantic and obscene. In addition, her nipples looked beautiful, being of that pink color. Yasaka, you, please. She begged and he understood the meaning. He brought his face to her breasts where he took a small nip at her nipple. Yasaka, hiik. Her body trembled even more. Hiya, both please. He kept licking and nibbling her nipples. Her moans of pleasure made him feel extremely hot, and without talking about his little brother was totally excited and waiting for orders. He used his other hand to pinch the other nipple and twist it with his fingers, causing more moans from this little blonde slut. Yasaka, Wan. That feels. Her words were choppy and she could not finish them. He saw that it was the time since he became a dragon. His nose was pretty good and he could smell a very exotic aroma. Lowering his lips from the breasts to the stomach, he planted a sudden kiss. Yasaka, She felt as if her entire body had fallen asleep. A chill ran through her and soon it got hotter, causing her to get wet more than she already was. You. He looked at her and smiled as he lowered his head to her sacred place. She noticed it and closed her legs with force. Yukio, don't you like it? Yasaka, oh, it's that. It's dirty there. He heard her words and could not help but smile. Yukio, I don't think so, Yasaka. Can I? Yasaka had a thoughtful look but then opened her legs slowly. Yasaka, ***. My soul and my body are now yours. Please. He smiled and placed himself on top of her, staring at her. His hand reached down to her bottom lip while he lifted her with his finger. The sudden action down there caused Yasaka to feel like an orgasm and she bit her delicate red lips. Each touch made her mind come loose and she wanted to give herself fully. She knew that Yukio was playing with her body. Yasaka, you. He lowered his head from her breasts to her stomach until he reached the most important place. Yasaka had not felt anything until she suddenly felt his lips in her vagina. Yasaka, Kaya. She screamed suddenly, due to the event. Before she could say anything he started using his tongue while rubbing her clit. Yasaka, Wah, and, you-kun. She took his head with both her hands and arched her back to feel his tongue go in and out of her vagina. She felt the so-called pleasure wrap around her. Just a few simple touches led her to feel on cloud nine. She could not stand it anymore and let go of what she had been holding for all this time. Without more to say, she had her first orgasm. He raised his eyes and licked his lips. He wanted to scold her for not telling him she was going to come, but after tasting the taste. Do the yokai always have this flavor? Strawberry. If Yasaka listened to his words, he would surely be beaten. He saw her panting and looking at him with a look of, give me more. Yukio, Yasaka. Can I? Yasaka, why yes. She nodded and made her legs open a little, showing her beautiful vagina that overflowed with a bit of its juice. He took off his pants and shirt, showing his penis, and placed it in the opening of her vagina. Yasaka, who looked at the penis, felt numb. She thought, can I stand it? She looked at Yukio's cock and spoke. Yasaka, please make me your wife. You-kun. He was not going to refuse. He loved her after all and aligned his penis to the entrance of her vagina. There were two sudden sounds. As if something suddenly filled up and. Yasaka, Yukio, His penis was trapped between her vaginal walls. It felt very hot and comfortable enough, but very tight. He thought, but that. It's too tight. Yukio, are you okay, Yasaka? Yasaka tightened her arms on his neck and smiled. It's okay, it still hurts a little, but, it feels very good. She said affectionately. It was true, she had never felt so full, but it was not that she really cared if he could satisfy her in bed. What she wanted was love from a family and having a great husband. Yukio would certainly fulfill all that. Yukio, in that case, I'm going to move. He started to move slowly, but he kept increasing the speed when he saw her adjust. Yasaka, this feels incredible. Yasaka, more, deeper inside. She asked as she rolled her slender legs around his waist, forcing him to enter more. Each movement made Yasaka's erotic juices overflow, which soiled the sheets and gave a pretty exotic body scent to it. Because he saw that she could handle him, he started to move faster, causing knocking noises. She also tried to keep up with him. Clap plash clap. Every sound sounded out loud in the room, along with the drowned breaths and the scent. Even if someone passed by outside the door, they could hear them. Yasaka, you make me feel very, well, Yukio, you're amazing, Yasaka. He started to move faster. This feeling was unbearable. He wanted to release everything inside her. Yasaka, wah. He started by her neck to make her feel more pleasure, while with his right hand he pinched her nipple, causing more loud moans. She hugged him with more strength. Her legs did not want to let go, as if she was saying, fill me. Yasaka, that's good. More you pack clap. Each movement caused Yasaka's large breasts to bounce up and down, which made his blood boil. He sped up a little and took her tightly from her waist while she still had her legs wrapped around him. He increased his strength and accelerated his movements to deepen his penis. Yasaka, strong, on, inside, Ayahan. He felt that he was about to reach his limit. He could not ask for more. Yukio, Koog. Yasaka, I'm reaching my limit. Yasaka, shoot, inside. Make me your wife completely. Her words made him feel more excited. Yukio, I'm coming. He could not stand it anymore. Yasaka, yeeth fill me Yukoan, They hugged tightly before Yasaka and he came together. Splat asterisk. He felt that his penis was bathed in juices and he released his load into her. From the connection between the penis and the vagina, it could be seen how the juice came along with the semen. Drip drip asterisk. Yasaka had her waist curled up while her gaze was blank. Yasaka, incredible. A lot of cum in me. For his part, he could not believe how amazing it felt to do it with Yasaka. Maybe it was because she was a mature woman, but this feeling was too hot. He felt that Yasaka's vagina was getting tighter. He thought, do you plan to absorb all my semen? Then he fell on top of Yasaka, she surrounded him and climbed on him even with his penis inside her. She laid on his chest while talking. Yasaka, now I'm completely your wife. It's a pity I'm not the first. He hugged her and kissed her on the forehead, his gaze contained a lot of affection for this woman. Yukio, even if you're not my first wife, I love you in the same way. Yasaka smiled, I love you too Yukun. Even though I still don't forgive you for sleeping with those two girls. He was in his happy moment when he heard her words, how did you know? Yasaka touched her nose with a smile, you don't remember. Both have your smell. She rolled her eyes and leaned against his chest, but I don't care. I finally made you my husband. He hugged her, he loved this woman, with her he felt a very beautiful connection. They then fell asleep. What they did not know is that outside the door there was a girl with blonde hair and eyes who wanted to talk to her mother. But when she arrived, she heard strange sounds, so she waited and could only blush for everything she heard. Kunu, Yukio-sama and my. She ran to her room with a frantic blush. Editor, Mav. 41, Weapon and Souls. The next morning he was out in the courtyard of Yasaka's castle, he told them not to let anyone approach this place. He had something to do, or rather to try. He opened his inventory and took out a black cube along with a small note. Yukio, now. This is. These two things he had received just the day he returned from the world of the fairies. Flashback. Yukio, we're back. He stretched lazily and planned to go with the girls to his dimension to see the others, but there was something. What's that? In the distance, he could feel something approaching him with surprising speed, but it was not evil and it was not a living being. He extended his hand and soon it came towards him staying on his palm floating. They were a black cube and a sheet of paper. End flashback. Yukio, let's see the note. Note, hello, if you are reading this it means that you have already returned. I know you have many questions and I regret not answering them now. But I leave this gift as a sign of our friendship. It will be useful, you just have to stick it close to your chest and it will work. Tranquility is not bad, trust me. I hope to meet again, I'll be gone for a few years to try to find something in another dimension. When I return, I'll explain things to you. Be very careful, in this dimension, there is a very powerful being, although I do not know why he has been hiding for so long. Reference to the beast that was chasing him. ATT, with lots of love Ryata. PD, it's sad that you never asked me. PD 2, I saw some fools who wanted to upset your wife, so I eliminated them, I hope it does not bother you. His face showed a complex expression. What kind of message was this? Ryata. Well, he knew he was hiding something from the day he found that strange sword in the room with Irina. Also, his PD1, he knew what he was referring to, once he saw him. Well, rather, her. Definitely, Ryata was not a child. After a while, he realized that everyone saw her as a man, while for him it was a girl. He knew that she was not a normal human, but he never wanted to ask, he never noticed bad intentions. He expected her to tell him why it was like that. He left his thoughts and looked at the cube in his hand and used evaluation. Cube of the soul. A cube of dark matter created by a smith with divine knowledge. Place it close to your heart and create a weapon with the shape of your soul. Yukio, Cape of the Soul. This reminds me a lot of a series, but I don't know. He looked both left and right, he was alone and maybe he could try. Yukio, System. What do you think will happen? System, the user could acquire more power, as to what would happen in the process, only your soul will decide. Yukio, I see. He smiled and placed it close to his chest. I'll trust you Ryata. But he regretted it immediately, he soon felt as if his soul was being dragged. He gritted his teeth and tried to endure the pain, he did not want to scream because that would alert the others, he did not want to worry them. He thought, damn Ryata, when you come back, I'll give you what you owe me. The cube was buried in his chest, and the pain diminished. Instantly a blue gauntlet came around his hand, which was like Drake gauntlet. Yukio, this thing hurts, he touched the glove. Will the me, UGH. Soon blood slid down his throat. His body started to feel like it was breaking and in his chest, he felt something move wildly. Yukio, ARHHGG. What? The glove soon disappeared, in particular, returning to his chest and the pain worsened. He used his right hand to cover his mouth, the pain was unbearable even if he activated his dragon scale he would not endure it. It was like he broke from the inside. After a few minutes, everything calmed down and his wounds began to heal, the only thing he heard was the system. Asterisk ding ding asterisk. System, soul successfully connected. System, you have combined, dimensional object, with, soul cube, dot. His consciousness turned black and then it was swallowed. He did not know what had happened, but he opened his eyes to see a blue sky with many clouds. Yukio, I came back here. He did not need to say where he was, this place he already knew because sometimes he came here. He got up slowly, he could see that in his right hand he was holding a spear made of jet black metal and its blade was totally silver with a line between in gold, it was also surrounded by some white strings. Its appearance left him stunned, it was exactly the same as true longinus that Cao Cao should now have in his possession. If so, this weapon would truly be the personification of the weapons in this place. He used evaluation quickly but his expression darkened. Spear of the Abyss. A weapon created from the soul of an abysmal dragon. Souls entrusted to 0/4. Now empty. Unusable. Rank, A. Yukio, souls, do I have to enclose souls in this thing? He rubbed his chin, by its name he could see that if he placed powerful souls into it, maybe it would become something impressive. What made him laugh the most was its rank, it was not even C, which means a weapon worse than the ordinary. While he was in his thoughts, two really beautiful women had appeared on the scene. Both girls looked at the young man in front with a loving gaze. These two girls were Seraphine and Satana, who was now known as Lilith and Liana. Lilith/Liana, Lord Abysmal/Dragon Zito. Both women wanted to run to hug him but stopped when they noticed the spear in his hands. Yukio was in his thoughts, he shuddered at the nickname, Dragon Zito. He looked at the two girls, he knew them very well, they were his secret wives since nobody could enter this place but him. Although he always looked at them, he could not get enough, they were totally beautiful. To not explain much, I will leave this here. Seraphine, Lilith, looks like Mira Jane, fairy tale, only that her eyes are pink with 6 pairs of angel pink wings on the back. Satana, Liana, looks like Karen Jinryu, or Ga Ajausama Gakao, only her eyes are golden carrying 6 pairs of demon wings on her back. Lilith pointed her finger at the spear, Eto. Where did you get that? Yukio, actually I don't know, I just know that I made a soul cube merge with the dimensional object, that is, its seal. Both girls looked at each other and felt happy before approaching and hugging him. Lilith/Liana, absorb our souls. Yukio, He was dumbfounded. The two women saw this and decided to tell him. After a detailed explanation, they did tell him the important things. Yukio, let's see if I understand correctly. If I absorb your souls in this spear, it will activate and you will leave this seal, also if I look for strong bodies capable of maintaining them. Then, you will be reborn with some of my pieces. Both girls nodded and had smiles on their faces. He could not even resist a little for their beauty and gave them a little kiss on the forehead. Lilith, why was that? Yukio, why are you such a beautiful girl? She blushed and turned around, but Liana had a look of, give me more. She always scared him. Her resistance was incredible and her dark side. Yukio, anyway, how do I absorb you? He changed the subject because he did not want to get into trouble. Liana, tisk. She got upset because she wanted more, but she began to explain. It's easy, you have to aim your spear towards our hearts and we just have to submit. Neither girl felt upset, after all, they were his wives and they had already submitted to him. He nodded and waited for them to line up when he pointed the spear towards Liana. Liana, Liana Hyuda, I accept being a soul that lives in this weapon from now on, I will be your shield and your faithful servant. Master. He was surprised by her action, but even more, about her using his last name. This woman was very direct, he liked that about her. Soon her body became particles entering the spear which vibrated and Lilith began to do the same. After their swearing, both were now in the spear and he had his eyes closed, he was in a space with a beautiful meadow and a high sky, in addition, there was a small house at the end. Yukio, what is this place? Lilith, you could call it your heart. This is where the souls inhabit that you absorb. Liana, to clarify, it's not your real heart. When she said that, he felt something strange, living in his heart. What metaphor is so good? Yukio, I can come to see you right. That was what worried him the most. Lilith smiled at him, you just have to think about one of us and you will come. Liana hugged him and became pampered. Why, don't you want to see me? Don't you like me? He knew what she wanted and just smiled at her, he gave her a little short kiss on her lips. Yukio, I'll come later. Both blushed but nodded and disappeared. Yukio, there are 2, I need 4 who should. A smile appeared on his face and then he closed his eyes. He appeared in a dark place with many chains all over the place and walked for a while before finding what he was looking for. Yukio, Hey, old man. He shouted towards a house on a mountain. Skaran, do not call me old. A guy with silver hair and golden eyes came out, he looked old but wise, he also wore the same mark as him on his forehead in the shape of a black cross. Yukio, yes, how about I propose something? Skaran, propose something to me. He smiled and stretched his arm with a dimensional opening and from there the spear came out. He wanted to keep it in the inventory, but the system said that his connection with his soul would be lost, causing his death. Skaran looked at the spear strangely before his eyes opened. Yukio, what do you think? You should know what it's for. Skaran pulled out white wings and launched himself forward looking at him. Skaran, are you planning to get me out of here? Even if you do, there is no assurance of finding a decent body in this place for me. Yukio, I know, but what about the other dimensions? Scaron smiled. It was true, in the other dimensions maybe he would have a body even better than his. After all, he was a dragon of rank, true dragon. Neither the Great Red was enough. Scaron, good boy, I accept, but do not make me wait so long. I want to travel the worlds, he said with a look of wisdom. Yukio smiled and pointed his spear towards his heart. Scaron, Scaron Hayato, brother and faithful friend of Yukio, I promise to be your weapon and your shield, to be the soul that guides your spear and to be the source of your power. Master. He became particles of light entering the spear, and Yukio smiled at his oath. He thought, brothers. Old man, I see you exactly the same. It was true, after all they spent years together. He trained him and they talked about what they would do if someday he left here. He left that place and his consciousness returned to his body while still in Yasaka's courtyard. Apparently, his wounds had healed. He looked at the spear in his lap and noticed that its tip was now more silvery than the previous one, which gave it a shine. Use evaluation. Spear of the Abyss. A weapon created by the soul of an abysmal dragon, along with 3 beings of a superior power. Souls trusted to 3/4. Dragonian skills, demons, angels. A weapon capable of killing the true gods. Rank, SS. State, the user's body is not fully able to withstand the power, therefore he will have to handle it with care. He smiled. With this spear he felt calmer for the warning of Ryota. He got up and stretched. He was going back inside to look for Yasaka. Yukio, they've arrived. He felt the energy of Kurika and opened a portal to pick up Yasaka and go to meet her. It's time to know how much the world has changed since I left. Meanwhile, in the heart of Yukio. Scaron, this place looks much better than the previous one. This place is mine, he said proudly and started moving towards the house further away. Before he could move though, he fell to his knees. Scaron, this. He saw 2 women who were looking at him with a frown. He did not know them, but he felt a familiar smell on them. Scaron, ladies. Will you leave me alone, please? His pride was already hurt to be absorbed, and now 2 women suppressed him alone with their aura. No doubt they were powerful. He saw that one of the girls had 6 pairs of pink wings and a halo on her head, while the other had demonic wings with a tail protruding from her back. Both girls lowered their auras and approached. The one that seemed to be an angel spoke. Lilith, sorry for the occasion, you suddenly came to our house. Who are you? Scaron, I am the great dragon of heaven, Scaron. Liana, dragon, what? PFF, she laughed while Scaron had a look of embarrassment. Scaron, I should have imagined it with such beings in front of me. I am like an ant. Lilith, don't laugh, it's bad manners, in his world he is a supreme being, didn't you know? Scaron regained the sparkle on his face. Do you know my world? Lilith, yes, I visited it many years ago, it had very nice areas. Scaron nodded. It was true that his world was really beautiful, and then he asked something. Scaron, can I know what you're doing here? Both girls looked at him confused, but Lilith replied, the same as you. Scaron, oh. There was a sudden silence, and then Scaron processed the information. Scaron, you, did you let yourself be sealed by that brat? He regretted his words when the aura rose again. He fell to his knees. Lilith/Liana, what did you say? Insulting my little dragon. Scaron suddenly remembered. Scaron, this smell. Damn it, Yukio. Both were his wives, and now he was here with 2 of them. Editor, Mav. 42, Serai.org. In one room there were 3 people looking at each other. These were Yukio, Kurika, and Akeno. Yukio, then. What did you discover? Kurika shrugged and said, it was basically as you said it would be, but there were some slight changes. Yukio, changes. Kurika, yes, first of all, since our departure, apparently Graphia-san has been looking for us for a while. It would be better if you visited her soon, and a faction was destroyed by harassing the yokai. I could not find out much about this case. And about Issei-san, he did not accept going out with the fallen angel who called herself Yuma, but even so, he became a devil, being Rias's pawn after he was attacked by the fallen angel. All this happened a few weeks ago, and it was totally as you told me. He met the girl named Asia, who was kidnapped by the angels for the ritual. Apparently, Issei planned to save her today. He rubbed his forehead. There were several changes, but the system did not warn him of the percentage that something strange was happening. A long time ago, Kurika and Akeno got to know that he was not from this world and several things that would happen shortly, but he never told them everything completely. Akeno, Kuro-chan, did you find the 2 people Yukiko-kun was looking for? She asked. Kurika, those. Yes, they are in the underworld. Both apparently were exiled from their clan, but the boy became very strong physically. He also carries a longinus and is quite promising. Akeno nodded and turned her gaze to him. Is what you're going to do really necessary? Yukio, even if you don't believe it, I feel that something is not right, and I want a strong ally, although I do not know who. It should be someone I can trust. Both girls nodded. He thought a little about things. There were only slight changes in history, but since he read Ryata's letter, he started to feel strange about some things. But for now, he would let it be. He had other things to do. Yukio, well, Kurika, I want you to take care of Issei's problem. Just help him in case of emergency. also bring that girl to me when I have the sacred equipment, but don't let the blonde die. He threw a peon of pieces of God. Kurika took it and nodded. She gave him a little kiss on the cheek before opening a portal and disappearing. Yukio, Akeno, I want you to take charge of the things of the human world, register the 4 of us in Kyoa Academy, but do not use the surname Hayata, you can use the other one. Akeno, hi. She got up and left. He stayed in the room a moment before sighing. Yukio, system, what happened? System, history has changed but it is restructuring because the user did not stay in this place for years. Yukio, and, was it a mistake? System, no, you just have to make a major change in the story again and you will know your percentage. He closed his eyes for a while before getting up and opening a portal. Underworld, the territory of Baal. When Yukio crossed the portal, he was in what seemed to be a room. It was quite simple, it seemed comfortable. In the bed there was a woman who was asleep. She had long dark brown hair, pale skin, with a beautiful white dress, but he felt that her energy was off. He saw her for a moment and she surprised him a little. Yukio, Miss LaBelle. He whispered. He soon felt a fluctuation in the air and raised his palm holding a fist. He talked without averting his gaze from Miss La, who was in a coma. I advise you not to try again. Sereorg did not care about his words and withdrew his fist to hit him again, but he was not going to let him finish. Yukio, I warned you. Kneel. He spoke calmly and soon Sereorg felt an immense force on his body. He had used pressure. Sereorg, Ark. Who are you? He screamed as he tried to get back up. He tried to get up while talking, but it was very difficult. For his part, he looked at it and had to admit that Sereorg had an amazing resistance. Yukio, well, I'm a friend, you should calm down, I didn't come to fight, I just want to talk to you for a moment. He diminished pressure and Sereorg walked quickly in front of Miss La's bed to protect her. Yukio really did not care. Well, I wanted to talk to you about something, but you should tell the girl behind the door that eavesdropping is very bad. At that, the door opened showing Kusha Abadan. She looked at him and then headed towards the back of Sereorg. Sereorg, what does an angel want in this place? Sereorg spoke as he concentrated, in case he had to attack. Yukio thought, angel? Oh, I understand. He was wearing his sacred clothes, which was in the form of Shinigami with a cape of a captain. Kensei Megurama's reference, only he had a number 1 kanji symbol behind. Yukio, no, I'm not an angel. He was too lazy to explain, so he closed his eyes and opened them again, but this time they were purple with a dragon irises. Then they returned to normal. Kusha Abadan, a dragon. She spoke surprised. Sereorg also had a surprised look. It had to be said that to see a dragon in human form meant that the dragon was in the same rank as Afais or Great Red. Sereorg, a dragon, why don't we know anything about you? Yukio, that's natural, I was a bit isolated for a while. So, are you interested in listening to my offer? Sereorg, I can listen to it, but accepting it is another story. He smiled a little. That's enough for me, what I want is for you to join my group. Let me tell you that I will not make you do things without your will. I will give you power so you can be stronger. Sereorg thought a little and decided to ask. Sereorg, what is the name of your group? Also, what power do you speak? Yukio, well, my group is new, you could call it Godii 13, in. He did not finish because Kusha interrupted. Kusha, G Godii 13. Sereorg, what's wrong? He was also very interested in her attitude. Kusha, a few years ago, in a house in the human world, there was a massacre and they left a message saying that 2 women of the Hinjima clan were under the protection of Agaris, the general commander of Godii 13. Sereorg recalled that many years ago that information arrived, a terrifying presence was felt in that place and that many were there, but they were only found dead. They both looked at Yukio, who had a rather strange expression on his face. He thought, what the hell? Just an indictment and I'm already a terrorist or something. Well, at least my name is famous. I'm ashamed to have chosen it at random. Yukio, well yes. So will you accept? Sereorg, first of all, are you Agaris? Yukio, yes, any problems? Sereorg, no. Please, continue. Kusha had a strange look while staying behind Sereorg. Yukio, as for the power, is this good enough? He lifted his palm creating a sphere of power. Sereorg looked at him and his eyes widened in surprise. This was destruction. Sereorg, why you how? Yukio, don't ask. Do you accept or not? Sereorg was lost in words. This guy had the power of his family, but clearly, he did not belong to it. He did not know whether to accept, but he felt a tap from his back. Sereorg whispered, what's wrong? Kusha, you should accept. You will become stronger, besides I do not feel any malice coming from him. Sereorg looked at her and then nodded. She was his queen and would not say anything that would hurt him. Yukio could hear their little conversation after all his ears were very good. He smiled. Sereorg, I accept. Yukio, you will not regret. Without waiting for him to answer him, Yukio threw the sphere at Sereorg's chest. He opened his eyes thinking that was an attack. But before he did anything, the sphere was absorbed into his chest and he fell to his knees panting. Yukio, it will take a few minutes for your body to accept, I will come to train you soon. He took out a sacred suit with a captain's coat putting it in front of him. He was going to go, but remembered something, for now I will leave it as a gift of friendship. He approached Miss Labale. Sarayorg looked at him and wanted to stop him. He did not trust him completely, but it was impossible due to his current state. Koisha was going to do something but Yukio used his pressure, causing her to fall to her knees. Sarayorg, what will you do? Yukio, just calm down. He was close to Miss La and placed his palm on her stomach. Yukio, divine healing. He whispered and his hands shone in a purple tone for a few seconds. Ready. Sarayorg thought he had done something to his mother and felt destroyed, but then he saw her open her delicate eyes. Yukio stared at her, those beautiful golden eyes reminded them of his. Miss La also stared at the boy in front of her. He had long dark hair until his back covering his right eye. He wore a very strange suit but radiated a noble aura. She knew that he healed her. She tried to get up but one hand stopped her on her shoulder. Yukio, for now rest. You could heal but you have not used your body for a long time. You have to wait a little longer. She heard the affectionate tone, blushed and nodded. Yukio, Sarayorg, I will come in a few days to train you. It is better to prepare yourself. Before everyone could talk, he disappeared into a portal. Sarayorg, thank you. He whispered as he looked at his mother who now looked at him with tears in her eyes. Editor, Mav. 43, Issei. Issei POV. My name is Issei, second son of the Hayado family. My life in my childhood was quite peaceful. I used to go to school and talk with my family. At the age of 6 I met a girl that I fell in love with. Many said it was a love for children, but until today we are still together. Thanks to her I got to ask my brother to train me, my brother. He for some strange reason always spent his time trying to get stronger. I did not understand it at all, but he always treated me with love and protected me if I had problems. Although sometimes, I noticed that he was quite distant. Still he was always happy around our friend Irina Shido. It was nice because he almost never had friends. After training with him I started going to a dojo. Everything was quite fun until that day happened. He had disappeared. My brother left home and never came back. Needless to say, my parents worried and they looked for him everywhere. They even went to the authorities but they could not find his whereabouts. Everything became chaotic at home. My parents were always sad and I got discouraged a lot. Thanks to Kates I was able to recover and look ahead. After 2 months of his disappearance, one day strange people came to the house. In our room, there were 4 people, an official, a lawyer and a business person or who seemed like one. Ichiro, first of all, I'm Ichiro Watanabe, I work in company. World of the game and I know it may sound strange, but there is a document from one of our members for this Hayado family. Mr. Hayada, excuse me I don't understand. We have nothing to do with your company if you excuse me. Ichiro, yes, we looked for if your family had any connection but we did not find anything, but still this data is specifically for you. He finished speaking and took out a document. Dad was doubtful but he took the document and proceeded to open it. Mr. Hayada, what is this supposed to be? He spoke out loud because the content was absurd. Lawyer, Mr. Hayada calm down please, this document was signed by Mr. Yukio for the benefit of your family. We heard that name and felt happiness. Mrs. Hayada, Yukio, where is he? Mom asked wondering with enthusiasm. The lawyer felt somewhat uncomfortable. They had already investigated this family and they knew that their son disappeared 2 months ago, like Mr. Yukio. Ichiro, sorry lady. But it's not that Yukio himself. He began to detail the Yukio they knew, who was a young man of 20 years of age. Mom sat down and felt stupid. Her son was only 7 years old. How could such a document be made? Mr. Hayada, then. This guy named Yukio, where is he? Ichiro, that's why we're here. In the contract he specified that if something happened to him, all of his belongings were to be delivered to you. We looked at the documents and our faces were full of surprise. There were belongings about money, house and some other things. The most surprising thing was that it included the percentage of sales. Mr. Hayada, what happened to him? Ichiro, we don't know, he disappeared 2 months ago. At first we did not think much about it because he never showed up regularly but after a while, we had to do what the contract dictates. Dad looked at the contract and said, this will be done, in case of an accident or absence for a period of 1 month, is written in this contract. Mr. Hayada, even so. We cannot accept this, we don't know this person. Lawyer, I can see that. But you should accept it. I was the one who was at the time when Mr. Yukio decided to sign such a contract and he told me that it absolutely must be delivered to you. Ichiro, please accept, Mr. Yukio should have left you with such a document for a specific reason. Mom looked at Dad, who sighed. Mr. Hayada, well, I'll accept it. He took a pen and signed the contract. After that event, our life improved a lot. Even so, my parents never wanted to move. They said that maybe Yukio would come back someday. I wanted my brother to come back too. After a few years, my parents started to continue with their lives, even though sometimes I noticed them thinking about my brother. For my part, I was not going to let myself be defeated by that. I continued with my life and I had something planned. Issei, I swear I'll find out why you left. If someone hurt you, I'm going to avenge you. I kept training every day more and more, and soon I enrolled in Kua High School. My first years were peaceful. I made very good friends. Everything was normal until I was 17 when a girl invited me to a date. But I already had Katace. I rejected her in the most polite way. But who would have thought that a few hours later, the same girl would come to kill me? I was dying. I was unable to do anything because this woman was strange. The only thing I remember from her words were that she seems to be a fallen angel. My anger for her grew, and without realizing it, a beautiful woman appeared before me. I knew this woman, she was a senpai at my school. But her words were, "Rias, I see that you could not win. Do you want to become my servant? I promise that I will make you so strong that you can decide your own way." My pride was not going to stand that, but, Issei, I accept. I was not going to leave Katace, and I needed to discover the truth after the disappearance of my brother. After that strange event, I woke up in my house confused. I got up from my bed mumbling, "Issei, was it a dream?" I shook my head and went to bathe. When re-entering my room I began to remember the event that happened. My anger overflowed when I remembered that woman, the one who almost took everything from me. I wanted to be strong, to have so much strength beyond what someone could think, and without knowing it in my arm appeared a gauntlet. I was so focused that when I heard his voice I was surprised. "Drake, my carrier finally woke up. But he's still so young. Issei, what the hell?" I raised my arm watching a red glove with a strange green sphere in the center. "Drake, can you hear me, boy?" I was speechless. The voice came from my hand. "Issei, who are you? Or what are you?" "Drake, amazing, haha, just woke me up and you can chat with me. What a surprise. You also have a strong body but you're still very weak. That hurts. Also, I do not feel magic in you." I listened to his words and wanted to know what he was saying, but soon my conscience was gone. When I came back to myself it was somewhere dark. I looked everywhere and did not know where I was. "Issei, someone." I started screaming. "Drake, well come on brat, do not scream." Suddenly giant eyes appeared in front of me, along with a dragon. My legs became jelly and I fainted. Drake, sigh. Maybe it was not a good idea to have appeared so suddenly. He sighed and waited for Issei to wake up. 2 hours later. I had woken up an hour ago and it cost me a lot to be in front of this presence. But we started talking and it did not turn out to be so bad. He told me many things and strange events that I did not know. In the end, he told me about the beings that hide in this world, like that woman who was a fallen angel. "Drake, but it's rather strange that you woke me up and you can talk to me so easily." Issei, strange. Drake, yes, in reality, I should only have manifested in the test phase, but you ended up quickly coupling with my power. At least you can use the glove without problems. Issei, don't understand. Drake, I do not either. But from you I can feel demonic power. I already knew because I was there at that moment when that woman revived you. Issei, demon power? Wait, do you say that the memory of Ria-senpai was true? Drake nodded and then spoke, but there's something else. You smell like a dragon but it's not my smell. It's more like you've lived with one for years. I was confused by his words. Dragon? Sorry friend. But you are the first dragon I see and I doubt that they appear at every moment to show themselves to me. Drake laughed loudly. That's true, we are few in numbers but that smell is quite peculiar, but it's a pleasure to meet you, boy, I hope you can become strong. I looked at him and squeezed my fist. Issei, I have a goal, and for that, I must become strong even if I have to use supernatural powers. When I returned to my body, I went to school but before entering I found a guy named Kiba who asked me to go to a club. I nodded because he said that Ria-senpai was calling me. When I got there I could see her sitting on her desk while she was reading. Rias, welcome. I know you must be a bit confused but I'll explain it to you. I nodded and sat on the furniture. She did the same and began to explain things to me about the factions. It was almost the same thing that Drake told me when we were talking. Suddenly my arm shone. Drake, girl, these things have already been told, it's a waste of time, just train him and that's enough. His words took Rias by surprise, who smiled and then invited me to join the club saying she would train me. I did not care, I had to make myself strong. So I started my supernatural life, until a week ago where I met a nun. She was somewhat clumsy but we quickly became friends. I took her to her destination and left, but then I found out something that I did not want to. I had to rescue her and I told Rias about it. She decided it was time and we went straight to rescue her. But there were 4 fallen angels and among them was the person I hated most in my life. Issei, Yuma. Editor, Mav. 44, Godii 13. Inside what was an abandoned church they found many people looking at each other. Next to Issei was Ria-senpai and Kiba-senpai. He saw his friend Asia who was dead. He would certainly have been bothered but Ria-senpai promised to revive her but they had to take care of these fallen angels first. The 4 angels had different looks towards them. Done Zeke, TSK. Reincarnation turned out to be lying until this time. Middled, and to think that we just gave you a simple mission and you failed. They both looked at Reincarnation. Reincarnation, why didn't you do it yourself, then? She grunted in response. She did not want to do a mission like that. Azazel sent her just to observe Issei, but these two had different plans. She wanted to attack her 2 allies, but felt a hand hold her. Kala Warner, it's not the time for this, leave it for later, we have to get out of this problem first. She whispered. Reincarnation nodded and looked at the 3 enemies in front of them. Issei, give us back the sacred gear and you can go. He spoke with the fallen angels. Middle, oh, don't you think this guy is funny? She laughed mischievously as she pulled out a spear of pink light. DxD, exactly, ha ha ha. Do you think I can keep the blonde? He looks strong, he said and pulled out a blue light spear. Middle, bah, I don't care, just leave me the redhead, you two take charge of Reinaray's mistake. She ordered the two fallen angels. Both fallen angels nodded. Rias, Yato, you will fight against that man, try not to hurt yourself. Yuato, yes, Baku. Everyone started to fight while his eyes fell on Reinaray. Issei, will you not return it? Reinaray, I can't. Issei, well, we'll just have to fight it out now. Without waiting for her to answer, he was running towards them. He had only been a devil for a week but knew how to fight because of his previous workouts. He raised his fist where his glove appeared and hurled it into Reinaray's face. He thought he was going to hit her but felt something coming towards him. He dropped to the floor to roll, and when he looked, he saw a yellow spear stuck in place. Issei, TSK. I thought you would not enter the battle. Kalawarner, sorry boy, but she's my ally, it's my duty to protect her, right? She spoke seriously while pulling out another spear. She thought, this guy, I was thinking about attacking him recently but I could feel that his sacred gear was not normal and it turned out to be true. Issei, well, I don't care. His fist and her spear crashed repeatedly, then she moved her spear trying to cut him horizontally. He jumped to dodge, but Reinaray was waiting for that opportunity. She threw a spear of light. He covered himself with his glove but the impact made him fall to the ground. He got up quickly, avoiding a spear blow from the blue-haired woman. Issei, Drake, you should help me, you know. He started running in circles while Reinaray threw at him some spears. He was dodging them as fast as he could, even still some of them were touching him. Issei, Kit, these things hurt. Drake, ready mate. Boost. Drake started screaming 5 times, giving him a X5 boost. He stopped and started running towards the blue-haired girl who did not think he was going to go to the front. Issei, take this. He threw his fist as fast as he could, but she moved to one side dodging it. He expected this, so he just pushed forward and made them both fall. He was on top of her. Kalawarner, arg. What? She looked at him confused. Issei, hahaha, now escape this. He raised his fist and sent her a tremendous blow that hit her face. Apparently, the blow left her confused. He wanted to hit her again but was sent flying by a strong blow. Reinaray, Chit Kalawarner, are you okay? He got up again and looked at the two women in front. Kalawarner, Reinaray, this brat is not as weak as you said. She said as she wiped the blood from her lips. Reinaray, believe me, when I met him, it was not like that. Issei, return the sacred equipment. He threw himself at them. Reinaray quickly took a spear and threw it again. He pulled to the side, dodging it. Kalawarner appeared before him with a spear in her hand. He lifted his glove. He used it to block her spear. Quickly with his free hand, he hit her hard in the stomach, causing her to fall on her knees. Without wasting time, he kicked her in the face. He knew that his punches were not causing much damage. Reinaray opened both hands looking at him, and then, suddenly, several spears came towards him. Issei, what the hell? He thought he could not dodge them, but soon before him, red energy condensed that blocked everything. Rias, how's your battle going? Rias came walking with a red aura surrounding her. Kalawarner, you are from the Bale clan. Rias, you could say that, but I'm actually Rias Gremory. Both fallen angels hearing her name decided it was better to regroup. Reinaray turned her gaze to both sides and became confused. Reinaray, where's Middle? Rias, are you talking about that girl? She raised her hand releasing some feathers. I think she retired. The two fallen angel girls thought. Retired? Yes, of course, it's obvious that you made her disappear. Kalawarner, we are at a disadvantage, and even Middle died on her hands, we should leave him here. She whispered to Reinaray. Reinaray nodded as she cured herself with the sacred equipment stolen from Asia. From a distance, they could still hear DxD's battle. Reinaray, let's go now. She whispered and proceeded to turn around. But Rias saw her intentions and launched a small sphere of destruction. Both girls dodged quickly, to then see how the place where the sphere had touched began to disappear. Rias, no, you both won't leave, don't you owe me something? She asked in a cold tone. Kalawarner, will you risk your life just for a simple sacred gear? Rias, a simple sacred gear? You say it like that, but you still try to steal it that way. Both fallen angels could not refute. Issei, I feel hatred towards you. But if you return the sacred equipment, I promise to let you go. Reinaray thought, don't you know that when I release the sacred gear I'm going to die? Kalawarner, as you can see, if she hands over the sacred equipment, she will die like that girl there. She said as she pointed her finger towards the place where Asia was. Issei, is that true? He asked towards Rias. Rias, it's exactly like that, they could live if they were revived, but who would do that? Issei then thought about it and spoke. You killed her without mercy. Why shouldn't I do the same with you then? Both fallen angels sighed and stood in a battle pose. Issei ran while his glove shone. Trade, boost, boost, boost. He already had 5x, now with these 3 additional boosts. Reinaray took out a spear and his first impact broke it easily and hit her chest, causing her to spit blood. Without giving her time, he kicked her in the stomach, making her fall. Warner wanted to attack him but Rias came before her and with her fist wrapped in destruction she tried to hit her but she quickly backed off. Warner, what's that? She watched as Rias was using her power of destruction in her fists. The Bales did not do such things. Rias, that's true. But I had a good teacher. Without giving her time she continued attacking. Warner tried to get away from that destructive power. Meanwhile, Issei looked at Reinare. Issei, I don't understand you. First, you killed me in cold blood but here you are hesitating to do it again. Reinare lowered her head, she could not say anything, she was healing with the sacred gear. Issei, it's a pity, but I'll have to kill you. He raised his fist to hit her and finish this but he could see the male fallen angel flying towards here. Behind him, Yato was flying. Instinctively Issei jumped back and a spear of blue light was nailed there. He quickly approached Reinare taking her by the neck. Don't Zeke, shit, this is your fault, you just had to follow the mission that we gave you as it was due. He was holding her by the neck. Warner, we're leaving. Warner had a sour expression but flew away from Rias and stood next to Don't Zeke. Yato had come along with them and they were looking at these fallen angels. Issei, don't think we'll let you go like that. He spoke darkly. Don't Zeke looked at them with hatred and created a blue spear with his free hand. You do not decide that. Rias, but I do. She said as she took a step forward and her hair began to flutter when the red aura surrounded her again, but this time there were many black spots like tattoos forming on her body. This was the Dark Tiger technique that Yukio had given her. Reference chapter 31. This technique triples the user's physical power and her magic power doubles. Rias, tyrannical destruction. She whispered, she had had the pleasure of naming her actions due to Yukio. From her palms, a red sphere was created but it had a strange black glow. The pressure in the air began to increase. Don't Zeke felt that this was not good. Rias smiled and threw the small sphere at the fallen angels. The sphere soon expanded in size destroying everything in its path. Don't Zeke, shit, Warner help me. He had released Reinare and was trying to stop the sphere with a shield of light. Warner and Reinare did not waste time, both also created a shield trying to stop it. Warner / Don't Zeke / Reinare ahhhhhh. They shouted trying to survive. Soon the sphere began to reduce its size. When the sphere reached the size of a soccer ball Rias smiled. Rice, destroy. She whispered. And the sphere soon became completely black and suddenly exploded. Asterisk boom asterisk asterisk crack asterisk. It was the sound of an explosion and something breaking. The three fallen angels went flying due to the explosion, all badly wounded. Reinare not so much since she was healing with the sacred gear, but the one who had the worst was Don't Zeke. Don't Zeke, asterisk cough asterisk damn it. He could not get up and he no longer felt parts of his body. Issei, incredible. Yato, yes. Not for nothing, they call her the Crimson Tigress. Issei, Crimson Tigress. Yato, oh, yes, years ago, a small problem occurred in the underworld and the Bucka participated. Everyone was surprised when she started getting tiger marks and managing to eradicate many enemies. She is said to be the first to control her destruction skill so skillfully. Issei, I see. He thought and it was true, with those marks she looked like a tiger and her long red hair. Crimson Tigress, what a fitting name. Rias, as I told you, I can stop them. She had a small smile and Yato and Issei stood beside her. Reinare moved to crawl near Warner and started to heal her. Issei went ahead and looked at the three fallen angels. Issei, Rias-senpai. It's better that we hurry on this. He said looking towards the place where Asia was. But when he looked there, she was not there, his gaze became incredulous. Rias saw this and asked, what's wrong? He raised his hand pointing to the place and everyone turned around but the girl named Asia was not there. Rias, where is sh? She did not finish when a black portal opened in the middle of the fallen angels. From there two women emerged, dressed in kimono-like robes and with a white cape. Only by their silhouettes could be seen that they were women since they wore a mask covering their face. Think of the glaive mask of Elsword. One was tall, with a very developed body, while the other figure seemed to be a little girl or something. The only thing they could distinguish was the color of her hair, which was black and the other white. On the back of the taller one, she had the number 2 in kanji, while the other had a number 11. Everyone watched with a tense face as they saw that the taller woman was holding Asia in her arms. Issei stepped forward and spoke, "Who are you? Give us back the body of Asia." The two figures ignored everyone and placed Asia on the ground, advancing towards Reinare. The taller girl turned and spoke. "Second, these two fallen angels are under arrest of Godai 13. Yato and Issei were confused by her words. Issei, Godai 13. He looked at Yato. He shook his head, he had never heard of this faction. Both turned their eyes towards Rias. But they saw her with a tearful and trembling expression. "Rias, why you, girls?" She was approaching at a slow pace, but an invisible barrier prevented her from moving forward. "Second, please try not to disturb." Issei did not understand what was happening, but ran to Asia only to also hit the barrier. He wanted to hit her but a scream stopped him. "Drake, tall boy, do not provoke them." Everyone heard the cry of Drake. "Issei, what's wrong Drake?" "Drake, those girls are very powerful besides, they are dragons." Rias/Issei/Yato, what? Issei, are they like me? Drake, no. They are original dragons and I can tell you that the older girl has a male dragon mark. I also feel that whoever it is someone very powerful. He spoke something curious, everyone heard this. Issei, Brand? What is that? Drake, oh, I certainly have not taught you, when a dragon finds a female that he likes, she will be marked as his property. Everyone turned their eyes towards the girl who had the number 2 on her back. Second, you little dragons speak quite a lot. Drake, small. What about? He wanted to keep screaming but when he pulled out his dragon aura he felt a black scaly dragon come to mind making him tremble. You, who, is it? Kurika smiled behind her mask, soon you'll see. She approached Reinare and the knocked out Kalawarner next to her. Second, as I said before, these two are under arrest of our Godii 13. Everyone was surprised. Second, Captain 11th do the honors. The little girl with the number 11 nodded and approached Asia in front of the concerned look of everyone. Issei, wait, don't do anything to her. Second, hey, you should calm down, you know, you're quite different from when you fought a while ago. Issei turned his gaze with surprise. Issei, were you watching us? Second, it was my mission after all, for now just watch. The little girl took out a piece of peon glass from nowhere. The 3 devils seeing that knew that it was for a peerage but glass. What was that? Yato, are you planning to make her your peerage? Second, no, it was just a whim of my leader. 11 put the piece of the pawn in the chest of Asia that began to shine for a few seconds and then everything went back to normal. Both girls nodded and picked up each fallen angel. Second looked at the male fallen angel and thought. Yukio asked me to bring this girl, as for the blue-haired one, I only saved her because I found it interesting. But this guy. She raised her hand pointing towards the fallen male angel. Second, facial distortion. She whispered. Don't Zeke, ahhhhhhhgh. He cried out in horror as his body began to shrink until it became nothing. The face of the 3 present turned into fear. Second raised her hand and soon a black portal appeared before entering. She heard Rias. Rias, please wait. Yato and Issei looked at Rias strangely, she never behaved like that. Second, what do you need? Rias, you are the girl my sensei saved at that time. Everyone present was confused, even Kurika did not understand, but she fixed a little more on Rias and something came to mind. Second, you are Rias Gremory, heir of the Gremory. Rias, yes. Second, I see. Don't worry, he will come for you. She said before entering the portal and disappearing next to the 11. Everything was silent. Issei ran to Asia while Yato left with Rias. Rias knelt crying. I knew it. Asterisk sniffing asterisk you did not die. She spoke while crying. Yato, but Rias had forgotten where she was, she got scared and woke up. Rias, I'm sorry. She wiped away her tears but was really happy on the inside, the person she loved finally came back. She had wanted to be with him and seeing that he returned, she was full of eternal happiness. While she was in her thoughts they felt an energy and saw where it came from. Asia had woken up and looked at her hands. On her shoulders were 2 beautiful emerald green wings, but that would mean she was now a dragon. Also if you looked more closely then her eyes had dragon irises. Soon a voice sounded. Drake, this is incredible. There is someone with the power to convert others into original dragons. Yato, wait, are you talking about someone who is creating pieces to turn someone into a dragon? Drake, no. These pieces of glass you saw don't do such a thing. The owner has to be a dragon to be able to create them. He thought for a moment and said. Drake, besides. It has to be a very powerful dragon to be able to do such a thing. If I did something like that it would cost me my life just with one of those pieces. And the aura of this girl is too unique, she will become strong without a doubt. Rias, strong. Drake, yes, if she manages to train a few years maybe you could see the second of eyes. Everyone was surprised. And Rias looked at the dark sky. Rias, Yukio-sensei. She murmured. Editor, Mauve. 45, discovering. After both captains' masked girls disappeared through the portal, the devils of Rias group decided to retire with Asia. In the distance. Diodora, shit. How is that possible? Damn it. He muttered while watching the scene. Dirty dragons. You'll see how I'll play with you. He started to laugh. Without knowing it behind him were 2 people who came out of a portal, looking at him. 2th, Kurika ahem she got the attention of Diodora who looked at her incredulously. Are you going to laugh all night? I have something to tell you you know. Diodora, you too. How? He was going to finish, but a strong blow to his stomach made him kneel. He looked at the fountain and it was the small one with the number 11. Diodora, who are you? Gasp. 2th, that's not important. We just want to tell you it's better to leave your ideas about that blonde girl. Or if not. She hissed in a threatening tone. Diodora, why are you doing this? He shouted in response. 2th, the reason has nothing to do with you, we only warn you, your life depends on the decision you make. Without waiting for answers they returned to enter a portal disappearing from the place. Diodora, ahhhhhhh. He screamed full of anger. You damn bitches are going to pay for this, it will be very expensive. In a house outside the city Qia, place that Ichiro bought for Yukio when he sent construction materials. Konako, why don't we eliminate him at once? The confused girl asked. Kurika, *I would also like to kill him to avoid problems. But Yukon has other plans for this boy. She shrugged. We should return soon, he will worry if we take too long. Konako nodded and they both approached a circle on the floor, which was an entrance to Yukio's dimension. Only the yokai or those who once were in the dimension could enter this place. Yukio. He returned from the underworld and was in his dimension in an empty place. Yukio, so that's how this works. He rubbed his chin, he was looking at a transparent screen in front of him that said great words. State of the world *. Normal state 54%. Changes occurred 46%. Yukio, if this reaches 100%, the loops will be finished. The problem is, what will happen when the whole story is changed as it is known? He had to be happy because with such changes, the loop would not happen and he would not lose his new family, but something was feeling uncomfortable about this. Yukio, it's good that this happens. Kurika and Konako should have already finished their mission. Flashback. He had just reached his dimension when suddenly the system started to sound. Ding 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 asterisk. System, congratulations to the user for achieving great changes, he has been granted randomize. System, the user has changed the future actions, there was a big change in the global changes. System, now it is possible to see your current progress. End flashback. While he was thinking of all these signs, he could feel 4 auras nearby, 2 of the auras he knew very well, the others were of fallen angels. But it seemed strange, he just told them to bring Reinare, but he felt another fallen angel. Without waiting for him to get up, there was a blur in front of him, showing the 2 girls with their masks and sacred costumes. Yukio, hey, why do you hide your beautiful faces? He said in a curious and teasing tone. Kurika took off her mask and gave him a mocking look. So, do you prefer us like this? My great fairy king. She laughed. Yukio, Koog. Forget that. Why did you bring that girl? He pointed out the blue-haired woman, his curiosity was because they brought her here. Kurika, well, this girl seemed interesting to me, I can feel some strange energy in her. She said while looking at him. He saw the look and got up. Kurika placed the blue-haired girl on the floor. He put his hand on her stomach and she surprised him. He thought inwardly, what is this? Kalawarner did not have this power when she appeared in the series. He got confused, but soon understood something. This girl died and almost no one said anything about her. I also changed many things in the world. Is it possible to change her powers too? Yukio, system, what is this? System, it's like the host thinks, the changes made have changed the world, it can happen from several phenomena. If someone who was previously alive, could now be dead and nobody would find it strange. Even the living beings that were women in history can now be men, devils turned into angels or the reverse. His mind was processing this information and he was stupefied. Yukio, if that is so, why are we not affected? System, the host is not affected since he does not belong to this world, as far as your allies are concerned, they were excluded with you. Yukio, excluded? What do you mean? System, each individual who communicated with you is not within the agreed history, therefore, they did not suffer extreme changes. He nodded. He already understood more or less, very possibly they did not suffer changes like going from angels to demons or similar things, but maybe, their personality or tastes. Yukio, take them to a room and watch them while they recover, let me know when they wake up. Konako nodded and disappeared with both girls. Kurika approached and she stared for a while. Kurika, what are you worried about? Yukio, something I'm not liking. I feel that not everything will go according to my plan. Kurika placed herself on his lap and reclined. Not everything can be perfect and you know that better than anyone, even so, we have to try things, if it does not work we will simply improvise. He went a little closer and nodded, her words were true, no plan was perfect, however small it may be, it will always have a defect. Yukio, thank you. He whispered near her ear. Kurika blushed and nodded, but then remembered something and spoke without turning around. Kurika, you'd better tell me, because Yasaka-san has your smell. She whispered in a threatening voice. For his part, he began to sweat and a memory came to his mind. Flashback. Akeno, oh no, I will not be. I promise it. There were cries of agony from a woman. Kurika, you say that but you do not show it. Akeno, aarghhhu save me. She shouted for help on several occasions. In that room, it smelled of a burning smell, because Kurika had tied Akeno to the ceiling while she burned her ass with a lit torch. Kurika, now suffer. Akeno, don't do it. End of flash again. Yukio, do you want the quick story or the detailed one? He could only sigh, this girl was his queen in everything. Kurika nodded and stretched, the detailed and fast. Yukio, yes, yes. Then he began to tell her how he fell in love with Yasaka and the feelings they both had. Soon Kurika remembered something. Kurika, you know, I found the redhead Gremory. Yukio, Rias, did she recognize you? He asked and Kurika nodded and continued recounting. Kurika, yes, I told her that she could see you again. You should give her a visit, she looked very sad. His heart was tense, it was true, he disappeared for 10 years and felt guilty, but he was a little afraid to see their reactions. But the person, who he wanted to see more, was Grafia. Yukio, yes. Maybe I should go soon. Kurika nodded and reclined on him to stay like that for a while, we still have all the time. Editor, Mav. 46, Academy. The next morning, in the house outside of Kiwaha, child could be seen in a room with a rather complicated look. Kurika, we had to do it. Would it not look weird? Akeno, Eto. Yukio-kun, you should not be so upset. Yukio, oh, what if I do the same with you too? He raised his hand and it was filled with aura destruction. Both women stepped back and forced smiles. Akeno, would I not look strange? Kurika, do you hate how I look? He ignored her words and approached the two women who were in a frantic retreat. Yukio, come on, stop moving away, it will be quick and smooth. He spoke with an affection which caused both women to pause a moment but sensed something bad was going to happen before leaving once more. He stopped because he saw that little Konako was in the middle with a funny look. Konako, you don't have to do it, Yuani, you look good, she said, raising a finger in approval. He looked at the little girl and it felt strange. You've been watching a lot of television, right? The girl nodded and went to the sofa. He just sighed and touched his hair. He had spent many years in the fairy world and did not care so much about his appearance, therefore, his hair had grown to a point that he liked, but his two wives decided that it would look strange in the academy, therefore, they cut it. He looked in a mirror and had the same haircut as Chow Chow. His eyes were dark gold, and on his forehead was the tattoo in the shape of a black cross. His physique looked like a swimmer along with his right arm that had black symbols as if it were a coiled snake. Yukio, ****, with these tattoos won't people think I'm a Yakuza? He rubbed his forehead. Akeno, no, not at all, however, we should leave or we'll be late. They all nodded and left the house, wearing Kiwaha's school uniform. Akeno had enrolled everyone yesterday and she came to tell them they had to attend today. Actually, it was not hard to get in. Some magic with the director and everything was solved. Since he returned from the fairy world he had hardly seen the city again, it had changed a lot. There were even more houses than before and he could see better places for food. Also, there were many people walking everywhere. He was talking to Akeno. Yukio, so, did you discover something? Akeno, yes, Sona Citres is the current president of the student council, plus she has each and every one of her pieces as you said, but the club where Rias resides is quite different. Yukio, different? Well, considering you're with me. Akeno smiled, I don't care. Being with you is good, I was surprised by everything you told us but I still don't care. He nodded, this woman was quite extreme sometimes but he really loved her, it was just like Kurika. He asked her to continue her explanation. Akeno, well, I can feel the presence of a vampire, also replaced the little Konchan as a girl called Katace. Katace. Is that the same girl I'm thinking about? Yukio, what's so special about that girl to be recruited? Akeno, besides being your sister-in-law, she laughed, she has a very interesting ability about weapons. Yukio, weapons? Like Yuto Kiba. Akeno, similar but apparently can recreate any weapon in his sight, but they do not have the same power even though it is quite useful. Then Kurika looked at us. Kurika, can she even recreate my sword? She asked curiously. Akeno, I don't know, but if it were like that it's quite interesting, so to speak. Yukio thought the same, what would happen if that girl tried to recreate his spear? Would she not be a very powerful woman? Yukio, the others. Akeno, well about the vampire, I could not discover her name, I don't know where she came from. You should have given that mission to Kurika after all she's number second, right? She laughed again, they knew what their numbers meant. He hit her on the forehead, have you at least completed your job? She pouted but nodded and went on. As for the Dragon Emperor, it's Issei-san you should know by now and Yeto-san. I also discovered that there's another one buried under the place. You know who it is, right? He nodded and without realizing they were already standing in front of the academy. Kurika, this place looks pretty good. It has a nice magic barrier. Yukio thought, pretty. If you wanted you could destroy it by raising your hand. He decided to ignore her comment and they entered. Some of us looked curious. Student, new students. Student 2, at this time of the year? Are these not two pretty girls? Student 3. What you say is true. Are they not as beautiful as the queen? Student girl, do you only think about that? Do you not realize that both girls are accompanied by a man? By listening to the girl, everyone could see Yukio now and that he seemed intimidating. By instinct, some men leaned back, while the women looked more closely. Kurika, if they get close I'll send them to space. She whispered something that only he could hear and he started to sweat. Yukio, hey, could you stop doing that? It's not like I'm going to be with any of them anyway. Kurika grinned and they continued walking. Akeno on her part had a smile as always. While they were entering the academy in a club, Issei was with the other servants of Rias. Inside the glove of the Emperor Dragon. Drake, this presence. It's terrifying. His tone was quite low and with remarkable fear. Drake, but this smell. It's very identical to what I feel about these beings. Should I tell him? The dragon had long since noticed the smell of Issei, plus the two girls and soon Rias. This girl Rias also had the same smell as those girls dressed in black and white. He thought that maybe it was coincidence, but it did not turn out to be that way. He knew that something strange was happening here. Issei also had the same aroma, could only mean one thing. A dragon was among them and they did not know. Drake, I'm sure I could hear that girl called Rias calling him, said the huge lizard, remembering when Rias was muttering, Yukio, first I'll see how things go and decide if I should tell him or not. They had all entered their respective classrooms. Apparently, Akeno and Kurika were separated from me. As he sat in his seat he noticed many looks. Did he look strange? But a scent made him realize a demon, but also, vampire? He turned his gaze and saw it. A person who he did not think he would see in this place. He thought, to hell. Have I changed so much in this world? There next to him was Valerie Teeps, editor, Mauve. 47, Academy 2. When the system had told him about the changes in the world, he did not pay so much attention, but, seeing Valerie Teeps here at the academy as if nothing. Was it not absurd? While he was deep in his thoughts, Valerie seemed to notice his gaze. Their eyes met. He looked at her in detail. Apart from being beautiful, what intrigued him the most was her expression. Did she blush? She looked away and he was stupefied. He thought, it's that. She has not awakened her longiness. I have to send Kurika to investigate this really. Apart from that only moment in class, the rest was normal, simple questions and answers without problems. After finishing the class and entering the recess schedule he could see Valerie looking at him. He was going to talk to her a bit, but suddenly he felt another look towards him and smiled before leaving for the corridor. Issei, don't you think she's behaving strangely? Yuto looked at Issei carefully and then sighed. I've noticed it too, but I cannot really know what's bothering her. I've tried to ask Valerie but she does not say anything to me. Issei, I see. She hides something from us, he said shrugging. Yuto, well you should ask Kate-san, after all, who else gets us together? Issei, right, but I'm sure she'll think I feel something for Ria-senpai and try to castrate me, he said as he remembered his beloved and fierce girlfriend. Yuto looked at him and started to laugh, Issei too, but a shout in the mind of the brown-haired man took him out of this moment. Drake, Kaie. His scream was very strange. Issei, Drake, what was that? Drake, no, nothing, you don't have to worry mate. Issei got confused but did not keep asking and headed towards his path. Drake, he was looking towards a specific person, but he never thought that said being would sit in the window right in the path of Issei. But it was as if Issei could not see him. Drake wanted to tell the boy to take care of himself, but that being smiled and it was as if he could see it. To his surprise it was like that when he suddenly appeared in his inner world. Yukio, this place is not very nice to stay, he said looking around the place. Drake, why, how did you get in here? His voice was low. Yukio emitted strong dragon energy, even greater than Drake's. Yukio, how? It's not important, I just want to tell you to stop looking at me secretly. It's uncomfortable, you know. Drake, I'm sorry. But can I know what you plan to do here? As you will see. My carrier. Yukio rolled his eyes. Come on, I do not think you're such an idiot. I did not come to kill him, so calm down. Drake, idiot. You. Not if. I am. He wanted to scream but Yukio ejected more aura making him go back. Yukio looked at the dragon strangely. Yukio, I just want to see this academy a little. Now if they come to discover my presence, you can tell them what you want. But if they bother me, you know. Drake nodded and looked at the boy in front, radiating so much power, but felt that it seemed to be sealed. Yukio, now. It's very strange to see you like that. I hope that next time you show me your true form, he said, disappearing from the place. Drake thought, real form? His eyes widened, he realized. After leaving the seal, he looked towards Issei's direction and smiled. Yukio, you've grown up. It was not that foolish pervert. You could also see a noticeable improvement in his physique and he seemed like someone intelligent. Kurika arrived at his side. Kurika, do you miss them? She asked him with an expression of curiosity. Yukio looked at her and then smiled yes. But it's not time yet. By the way, I need you to look for information on the Teeps. Kurika, Teeps? Do you talk about the one that was destroyed by trying to put their hands on Yasaka-san? She said while blinking. Yukio thought. To demons. Destroyed by trying to mess with Yasaka? Then it was Ryota. But why did Valerie not wake up her longiness? He sighed and focused his attention on his wife. Yukio, yes, but forget it. How did it go in class? Kurika looked at Yukio strangely, first told her to do something, but suddenly she should forget about it. Even so, she did not care and smiled. Kurika, it's funny, there are many people to talk to, I could learn about things called series, they are interesting, with a small girl expression on her face. Yukio looked at her and smiled, proceeded to take her cheeks and stretched them. Kurika, oh, what are you doing? She said angrily as he rubbed her cheeks. Yukio, you look like a cute little girl when you talk about what interests you, he said as he shrugged and winked at his wife. Kurika blushed and smiled to hug him. Do you really think so? Yukio nodded and returned the hug. Kurika asked something. Are you going to find those two girls soon? Yukio, yes. I think it's time to introduce myself again. Kurika nodded and they continued together until the end of break time, where they had to return to their classrooms. In a club room of the academy. There was a beautiful blonde girl with large greenish eyes and a body still developing, but with remarkable growth. She was Asia Argento, once human, now a dragon. Asia, that smell. She said as she focused her senses on a very delicious scent for her. It's too relaxing. Strong. Her cheeks blushed. Asia, what is this? She said when she realized that the smell was tempting her to go where it came from. Drake will be back soon. The girl exclaimed. Ever since she became a dragon, Drake was the one who helped her to suppress her impulses. She was going to get up to follow a smell so tempting she could not withstand, but suddenly a beautiful red-haired woman entered the room. Rias, what's happening, Asia-chan? Asia left her world and even with her blush, no, nothing. She said. She laid down on the couch and wrapped herself in a blanket. Rias looked at her strangely, but since she became a dragon, this girl started to act strangely. She decided to ignore her for now and take some papers then leave again. Asia looked at her carefully when she left the room. Asia, she smells the same as him. She made a growl and then blushed even more. In her thoughts. Wait, who is he? How do I know it comes from a man? What is happening to me? The girl shouted while trying to control herself. Editor, Mauve. 48, Afais and Graphia. After school, Yukio said goodbye to his 2 wives. He wanted to meet 2 people he missed so much. Both girls did not care. They knew that it did not matter because they would never be replaced and they loved him, therefore, they did not fight each other, sometimes only silly discussions but without problems. He was coming out of a portal, he was in the underworld. He wanted to go for Rias but after thinking about it a little. Graphia was the hardest to try. He discovered a little information about her from Kurika which made him feel sad knowing that it was his fault. Yukio, **I would not care even if she wants to hit me, he said and started searching for the energy of Graphia. Actually, it did not take long. With his current capabilities he would be surprised if he could not do it. But before he could open the portal he felt an incoming attack, jumped backwards dodging a powerful fist that hit the ground. Boom crack **. He saw who attacked him and thought, a girl. I see. Finally, she came, He rubbed his forehead and said hey. Is it normal to say hello like that? The girl got up and looked at him. She had long black hair and big gray eyes. She had some pretty cute pointed ears. If you looked at her well she had reptilian irises in her eyes. Her look had no expression when he spoke. Afais, who are you? Yukio, who am I? You know, it's very rude not to say your name first, he said as he walked to the other side. Afais did not change expression but disappeared from the place. Yukio raised his left hand holding a fist that almost hit his face. Yukio, I did not know you were so violent, he said and stopped clenching his fist. He looked between his and her little hand. Afais, my name is Afais. You. Yukio, call me Agaris. Do you need anything from me? Afais looked at him and then nodded. What was that? She said pointing to where the portal was before. Yukio, that? Oh, he raised his hand and a gap appeared. Are you talking about this? Afais nodded and approached the portal while looking at him strangely. Yukio, what's wrong? Afais, what's on the other side? Yukio, nothing, it's not connected to any part, at least not until I want to, he said without paying attention to her question, at least until he saw that she wanted to enter it. Before she could enter he closed it. She fell to the ground and turned her gaze to me. Afais, will you open it? Yukio, no, why did you want to go to? I told you there was nothing. He looked at her strangely. He knew what she wanted to do but it was better to know if she herself changed due to the world. Afais, I want something new. Yukio, something new? What are you talking about? Afais looked at him and then pointed at his chest. Afais, changes. Yukio, changes. His expression soon became clear. This girl knew about the changes. Afais nodded and then pointed as if she wanted the portal to open. Yukio, no, I will not open it, but if you want to you can go with me to my other dimension, he said as he looked at her. Afais looked at him for a moment and then nodded. Yukio sighed and was going to enter a portal when he noticed that she was following him. Yukio, why are you following me? Afais, there is no dimension. She tilted her head comically. He looked at her and rubbed her hair. Not yet, soon I'll come for you, first I need to do some things. Afais nodded and he looked at her, snapping his fingers. Afais's clothes changed suddenly. She was not wearing lowly gothic clothes anymore, now she had a dark suit. Erish Kiggle Stage 3. Afais looked at her new suit. He thought, shit, this woman is very difficult to read. Is she angry or does she like it? Yukio, do you like it? Afais nodded and then why? He rubbed his nose. Your previous suit is not suitable for a beautiful woman. This is better, he said and rubbed her head again before leaving. I'll find you soon. He entered the portal and disappeared, leaving Afais there, who looked at the portal and then the corner of her lips rose a little before disappearing too. He had reached a beautiful room. What was strange is that everything was dark. In the bed, you could see the silhouette of a beautiful woman with long silver hair, but her complexion was somewhat pale. He approached her and he could look at her better, his heart squeezed. It was Graphia. Without waiting for her to see him, his hands came to her cheek caressing her. Yukio, I'm sorry. He watched her as she slept. This woman had tried to find him for 5 years but had never managed to find him. Apparently, she tried to contact Yasaka but it was useless since the fall of Teeps she never came out again. Unknowingly she had woken up and was looking at him. Yukio was immersed in his thoughts. She was scared because a stranger was here when she was weak but she recognized him. Instantly tears came from her eyes but then a fury entered her. Yukio not being on guard suddenly received a big blow to his face. Yukio, arg, what the hell woman? His face lit up, it did not hurt, so much that it surprised him. Graphia, Yukio. His body tensed up, it was the first time she called him that, but, something told him that it was not the time for that. Yukio, yes. I've returned. He smiled and opened his arms for a hug. Graphia smiled and got up. She walked towards him and when he was close enough her hand was filled with cold aura before hitting him in the stomach. Yukio, Koog. She took his breath away and he fell to his knees. Graphia, you want to hug me? Are you an idiot? You left for 10 years, you made me look for you for so long and here you are without any injuries. How do you think I would feel for so long? She was screaming and hitting at the same time. For his part Yukio did not resist, he knew that he deserved this. You know all the guilt I had when I thought something had happened to you. You would not believe I searched for you everywhere. She cried and fell to her knees. I could not continue after getting sick, I fell into this state and soon everything got worse. Graphia, I felt very agitated. I sent many of my subordinates to find you somewhere. I found out that a child destroyed the Teeps faction, but after receiving the description, I knew it was not you. For a moment I had hope and then it broke apart. Do you know how it feels, bastard? She yelled and got up to hit me. He looked at her and really felt like crap. Not waiting for her to react he hugged her, making her stop. Yukio, I'm so sorry. I did not want to do this, he said as he tried to calm her down. She wanted to break free from his embrace but his strength was greater. Graphia, do you think that with a sorry, everything will be resolved? There would be no wars if it were like this. She spoke to him with anger. You are a selfish person and you are certainly not worth it. His heart felt heavy to hear her words. It was painful because being in the world of the fairies he thought a lot about her. She was like Yasaka, a person he fell in love with without knowing it. Graphia, but you know, the worst of all is that I hate you. That was the last word that made him feel broken. But the following actions confused him. Graphia, even so. I love you. Before he could react, she kissed him. Leaving me alone for so long has its price. I want to go with you. Yukio, wait, go with me, and... She did not let him finish and put a finger to his lips. Graphia, I'll tell you later. Just come for me in a week. He nodded. She pulled away from his embrace and then she smiled at him. Even so, I hate you. But I cannot stop loving you. Go away. She had a somewhat happy but sad look. He looked at her expression. I love you, Graphia. She smiled with tears and pointed to the door. He opened a portal disappearing. Graphia murmured, damn, I point to the door because you should be going through a doorway. She got even madder and laid down to rest. He had appeared near the house outside the city of Kua. Yukio, ***. I really did it now. He looked up at the sky. I should have come to her the first day I arrived again. I would not do it again. I would make this woman the happiest person in the world. Yukio, I swear, the one who tries to destroy this world I will erase whatever it is from existence. He started walking home. Editor, Mav. 49, POV Graphia. It had been a few weeks since Yukio had disappeared. At first, I did not see much importance. He was a very mysterious child that I assumed would be venturing. But the longer I thought about him, the more I wanted to see him. I decided to go to the human world. There I discovered that even his parents were looking for him. I quickly started trying to find some news of him. He never let his family worry normally. Week after week, but it was impossible for me to find out anything. I started to feel sad. I saw him as a son. I was still trying to look for him. I sent out my subordinates for all kinds of investigations, but we still could not find anything. I felt very distressed by this. My heart was pressed every time there was no information. My mood had diminished a bit. During that time I noticed that Rias had changed a lot. She even insisted on looking for Yukio. After 3 years I found nothing, not a single clue or any mention of someone like him. I came to think about the worst. He was dead or maybe kidnapped. I spoke with Sertz about it. He had told me that a few years before telling us about Yukio there were 2 similar energies that disappeared without a trace. When I heard his words I felt like my heart was breaking. I had noticed a year ago. It was not that I saw him as a son. I did not know why or what reason but I had fallen in love with him. It was not strange for a demon to fall in love with someone of a young age. After all, everyone lives thousands of years. But that's not why I was going to stop my search. I wanted to know if he was really dead. I wanted to see his smile again. I could never reprimand him for not telling me about taking the yokai faction, or because he took a risk for those 2 Nekomatas girls. Regardless, I proceeded to continue with the search. The next year I went to find everything about the yokai faction, but every time my subordinates found one, they suddenly disappeared. I knew. They went to the dimension of Yukio, but I did not know the way they entered. I found out that the yokai faction was at war against the Teeps, so if someone approached them they fled. I decided to go to contact them. But even then they always escaped. It was strange. Even if I hid all my aura, they seemed to notice me and soon they disappeared. My anger grew towards them. I just wanted to talk to them, but they disappeared so strangely. In the 6th year I started to give up. I still wanted to go look for them, but my body started to feel heavy, I felt very weak and I was losing my power. Sertsks had noticed. He discovered that I was sick and would not let me go anywhere. Sertsks, I know you're worried, I'm also worried, I cannot bear to see little Rias like that. You know I've sent many people in their search but it's like the earth swallowed him up. Graphia, I know. But I do not trust that they will do a good job, I want to go myself. Sertsks looked at his wife with a complex look and sighed. No, your illness is getting worse, we do not really know what you have, just stay home for now. Graphia, but dash. Sertsks, stop. He raised his hand. Graphia. I know what you feel for that child. I'm not going to lie that it does not hurt, but I'm not going to interfere with your decision. I'm only asking you for the respect that you still have for me that you stay at home and you recover. When I heard him say those words I became pale. My own husband had noticed my feelings for another man. It was obvious that it was something improper, but I could not deny that it was true. I had to make a choice. I would decide. When I found him I would choose who I would be with my whole life. I nodded toward Sertsks and left the office, so I went to my room. Sertsks' office. Sertsks, *I**. You're not the only Graphia. He said, taking out a medallion where was the picture of a woman. Even though I love you, I cannot forget her. We got married by the fact of stopping a war. But now, he sat in his chair and clung to the medallion in his hand. 7th year. Even if I stopped searching on my own, my subordinates always brought me reports. I had fallen to a very strange disease, I lost almost all my power. I felt that at this step I would be a simple human or maybe I would die. I had locked myself in my room, the only people who came were my son, Rias, and Sertsks. Rias always tried to get me out of this place, but I preferred to stay here. A subordinate came one day giving me news about a child who destroyed the Teeps faction. My hopes were fed, but after they told me the child's appearance I knew it was not Yukio. I almost felt that my world was going back to darkness, but subordinate, even so, although I could not find Yukio-sama, the child was saying things like, do not play with the Goti I-13, do not touch the woman of another, Viva Agaris and, long live the yokai faction. When I heard his words, I had some hope. I knew Agaris was the name that Yukio used when he put 2 girls under the protection. He also wrote about Goti I-13, but it made me feel very bad to know that someone from the yokai faction was considered his woman. But I felt that maybe he was alive. I had some hope. So I spent my years locked in my room. My commitment to Sertsks was very awkward. So we decided to abandon it. I had also noticed a change in his mood. It seemed strange, but curiously it did not bother him that our commitment broke. Rias was very angry because she did not know the reason for our breakup. How could I tell her that I fell in love with the same boy like she? My son on his part. Well, he did not take it so bad. He cried, but he said that regardless of everything they would be his parents. He came a lot to play in my room. He told me many things about his new friends. It was good to know he was having fun. Rias came occasionally. Although she was angry with me, she always treated me normally. Some other times she came to ask me for advice on raising her powers since she learned that she had a commitment with Razor Phoenix. She has been thinking about nothing but training. She was already known as the Crimson Tigress, the young girl who destroyed her enemies with great strength and power. Sertsks had told me that she was known as the best user of the power of destruction since she is able to use it on her own body without problems. I felt proud of this girl, and I saw her more like a little sister. Graphia, I see, ha, and how are you doing in classes? Rias, well, there's always a lot of discomforts. She said with frustration when she was reminded of everyone who bothers her in classes. Graphia, uncomfortable? Oh, guys. Do you not like them? Rias, humph. They could not even take his shadow, she said without worrying. I laughed lightly. I knew that this girl was in love with her beloved sensei Yukio. When I remembered it, my heart ached a little. Rias, Oni-sama, do you really not plan on leaving? Graphia, I do not think so. I smiled with tenderness. I feel very comfortable here, she said as I went to bed. Actually, it was a lie. I was dying. I knew it would not be long. Rias nodded and smiled. I'll wait for you to come out. I'll show you my peerage. Graphia, peerage? I see. I hope you make them strong. Not for nothing do you have that alias Crimson Tigress, ha. Rias blushed and snorted to leave the room. I look at her back and a small smile escaped me. Silly girl. 10 years. I had not told anyone, but my body could not take it anymore. Graphia, ugh. Cough. It was normal to be moaning or coughing. My power was filtered little by little from my body. I almost did not feel anything. I sighed and closed my eyes. I would probably hold another month. Curiously, I felt a burning in my stomach. I rubbed my stomach, but there was nothing. Little by little I opened my eyes to notice something that was not there. There was a mark, a red symbol resembling a magic circle with a black dragon in the middle. My face was in disbelief. This was the mark of a couple. Graphia, what? I felt really confused. I had not met any dragon. Besides, when did I accepted one's love? But something opened my eyes clearly. For a moment something came to my mind. Purple eyes, black scales, and purple aura. In addition, this signature of energy. Graphia, and Yukio, I whispered with weak words and I could not help but cry. I clenched my fists and wanted to see him. Many years ago when I witnessed his battle, I saw everything clearly, even that strange change in him, only he could be. Then I thought, if this appeared, does it mean you love me? Will he come for me? Were my thoughts. I was so focused that soon, without paying attention, a green aura surrounded my body. Graphia, hey, what? I was scared, but soon I felt as if all my pain was disappearing. Is this healing me? I saw my hands, and then my look fell on the symbol. I noticed that it was shining. I could not help feeling happy and I touched it. Graphia, Yukio. That's how soon I saw him again, that heartless idiot who made me suffer. But I'm still loving him, but I still do not know how. I'm going to make him pay for his antics. From now on it will not be so easy to get rid of me. I'm going to hit you again and again. It's my payment. Editor, Mauve. Author. Nobility. Yukio, King. Kurika, Queen. Akeno, Bishop 2/3. Asia, Bishop 2/3. Konako, Tower 1/2. Rose, Fairy, Horse 1/2. Bishop, / Tower, / Horse, / Pawns, 0/8. 50. Reincarnation and Kalawarner. When Yukio arrived at the house outside of Kuok City, he noticed that there was no one at home. He assumed that Kurika and Akeno went into his dimension. He decided to go into his dimension for a while. He wanted to look for Yasaka. Upon entering he went straight to his house. He actually wanted to go for Yasaka but felt an increase in energy from Konako. He did not spend much time to come to the room where Konako was staying. Konako, Aniai-chan? I was going to look for you, she said and approached me to hug me. Yukio, did something happen? I suddenly noticed that your energy was increasing. He rubbed her little head. Konako nodded. The two girls that we brought suddenly woke up and wanted to escape. They're inside waiting. Yukio, I see. In that case, let's talk to them. He released some of his energy in the form of a signal for his two women. Kurika did not take long to appear after 5 minutes. Yukio, and Akeno? He asked. It was strange that she had not come running to meet him. Kurika smiled. Shuri. She said, raising her hand in defeat. He wanted to know what exactly Shuri was doing, but it was not the time. Come on, let's talk to them. When they entered the room, he could see two women in white coats. Both had different expressions on their faces. The black-haired woman looked frightened, but the one with blue hair, neutral, he thought. Well, this woman hides her emotions quite well. Both girls were close to each other. Both fixed their eyes on them. Before entering they had put on their sacred costumes. The room was silent for a moment until Reincarnation looked at Kurika. Reincarnation, why did you bring us here? She pointed at Kurika, as she reminds her of number 2. Kurika turned her gaze to her little sister. Did not you explain it? Konako shook her head and fixed her gaze on the two girls. I was going to leave it to Aniai-chan. Reincarnation, hearing her words, realized that the man in the middle was in charge. She fixed her gaze on the boy. Soon she was scared, then she got closer to Kalawarner. She felt the energy that he was radiating. Yukio was doing it intentionally. He wanted them not to bother him while talking. He was curious about something and wanted answers. Yukio, ****. Good, I was the one who ordered you to be brought here, and before you speak, he said when he noticed that Reincarnation wanted to speak, the first answer my questions and then I will. Both girls looked at each other for a while, then fixed their eyes on him. Kalawarner, go ahead. He nodded and sat on a chair near the bed. Yukio, let's make this easy. Why were you sent to the human world? Reincarnation looked at Kalawarner who nodded. My mission was to observe a boy. Yukio, why did you kill him then? She bit her lips. I did not want to do it. My allies had different plans. I did not have the strength to stop them. There was no way to communicate with my leader. He nodded. This part of the story was new to me. Your leader is Azazel. He curious if by chance he changed the story to the point that Azazel was no longer the leader. Reincarnation looked at me and then yes. He's my leader. Yukio, I see. He said and started thinking about all this. He thought, I can change the story but it does not seem to be much. Just some other modifications maybe. Yukio, the last question for you. Why did you take the sacred gear from Asia Argento if it was not your intention to be part of that plan? Reincarnation bowed her head and said, I did not want them to have this sacred equipment. Therefore, I had to intervene. If it were not for the demon's entourage, I might have been in battle against my ex-allies. He did not think she lied to him, so he nodded and looked at Kalawarner. This woman had not spoken, but she looked at him cautiously. Yukio, then, you. He pointed out, what were you planning to do exactly? Kalawarner put on a stoic expression. I had realized the plans of those two in the human world. Noticing the discord between them and Reincarnation, I had to help her. Yukio, I understand. Now tell me, what kind of fallen angel are you? He said with a serious expression. Kalawarner did not understand his words. What kind of fallen angel? I do not understand. Yukio, well, either you play the fool or maybe you don't know. What is that power that you hide inside you? Kalawarner's expression changed from seriousness to terror. I didn't hide anything. Yukio, you know, it's bad to lie to people, he said as he got up from the chair. Kalawarner, no, please. She said and tried to escape. Reincarnation did not understand but got in the way of her friend. Do not touch her. He looked at them and then sighed. I'm not interested in your power. so stop worrying. Warner looked at him strangely. Are you not interested? Yukio, as I said, I'm not interested and I'm not going to take it away from you either. That's not what I want. She felt relieved but still did not believe his words, therefore she was still on guard. Yukio, anyway, I give you 3 questions, so be quick. Reincarnation was going to speak, but Warner placed her hand on her mouth. Warner, leave it to me. Then she fixed her gaze on the whole place. Where are we? I cannot feel the energy of humans in this place. Yukio, easy, we are in a dimension created by me. Next, Warner wanted to ask me how he created a dimension, but there were only 2 questions left and it was not the time to lose them unnecessarily. Warner, who are you? We've never seen anyone like that, besides those suits. Yukio, well, we are. The Godii 13, as you can see, I am the leader, my name is Yukio. Pointing to my first wife, the one in there is Kurika, leaving Konako at her side. Warner nodded, but she wanted to spit. That was not the answer she wanted. She should have specified, what are you? After processing the answers for a moment, she remembered something. Godii 13, the same words left in a human house full of corpses. She could only sigh, knowing that her life was in the hands of the young man in front. Warner, what will happen to us now? I see that it has no use for both sides. He nodded and smiled. Yes, about we can kill you or who knows. Reincarnation, wait. We will die. We've never had anything against you. We also answered your questions and I do not remember having done anything to them. Warner nodded and had a serious expression on her face. Kurika laughed even louder. Reincarnation did not seem happy. What are you laughing at? Kurika, oh, me. Well, you say you have not done anything wrong, but let's see. You killed Yukio-ko's brother. She laughed and tilted her head. And you blue-haired. Did you not try to kill him in the previous battle? She said in a curious voice. Reincarnation, brother. She did not understand, but her expression paled when she realized that you. Impossible. We investigated Issei and you disappeared 10 years ago. Warner, you pretended to disappear. I guess nobody in your family knows the supernatural, she said with resignation. She knew that she would probably die today. Yukio, well, it could be something like that, I replied lazily. Kurika, yes. Yukio, give them some clothes. He turned his gaze to the 2 girls. From now on they will stay here, then I will decide what to do with the 2. Both girls had sad and boring looks. Hoping they would not decide to torture them, he turned around and left the room and thought, now what do I do with these 2 fallen angels? Editor, Mauve.
Hi guys. I made a paid service in Telegram where you will find a great collection of fanfiction audiobooks organized and regularly updated. What you get? An unlimited access to the full audiobook library. New fanfiction audiobooks added regularly. You can play audios directly from Telegram anytime. Joining our service is available through a monthly subscription of $5. You can pay using PayPal or Ko-fi. So what are you waiting for? Send me a message on Telegram or Discord. I will provide the payment details. After the payment is confirmed, you will receive access to the private Telegram channel containing all audiobooks. If you enjoy fanfiction and prefer listening instead of reading, this library is made for you. Message me anytime to join.